Not ready to go yet, okay? I'm not ready. You gotta wait. I got shit to do. I'm in the middle of something. All right? Just hold on.
Watch your mouth or don't come in here.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Oh, yeah, people, come on, we're adults here.
You know what? What is the point?
Yeah, we're adults here. I got a fucking Burger King fucking thing on my head. We're all fucking adults here, guys. People, in my chat, 2 words. What are they? 2 words. Let me see the chat flood. Let me see the chat flood. 2 words. Okay. Next caller. Please. Let's get into the meat and potatoes, which translate in American to dick and balls.
I got flip-flops. These are my flip-flops. Yeah, I really like my flip-flops. Because I can put them on. Because look, watch me put them on. I can put them on all by myself. Watch me put them on. Look, are you watching? Look, these are my flip-flops.
Thanksgiving Day. I remember it clearly. It was Thanksgiving Day. I was inserting myself in somebody else's fucking business as a cash grab, and you know.
This channel is harsh reality.
Karen Yak se jodió la sucia vida. Amen.
This is Jonathan Lee Riches. I have cheeseburgers. I'm gonna put cheese on them. I'm gonna make sure that I have my hamburgers because I'm a big boy now and I can make the hamburgers. My mom lets me use the stove now.
And I'm just like, wow, I like receipts, and they brought receipts. Like they had evidence to back up everything they said, and I'm like, okay, well, there's got to be another side to this, right? Like this can't. No, this is too fantastic.
Yeah, because you're not going to just jump to the conclusion that there's a conspiracy amongst cops to cover up a murder. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean cops and just like soccer moms and shit. Like that's what made it even crazier. Like,
Yeah, get it, Betty. Yeah,
Did you
get
have a
it.
close relationship with your mom?
Get it, Betty.
Oh, of course,
Get
I
it.
still do.
Yeah.
My older sister was kind of she was more of the prissy girl, like going
That is
and getting
the
my hair
best
done
shit fucking
and, shopping for the
ever.
dresses with mommy. I was the tomboy that liked playing with the cute.
Shout out to Cherry for just being just easily the most faithful and loyal supporter that I've ever had, man. That someone could have that tenacity with loyalty. And I'm really blessed to have someone like Cherry be part of this channel and in my life. So it means a lot. And yes, I named him after Mr. T and Rocky. Say, woman. Say, woman. Say, woman. Said your old man ain't got no heart. Why don't you come down to my apartment tonight and I'll show you a real man. Oh my God, I'm so in love with this little dude. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and wrap this one up. I love you guys very, 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 very much. And we will do this again very soon, my friends. Oh, say bye. Say bye. Oh, I love you too. Give me a kiss. Oh, I love you. Bye, guys. Good morning, good morning, good morning, people. Oh my goodness. People, we still have Jenn Dirty Delete McCabe cross-examination to go over today. I mean, listen, this is the bright side to everything, okay, folks? Like watching these lying sacks of dog shit sit on that stand and be exposed for the lying sacks of dog shit that they are is the bright side to this whole thing. Now, you're going to see a lot of people and you're hearing people go, "Oh my God, these people, this free Karen Reed cult. Oh my God, they've forgotten all about John O'Keefe. John O'Keefe is lost in all of this." No, he's not. No, he's not. Make no mistake that we are all here because we want justice for John O'Keefe. As I've said many times, as I'm going to continue to say, with Clubber scratching himself in the background and his tags all jingling and jangling. As I've said many times, and I'm going to continue to say, this is just the tip of the iceberg. Karen Reed being exonerated for this is just the beginning. I guarantee it. I guarantee it. Nobody here has forgotten that a Boston police officer lost his life because of a bunch of fucking immature pieces of shit who decided to do what they did to him for whatever reason, whatever it was that they did to him. But we're here to get to the bottom of that. The fact that there's an innocent woman on trial for this takes away from getting to the bottom of that. So make no mistake that everybody here that believes that Karen Reed is innocent, everybody here that knows that Karen Reed is innocent is in fact here because we want justice for Officer John O'Keefe of the Boston Police Department. Period. Full stop. So y'all can kiss my ass. Plevin and all you fucking jackasses out there that talk it out of your asses when you don't know what you're talking about. So anyways, guys, and oh man, Peggy, don't tell Cherry to be nice. Don't do that. Don't do that. I'm just trying to help. I'm trying to help you. Don't, that's like, man, like, don't tell your girl to calm down. Don't tell Cherry to be nice. Don't do that. So we should be getting underway any second here. Let me go ahead and pull up Boston 10. Or I should say Karen Reed's biggest fan. Now, it's going to be interesting because we saw just blunder after blunder from this person. Alan Jackson even like checked Jenn McCabe while she was on the stand trying to pull that bullshit. The harassment, and she looks at the jury, the harassment that we've gone through. Oh, my dear me. Bro. And then she's like, oh, and poor John has been lost in all of this. That John, you mean, right. The guy, the man who was passed out on the lawn, the man, your friend, the one that you refused to run into the house to get help for, the one who we know for a fact that you spoke to this trained first responder and you spoke to his wife, your sister, on the phone, asked her if she was going to come out. She didn't come out. That police officer, the one you failed to identify as a police officer, yeah, no, we're over here. You just sit there on the stand and let your lies get exposed, lady. who are over here. So yeah, nobody here has forgotten about Boston police officer John O'Keefe. Nobody here has forgotten about that. So that's where we're at. Now I don't know what is happening with I know a lot of people are like, oh well, you know, John's family are they switching sides and blah, blah. I don't want to hear about that shit either, man. You know, let John's family process this how they're going to process it, man. You know what I mean? Again, as far as I'm concerned, and you're free to your opinions. No, I get it. Don't get me wrong, and I'm not faulting anybody for having their opinions. I'm here to state my opinions. That's what this channel is. And my opinion is that the O'Keefe family are victims too. Maybe, you know, some may feel like, oh, well, you know, they should know better and they should have looked at the evidence, or maybe it's too painful for them to do that. You know, maybe they just want to have faith. Maybe they have a personal belief in the local justice system there in Massachusetts and are trusting that local justice system, and they got duped. And they're victims as well. In my opinion, they are. That's what I believe. And I think that you know, they'll come around when they come around, and if they don't, they don't. That's their business. That's their business. That's how they feel, and what their opinions are of Karen Reed or anything like that is not going to influence the jury. And we heard Paul O'Keefe sit on the stand, and he didn't say anything negative about Karen Reed anyway. So as far as I'm concerned, John O'Keefe's family is not an issue that even merits discussion. This is probably the most interesting trial that I've ever followed in my entire life. So there are plenty of things to focus on, rather than worrying about where John O'Keefe's family's opinions are and where their feelings are on all this. Until you've lost somebody close to you in the manner of which they have, and until you have to deal with this in the manner of which that they're having to deal with this, and until you have to deal with those things under these insane circumstances, I think maybe you should probably take a second and ask yourself whether or not it's merited. Your feelings towards them are merited, because I'm going to go ahead and say that my opinion is they are not. So, now, as far as Jenn McCabe, now we heard, what we have to expect is the Sullivans. There's two, Heather Sullivan and then another Sullivan who I forgot their name. But was like, who are these people? I have no idea who these people are. And I guess these are the people who, and thank you, Liz Reed. Good morning to you as well. Gratitude to you all, sending good vibes to Alan today. Yes, always. Yes. Good vibes to Alan. Good vibes to Karen and you, Liz, and the rest of your family as well. And Yannetti and Eliza Little. So now, and we're all grateful here to have you in the chat as well. It means the world. I don't even know how to begin to express to describe that. But the issue with now the issue as far as who the witnesses are next, I find this very interesting because oh my god.
I think we got a super chat. I think we got a super chat. Super chat. Super chat. Super chat. I think we got a super chat. I think we got a super chat.
Scott Nice, thank you so much. Best platform covering this case means the world. The first super chat Cuck Church Dance always gets me, man. Always gets me. It's going to be, and thank you so much, Scott Nice. Appreciate you, buddy. I find it interesting this how he's setting up. Just if you followed any trial, it's hard for me to kind of put this into words because I'm trying to get around my thought here because it's still early. If you followed any other trial before, I noticed something last night, and I'm thinking like, okay, what is with Lolly's choice in choosing witnesses? I don't understand. What is Lolly? What's going through Lolly's mind when it comes to choosing these witnesses in the order in which they testify? Like, he has not built a case against Karen Reed at all, and this is we're in the middle of week 3 right now, or week 4 actually. We're in the middle of it, week 4, and it's very, very, very strange. And right, that's a good point. I don't think he even knows, because he's bringing up these Sullivan people after Jackson's just decimation of Jenn McCabe. He's going to bring up Lolly's going to bring up these Sullivan people who are involved in this Aruba incident that I guess are going to say, oh my God, Karen Reed was jealous because she saw John making out with some girl. Blah, 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 blah. That's not a motive to kill anybody. Anyway, but on top of that, after that, he's going to bring on Higgins, which I just don't see in any universe how that's going to be a motive or show motive for Karen Reed wanting to kill John O'Keefe. Officer John O'Keefe, excuse me. It doesn't make sense to me. And I thought about this, and I thought, man, I've watched so many other trials. One of the first witnesses that the prosecution usually brings up in these cases, in these trials, is the lead detective. It's always one of the first. Like, in the first week. It's usually in the first week. I mean,
I think we got a super chat. Super chat. I think we got a super chat. Super chat. Super chat. Super chat. I think we got a super chat. I think we got a.
There you go, Paul Christopher. Before court starts, play that funky super chat one more time. Free Karen Reed, justice for Officer John O'Keefe. Absolutely, totally, 100%. Thank you, Paul. Appreciate you guys, and make sure, guys, Paul is and Dana and.
Well, I
Tracy,
understand
they're all
counsel
doing
wants
that
to see me,
popcorn
but can
thing
it
again.
wait? Can we get started with the
Karen Reed.
testimony? It's already
And
9:15.
I think we are underway, folks.
All right, so I'll hear from Mr. Jackson about that since it's this witness. Why don't we come over here and do it while we bring the jurors in, okay?
All right. I mean, yeah, just imagine what these folks are going through now when they've had these ratchet motherfuckers in their ears this whole time, and now they're being proven to be liars on the stand. I that's, they lost their loved one who was a respected Boston police officer, and then they get this kick in the gut when they're down from these disgusting shit bags, it's upsetting, man. It's upsetting. I see Jenna in chat, but I don't see Nick back there. Not today, anyway. And it's good to see you, Jenna. Thanks for being here. Oh, Nick's in the front. Okay, thank you. I mean, this has got to be difficult for everybody, man. I can't even imagine. This has got to be tough for everyone. I mean, I've never seen a trial where someone was factually innocent. I've seen trials where people were found not guilty, where I still wasn't totally convinced of their guilt. And I was like, okay, well, then it is what it is. But I've never watched a trial where I was totally convinced of their innocence, even when before the trial even starts. Little Irish Girl gifted 5 memberships. Congrats to Allie.
You are unmuted.
Carrie Ann, Kevin, Colleen, Sheila. Congrats, guys. Thank you so much, Little Irish Girl. Appreciate you. I think we're getting started, folks.
All persons have any business before the Honorable Beverly Canoni, Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court, and for the County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, and shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. Court is now open. You may be seated.
God save it indeed.
117, the Commonwealth versus Karen Reed. Can I have counsel identify themselves for the record?
Adam Lally for the Commonwealth. Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning, Mr. Lally. Good morning, Your Honor. Laura McLaughlin for the Commonwealth. Ms. McLaughlin.
Good morning, Your Honor. Alan Jackson on behalf of the street.
Good morning, Mr. Jackson.
Good morning, Your Honor. Elizabeth Little, also on behalf of the street.
Good morning, Ms. Little.
Good morning, Your Honor. David Giannetti for Karen Reed.
Good morning, Ms. Giannetti. Good morning, Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors. Awesome. The county was kind enough to come in last night and make sure that the air conditioning was working. They were here late. They did a really terrific job, so I think everybody should be comfortable today. I do have to ask you those same 3 questions. Were you all able to follow the instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left yesterday? Yes. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Yes. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left yesterday? No. Everyone said no or shook their head. All right, may we have Ms. Reed, Ms. McCabe, please.
If I'm on that jury, the only reason that I wouldn't want to be on it is out of fear. That's it.
All right, Mr. Jackson, whenever you were ready.
Popped, right, Charlie? Oh, you popped. You're gonna be fine. Here it is. Here it is. Stop. This is Ken. I want to show you a quick set of documents that you saw yesterday, but I just want to make sure that we're talking about the same thing with the court commissioner.
Same 10-page document she saw yesterday.
Can you just take a look at that and tell me if that appears to be the same set of documents that we talked about yesterday that included the group chats, for lack of a better phrase?
Yes.
Okay. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I don't need to rush you.
That's it.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would ask that this.
Look at that game face.
Set of group chats be marked and moved into evidence.
Is there any objection?
No, Your Honor.
May I approach?
Yes. Exhibit 98 from the record. Does that cover more than what you covered yesterday?
The exact same document. I just failed to do it yesterday. My fault.
All right. So is there still more? I'm just curious if my form's different then.
Yours should be the exact same.
Why don't I take a look at the exhibit, please? Why don't you come to sidebar, please?
Oh my God, lady. Seriously? Sidebar, sidebar. Dude, I'm telling you, after this trial, and I want my cut, by the way, somebody needs to open a pub called the Sidebar in Boston. That needs to happen. And I want my cut. You understand me? Oh my God, man. This is like, this lady with her sidebars are killing me, dude. They're killing me. And it's always like, I mean, it's always with the defense. It's always with the defense. But here's the thing. I'm not so quick to say that it's because I'm not a lawyer, but I'm not so quick to say that the reason why, I'm not saying Judge Bev isn't biased. That's not what I'm saying. But I'm not so quick to say that the reason that she has so many sidebars with the defense versus the prosecution is because she's biased. I think she is biased, but I don't think that's the reason for this. I think it's simply because the prosecution doesn't present any evidence. Prosecution has no evidence.
All right,
So that's why we're not seeing
come into
sidebars over evidence.
And jurors, sometimes I do have to repeat myself a bit, but this is,
Thank you,
again,
Patrick.
before you can consider any electronic communication in your deliberations, you must first find that it's more likely true than not that the person who authored or sent these messages was in fact the person identified as doing so. If you do not find that it's more likely true than not that the person who was identified as doing so was the person who authored or sent or transmitted the electronic communication, then you may not consider that electronic communication in your deliberations. So, all right, Mr. Jackson, go right ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. McCabe, you'll recall yesterday we talked about the 12 times in your grand jury transcript that you talked about statements that you attributed to my client. You remember that conversation?
Yes.
And in those dozen times, you never used the word or the words or the phrase, I hit him, correct?
Correct.
And your explanation for that was, well, I wasn't asked that specific question, correct?
Correct.
You were, in fact, on January 29th, let me rephrase that just a little bit. You did, in fact, on January 29th, seek to ask an officer to come back to 34 Fairview for the specific purpose of telling that officer something that you thought was important, correct?
Correct.
Which officer was that?
Michael Lank.
And about what time did you ask Officer Lank to join you back at 34 Fairview?
I'm not sure. I know it was in the AM. I'm just not sure what time exactly.
Somewhere around 9 a.m. Does that sound about right?
Possibly.
Okay, so this literally, we're talking about just a couple of hours after the incident in question.
Correct.
Okay. Sergeant Lank came with Sergeant Gallagher, I believe, correct?
Correct.
Came back to the location at 34 Fairview and gave you an opportunity to provide whatever information you deemed relevant at that time to impart to him, correct?
Correct.
And isn't it true that at that time, you didn't tell Sergeant Lank that my client said, I hit him? What you said was that my client said, I hope I didn't hit him, correct?
No.
What?
Yes.
So let's see. The first question, there's a lie for an answer.
Could
Okay.
you take a look at that report, just the face page, and tell me if that appears to be an incident report associated with this case? I know you didn't draft it, but you recognize that that's an incident report from the police, Canton Police specifically.
Yes.
Could you turn to the tab that's the little light blue tab, maybe 3 pages from the end of that report?
Exactly.
Yes.
I'd like you to read that paragraph to yourself, if you wouldn't mind, please. have that in mind?
I do, yes.
Okay, may I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. What you read just now appears to be a report of the incident in which Sergeant Lank came back to 34 Fairview to give you an opportunity to tell him whatever it was that you thought was important, correct?
Was that a full report or is that just an excerpt from it,
Well,
that paragraph?
That right there is a full report of that incident of Sergeant Lank going back to 34 Fairview. Would you agree?
Well, that's not a full report of what I said, but if that's his full report, it's his full report.
Okay. And in this report,
Mhm.
what he writes that you said to him,
Objection.
The objection sustained.
isn't it true that what you actually told Sergeant Lank when he returned is that while driving around with her and Roberts looking for the victim, Miss Reed said something to the effect of, quote, "I hope I didn't hit him," end quote. Isn't that what you told him?
I mean,
Yes, because she said that when we were driving around.
And then you went on to say that, quote, she, Karen Reed, made these statements again at the scene when the victim was discovered, correct?
Correct.
And then you went on to say she, Karen Reed, I'm sorry, that you thought that Reed may have made these same statements in front of a police officer, but she was not sure, meaning you were not sure, correct?
I was not sure if she made what the police officers may have heard. That report is his recollection. My recollection is I told him that she said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. And I told him that he should ask responders if they heard that, because it was a great possibility that they heard it as well.
But none of that, you'll agree, you just read the report, none of that is in his report.
That's a very brief report.
I didn't ask you if it was brief, I asked you if it was in it, correct?
Correct.
And that's a report of a conversation that he had at 34 Fairview with you for the specific purpose of memorializing what you told him, correct?
Correct.
And what you told him, according to Sergeant Lank, is she said one phrase, "I hope I didn't hit him," correct?
That's what's in the report.
All right.
Right. Got it.
And again, this was 2.5, 3 hours after the incident, not 2.5 years later, correct?
Correct.
So
Ms.
you
McCabe, we talked
are
yesterday
a
about
liar.
this unrecorded meeting that you had in front of Sergeant Lank's home on January 30th. Do you remember that conversation?
I remember the conversation, yes.
Trust me,
Have
bro.
you had any other home visits with any other police officers involved in this case?
I went to drop off. It was not a visit. It was myself with Kerry Roberts dropping her daughter off. There was no involvement of Mike Lank on this day.
Uh-huh.
Have you been to the home, the personal residence of any other police officer involved in this case?
Such as Michael Proctor.
Ever?
Yes.
Tell me who.
Kevin Albert.
What?
I went to Elizabeth Proctor, the wife of Michael Proctor's house.
But does Michael Proctor live there?
Michael Proctor.
So you actually went to Michael Proctor's personal residence, didn't you?
I did, yes.
That was in September of what year?
23.
Oh, I
went
hate this
over.
lady.
23.
Yes.
I hate this lady so much.
Why'd you go to Michael Proctor's house in September of 2023?
I met Elizabeth Proctor in approximately July or August of 2023. We are two mothers that are being viciously terrorized and harassed by social media. Things that were stated in this courtroom and allegations that were made have torn our lives upside down. We receive hate letters saying that they hope things.
Oh,
She gets to answer this, Mr. Jackson. The door's open.
Your Honor, she could answer the question why she went to the
Wow,
house
Bev.
as opposed to the narrative behind her motivation.
It sounds to me like she's explaining why she went to the house. The door was open, Mr. Jackson.
Go ahead.
We receive letters, we
Bev.
receive emails, we receive calls. People drive by our house. There was a rolling rally outside of my house where people just screamed at us. They take pictures of our
motherfucker.
children. They took a picture of my daughter and put semen on it and said property of some named blogger that I think the defense is very familiar with. So that is why myself and Elizabeth Proctor got together. Michael Proctor was not home. We are two mothers trying to get through the unthinkable together.
Get the
You were
fuck
upset
out of my face.
about the public outrage concerning your family's involvement in the death of John O'Keefe.
I was outraged because I am a state witness that is being tortured because of lies.
Because of public outrage concerning your family's involvement in the death of a police officer, correct?
No, it's a social media witch hunt.
I see. So you decided that the best way for you to address that angst that you were feeling is to go to the lead investigator's home, personal home, in this case, correct?
I went to visit Elizabeth Proctor. Michael Proctor was not home.
So just like when you went to when you went to Sergeant Lank's house, and the only person you met with was his wife, when you went to Michael Proctor's house, your claim is the only person you met with was his wife.
I personally did not go to Mike Lanks. It was not Jenn going to Michael Lanks. It was Kerry Roberts dropping her daughter off, and I happened to be in the car with her. Elizabeth Proctor, I met with because we couldn't take the torture any longer.
You didn't
And
think
were
that was
later
inappropriate?
asked about this unrecorded visit at Trooper Proctor's home by Massachusetts State Police, correct?
Can you remind me?
Sure. Did you have a conversation with a trooper by the name of Tully?
Here we go.
Interviewed you specifically about your contact with Michael Proctor.
Could I see the report to refresh my memory?
Do you not remember having a conversation with Trooper Tully?
I've had many conversations over the last 2 years.
Wow, bro.
Over the last 2 years with a number of troopers.
Okay.
Jackson's like, the door's open, okay?
I've got a report that can
Good.
refresh your recollection. I want to know, first of all, do you remember having a conversation about your relationship with Michael and Elizabeth Proctor with Trooper Tully?
I know I had a conversation with a trooper about it. I don't remember exactly which trooper.
Fair enough. May I approach?
Yes.
Yeah, Jackson's like, okay, the door's open. Let's walk through that fucking door. Okay, let's do that. Oh, I love it. I love it.
Thank you.
Take a look at the face page of that, read it to yourself. And then I'd ask you to turn to the tabbed page, which is paragraph 27.
Yeah, shout out Turtle Boy.
Okay.
You have that in mind?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Does that refresh your recollection, Ms. McCabe, that you had a conversation or an interview, formal interview, with Trooper Tully about your relationship with Elizabeth and Michael Proctor?
Yes.
And you told, actually, let me back up for a second. Okay, was that somewhere in the vicinity of September, late September, early October, when you had that conversation?
Is there a date on it?
Yeah, the rolling rally is recorded. It's out there. It's still up on Turtle Boy's channel.
Yes.
There's a date stamp on the bottom. Take a look at that date stamp on the bottom and tell me if that refreshes your recollection of about the time that that conversation would have taken place.
Well, the date stamp on the bottom is when it was, I'm assuming, entered into evidence,
Right.
but that doesn't say when the interview itself was.
Right. So if you'll agree with me, you know that you had the meeting with at Elizabeth and Michael Proctor's home sometime in September 2023, correct?
Correct.
If that's dated October of 2023, that's what I'm trying to get to. I don't know the date because it's not dated.
So I don't either.
So do you think it was between September and October?
It must have been.
Had to have been, right?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Before I get to that, I've got a couple of other questions. You had at some point multiple phone calls with Michael Proctor after January 29th, 2022, correct?
I believe so.
Okay. Do you remember all the phone calls that you had with him?
No, I don't.
Would it refresh your recollection to take a look at a log of your phone calls?
Yes, that'd be great. Thank you.
May I approach?
Yes. Is this what was marked 00 or
It's
00
not.
this morning?
That will be next.
Okay.
This is just a full ones that are highlighted.
Thank you.
Take a look at that and tell me if you specifically, there's a lot of calls there. There are blue tabs. If you could look at those blue tabs and then tell me when you've taken a look at those.
Okay. Okay.
And just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Having looked at this set of records, does this appear to be an accurate reflection of the phone calls that you shared with Michael Proctor at some point on and after January 29th?
Yes.
Just to summarize those, and I don't want to belabor this, but there was a call on the 29th at 10:55 a.m. with Trooper Proctor, correct?
Correct.
There was a call on the 29th at 12:49 p.m., correct?
I didn't memorize them.
I understand. Would you?
So if you want to give me the paper back, then I could probably answer correctly.
You want to
Okay.
do it that way, we certainly can. May I?
Yes.
Thank you.
Any way you
Thank you.
want. Happy to oblige you.
Okay, first call, January 29th, 10:55 a.m. Trooper Proctor calls you for 1 minute and 17 seconds.
Correct.
Next tab, January 29th, 12:49 p.m. Trooper Proctor calls you for 1 minute and 8 seconds.
Correct.
January 30th at 9:51 a.m. You called Trooper Proctor, 4-second call, probably a voicemail or something.
Correct.
January 30th, a minute later, 9:52 a.m., you then call Trooper Proctor again, 21 minutes and 31 seconds for that call.
Correct.
January 30th, same day, 4:45 p.m., Trooper Proctor calls you, 9 minutes and 43 seconds.
Correct.
January 31st, the next day, at 11:51 a.m., you call Trooper Proctor for 2 minutes and 53 seconds.
Correct.
That is the sum of those call logs, correct?
Correct.
Can I approach?
Yes.
Those aren't all the calls that you had with Trooper Proctor. That didn't stop. It's just where these logs stop, correct?
I'd have to see my further call logs.
Do you believe that you've had additional phone calls with Trooper Proctor after that last call on the 31st?
I know I did in 2023.
Okay. In 2022, did you have additional phone calls with her?
I'm not sure. I'd have to look at phone records.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
May we approach briefly?
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, people, like, I found it interesting right there how Judge Bev was like, the door's been open. When it came to, I mean, to me, it was pretty irrelevant. Thank you, Looney Tunes. I appreciate it. Can't wait for Proctor Day. Yeah, me either. Again, I find it weird that that Proctor wasn't one of the first witnesses called up. He's the lead investigator. In what murder case have you ever heard of where the lead investigator wasn't one of the first witnesses called? I mean, it's bizarre. To me, it's not so bizarre as it is telling that it's how it's going to look to a jury anyway, that once Proctor is cross-examined, the jury's going to see why. And the jury's going to look at Proctor being called so late into the trial as them just trying to avoid it. Grant's pants. Is Grant in there? Yeah, we'll talk about Grant later, probably, maybe. I don't know. But yeah, I find it weird. Well, like I said, not so much weird or bizarre as it is telling to me that he hasn't that Lolly hasn't called Proctor up, the lead investigator in this case. Oh, Grant's pants in the chat. Okay, gotcha. I love my fun trolls. Fun trolls are always welcome, by the way. Always, always, always. If you're creative, even if you're a troll that disagrees with the majority of the people in chat, as long as you're funny, you're welcome here. As long as you're creative and funny, you're welcome here.
May I inquire?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. McCabe, I don't have the records in front of me. That you will, they'll be found before the end of our conversation. But in the meantime, for expedition, do you remember a call on February 14th with Trooper Proctor lasting about 17 minutes?
I don't know.
Do you remember a call on February 17th lasting about 2 minutes?
I don't know.
Do you remember a call on February 28th lasting about 2 minutes?
I don't recall. Again, it's hard.
I expect that your answer is going to be, I don't recall, but I want to make a record if I could. So this is not a test of your memory at this point. I don't expect you to have it memorized. I just want to ask if maybe one of these stand out in your mind, or all of them. What about a second call on February 28th lasting about a minute?
Don't recall.
On March 1st, another call with Trooper Proctor lasting about a minute?
I do not recall.
Apparently a second call on March 1st lasting about 2 minutes and a few seconds.
I don't recall.
On March 11th, another call in the afternoon lasting about 12 minutes.
I don't recall.
And finally, a call toward the end of March, March 29th, lasting about 4 minutes.
Again, I don't recall.
Okay. Understood that this is not a memory test, and I don't have the records in front of me, so I apologize about that. Based on the conversation that we've just had, does that jog your memory that you had multiple calls in February and March with Trooper Proctor, as well as the calls we've gone over with the records in January?
To be honest, I had calls with many people. I was in a state of shock for months following this. So if you have the record, I can answer off of that. But besides that, just reading them to me does not jog my memory. I'm sorry.
That's okay. You wouldn't quarrel with the idea. I don't want to hold you to a number. You wouldn't quarrel with the idea that you had multiple calls with Trooper Proctor in January, in February, in March, correct?
Well, the ones I've just saw on the record, yes, there were multiple calls there.
And of course, you met him in your home on January 29th.
Yes, I did.
And he came into your living room. You had a conversation with him.
In my dining room, yes.
I'm sorry, your dining room.
Mm-hmm.
And also, Carrie Roberts was there
Carrie Roberts was not there.
on the 29th.
Carrie Roberts was not at my house on the 29th. No.
When was she at your house when she was interviewed?
I believe that was the Tuesday, whatever the date was.
And I got it wrong. She should be the next one called up, I think. And then the Sullivans and then Higgins.
First or second?
Yeah, something. It was the Tuesday following.
Okay. And was that with Trooper Proctor or a different trooper?
A different trooper.
And with Trooper Proctor on the 29th, when he was interviewing you in your dining room, that was the day that Brian Albert was also there.
Correct.
And was Brian Albert also interviewed on that day?
I believe so.
So Trooper Proctor was in your house for, gosh, it had to have been an hour.
I'm not sure. After I interviewed, I went upstairs and then my children started waking up and I was tied upstairs for a while. I'm not sure when or how long he was there.
But your memory is clear that not only did you meet Trooper Proctor on that day, you had a full conversation with him. It was in your house. That was in your kitchen, in your dining room, and another witness was interviewed by Trooper Proctor in your home as well.
Correct.
And then you had multiple conversations with him in January on that day, the day after, and the day after that. You've already seen those records, correct?
Yes, correct.
Then in either September or October, you were interviewed by Lieutenant Tully. That's the report that you've already seen.
Correct.
And in that interview, you were asked specifically whether or not you had a relationship with Trooper Proctor and when that relationship started, correct?
Correct.
And you said, quote, you had never met Elizabeth Proctor or Michael Proctor prior to September 2023, correct?
I did not say that.
So yet again, this is another example of a trooper completely getting it wrong. Is that right?
Objection.
Sustained, ask it differently.
In your view, did Lieutenant Tully get your statement wrong that you had never met Trooper Proctor before September of 2023?
Objection.
Is that true or is that wrong?
Lieutenant Tully knew I met Proctor prior to that because Proctor was the one who did the initial interview on January 29th.
Does it make you wonder why he wrote in his statement, quote,
Objection,
you've
Your
never
Honor.
met Elizabeth Proctor or Michael Proctor prior to September 2023?
So the objection sustained.
If you indicated that you had never met Trooper Proctor before September of 2023, that would be a false statement, correct?
Objection.
You can answer that, Ms. McCabe.
I met Proctor January 29th. It's everywhere.
Statement. If you said it, would it have been false?
It's everywhere.
Yes.
Thanks to Turtle Boy, right?
On January 29th, in the early morning hours, I want to take you all the way back to 1:30, 1:45 a.m. when you left 34 Fairview on the 29th. After you dropped off the girls, where did you and Matt McCabe go?
We came home.
After you got home, you indicated that you went upstairs, correct?
Correct.
After you went upstairs, you indicated that you got on the phone.
Correct.
On your cell phone, correct? After you got on your cell phone, you indicated that you started searching for stuff.
Correct.
So if there's GPS, that you've seen the forensic extraction or part of it, correct?
Which one are you referring to?
Phone. The forensic extraction of your phone.
I saw what you showed me yesterday from Celebrate.
That's what I mean.
Okay.
From Celebrate, part of it.
I saw, yeah, the phone calls. Yes.
Okay. You're aware that that extraction shows that you got home after 2 a.m. or so. So that would be generally correct.
Correct.
The Celebrate extraction shows from your Apple Health data that you actually went up a set of stairs. That would be accurate, correct?
Accurate.
The Celebrite data shows that you actually logged into your phone, did a login, either Face ID or a passcode, opened up the phone. That would be accurate.
Correct.
The Celebrite data shows that you were engaging with an app called Safari to engage some Google searches, correct?
Yes.
That would be generally accurate as well, correct?
Yes.
So after you opened up Safari, you indicated that you Google searched something about ozone basketball. Is that right?
Yes.
That was sometime after 2 a.m., right?
Yes.
What was so important about ozone basketball at 2 a.m. that it couldn't wait until the morning? Why did you search it then?
Well, first I was home, I was wide awake, and I had been texting about a basketball chat, and basketball was clearly on my mind. My daughter had been invited to join a team. I didn't know much about the team, so I just was like Googling to see, because the woman who had given my daughter the offer had wanted an answer.
So you say that basketball was on your mind.
At
correct?
2:30 in the
Yes.
morning. Okay.
Was there anything else on your mind in that early morning hour time frame?
Don't believe so.
Ms. McCabe, if you wanted to know in general how long it takes for a human being to pass away because of exposure to extreme temperatures.
Here we
If
go.
you wanted to know the answer to that, what would you Google search? What phrase would you use?
I'm not sure. All I recall is what the defendant asked me to Google in the morning.
Nice.
If you wanted to know, I'm asking a different question.
Okay.
If you personally wanted to know, how long does it take for a person to die of exposure due to extreme temperatures, what would you put in? What phrase would you use?
Objection.
Sustained.
Well, we don't have to guess at the phrase that you would use if you wanted to know something about dying of hypothermia, do we? Because you actually Google searched it.
Objection.
Sustained. Ask that differently, please.
Did you, in fact, use a phrase to Google search how long it takes for someone to die of extreme temperatures?
I did in the morning at the request of your client.
Okay. And what phrase did you use?
I'm not sure.
Really?
Correct. I was
2.5 years of this?
Really?
You don't know the phrase that you used?
Objection, Your Honor.
There's so many lies and misconceptions
question.
on social media.
Question.
Oh, I apologize.
She
Are you
apologized.
telling me you
Okay.
don't remember what Google search you put in?
Karen was screaming. My hands were shaking, and she was saying, Google hypothermia. How long does it take to die in the cold?
And what phrase did you put in your phone? I'm just asking you to say it.
Why don't you show me it?
You literally don't remember?
Again, she was screaming, Google hypothermia. How long does it take to die in the cold?
How about,
And I picked up my phone and I started.
So you remember
Googling.
then?
and you literally to this day, right now, under oath, you're saying you don't remember that phrase that you used.
Objection.
You just said it. You
Hold on.
just
Is
said
that
it.
what you're saying?
I'm saying that at her
Do you remember it or do you not, Ms. McCabe? That's a simple question.
that morning, I don't remember specifically what I Googled, but I do know what you've put out to the social media.
How about this? Hoss long to die in cold. Does that sound familiar?
Yeah, it's been
Why
everywhere
does that sound so familiar?
because you've put it out in social media.
Well, I haven't put anything out in social media because I don't personally have social media.
I'm sorry, Turtle Boy did.
So if the world.
Oh,
happens to know it,
shit.
That's not how big is it?
I guess not.
I guess not. Hoss long to die in cold is what you put in to the Google search, right?
If you say so.
Is there a reason that you don't want to admit to that?
Absolutely not.
It's a simple question, right?
No reason.
So say it. What Google search did you use?
Objection.
Sustained.
You were seeking at some
Wow,
point
dude.
to Google how long to die in the cold, correct?
Correct.
And you made a mistake and mistakenly typed Hoss long to die in cold, correct?
You could show me it. I'd appreciate it.
You later Google searched. Mayor Pro approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Yo, this lady sucks so bad. And she's got that vibe, man. You know what I'm talking about? Like, you know who she reminds me of? Like her snark and her little shitty attitude. Do you remember Meet the Parents? Remember
While
the
she looks at
lady?
that, Mr. Jackson, can we bring our clerk back upstairs?
Of course, yes. I think we're back.
Thank you very much. Can you text Jimmy and tell him?
Do you remember the lady when he tried to get on the plane at the end of the movie? The lady that was like, "We're not boarding yet. We're not boarding your row yet." And she just sat there blinking and looking at him and smiling.
Yes, it does.
Does that appear to be an accurate page from a Celebrite extraction from your phone?
It does.
Okay. May I have that back? I'm sorry, may I approach?
Yes.
May I have that back for a second? Yes. Did you see this, the actual search phrase? Does
Yes.
that now refresh your recollection?
Yes.
But I'd like to have this marked as next in order. Exhibit, please.
Is there an objection, Mr. Lally?
No, Your Honor.
Jim?
It's crazy. Like she was parodied in a movie.
May I?
Yes.
Like a decade at least.
Is that
2 decades before she was even a thing.
Move to publish this, Your Honor.
Okay.
There's the Celebrite report.
Does
Here we
this
go.
appear to be the document that was just marked as Exhibit 99?
Yes.
I know it's a little bit small, Mr. Dixon. You see this column,
Yes.
third column from the, actually it's the fourth column from the left. One, some dates, some data, and then a Google search, correct?
Correct.
What does that Google search say?
House long to die in cold.
Now, you indicate that you did that, you made that search at 6:23 a.m., correct?
Correct.
And then you indicated that you did it again thereafter at 6:24, correct?
Correct.
At 6:24, you misspelled the phrase and you spelled it as follows: how long TI die in CIKD, correct?
Correct.
Now you claim that those two searches were at 6:23 and 6:24 a.m. respectively, correct?
Objection.
Phrase it differently.
Sure. You've indicated under direct examination that these two searches were at 6:23 and 6:24 a.m., right?
I don't know if I gave exact times, but I said it was in the morning and Karen had asked me to do it.
And you, exactly, you claimed that you searched it because Karen was screaming at you and yelling at you, Google hypothermia, and you Googled how long does it take for a person to die? I'm sorry, she said something like, how long does it take for a person to die of hypothermia? And you Google searched it at 6:23 and 6:24. Is that right?
Again, I'm not sure about the exact times. I just did it after Karen asked me to do it.
FBI, open up! The idea that those were about 30 seconds apart.
Okay.
And you're aware, Ms. McCabe, that both spellings, both misspellings of that phrase result in the exact same search results, don't they?
I'm not aware of that. No.
Well, you Googled them, ma'am.
Right.
You're looking on your phone, you Googled them. How long to die in cold and how long to die in CIKD.
Ma'am.
Both of those. You Googled them, right?
I did, yes.
And they result in the exact same search results, don't they?
I have no idea.
So my question to you is, why the two searches?
She was standing next to me screaming, shaking my hand. My hand was cold. I was trying to Google it. Obviously, maybe whatever came up first didn't make sense because I had some misspellings. So I did it again.
So Hoslong to die in cold results in articles concerning dying of exposure, doesn't it?
We never got the chance to read it.
Well, you're the one, when you say we, who's we?
Karen and myself.
Well, you're the one holding the phone, Ms. McCabe.
Correct.
So you're looking down at your phone and you see exactly what comes up, correct?
I don't remember exactly what came up.
Well, what came up was something about dying of hypothermia, didn't it?
That's what she asked.
So why do it again? Why do it again, Miss McCabe? You had the result. Why the second search?
I cannot answer that beyond telling you that my hands were frozen. She was shaking me and screaming at me.
Oh, you're
You
lying.
see the time.
Oh, this is so good. God, I've been waiting so long for this.
According to that, the Celebrate data,
And the jury's way ahead of this. They could see the deleted search.
dying cold,
I do.
what's that time?
You've got the, it's right over at 2:27
AM or PM?
a.m.
Ms. McCabe, you made that search at 2:27 a.m. because you knew that John O'Keefe was outside in your sister's lawn dying in the cold, didn't you?
Absolutely not. I did not make that search at that time. No.
Realized the next morning, after John was discovered, after 6 a.m., that you had an incriminating search on your phone, didn't you?
Absolutely not.
I love this shit
To cover
so
your
much.
tracks, you searched it again in order to overwrite the original search at 2:27, correct?
Again, absolutely not.
But you were nervous and you screwed it up. So the first search you made at 6:23 was Hoslong to die in CIKD, wasn't it?
No.
Well, you see the search right there, correct?
I see the search, but I disagree with your narrative.
And what's the time frame of that search?
6:23.
And you agree that that time frame is accurate, right?
Again, it's what the report says.
And that comports with your memory of that morning, about 6:23 in the morning in 51 seconds.
Correct.
And there's a second search, correct?
Correct.
And this one at 6:24 says Hoslong to die in cold. 6:24:16, correct?
Correct.
I'm sorry, 18. I was up that great. And that comports with your memory as well.
I remember Googling it at the request of the defendant. Yes.
About 27 seconds apart, correct?
Yes.
But the reality is your first search didn't comport with the 2:27 a.m. search, did it? It was a different spelling, wasn't it?
I never searched a 2:27. That is not reality.
But the 6:24 search did exactly mirror the search that, according to this report, took place at 2:27.
Except one was deleted and
I'm
the
sure
other one
Celebrate
wasn't.
will be able to explain it to you. I can't.
And then of those three searches,
Wow.
one of them ended up deleted.
Oops.
Right?
I never deleted any search.
Take a look at the Celebrate report, top search, and the column marked deleted. What do you see?
I see a yes.
Ms. McCabe, the reason you deleted that 2:27 a.m. call is because you realized that if you were caught Googling how long it takes for a person to die in the cold 3.5 hours before John's body was found, that would incriminate you, wouldn't it?
Objection.
The objection sustained.
Did
Why?
you delete that search because you knew that you would be implicated in John O'Keefe's death if that search was found on your phone?
Objection.
I'll Could you answer that, please?
I did not delete that search. I never made that search at 2:23. I never would have left John O'Keefe out in the cold to die because he was my friend that I loved.
But he's not your family, is he?
Family and friends.
Is he not
Objection.
your?
Nice.
Sustained.
Get her, Jackson.
You acknowledge that you made the search at 6:23, don't you?
In the morning, I did,
You
yes.
acknowledge that you made the search at 6:24.
Multiple times in the morning, yes.
Of the 3 searches that show up that were all found on your phone, the one that you disavow is the one that took place at 2:27 a.m., which would implicate you and exonerate my client, correct?
And it's deleted.
Sustained. Can I ask it differently, Mr. Jackson?
Of those 3 searches, there was only one marked deleted. Isn't that right?
Correct.
That was the one at 2:27 a.m., correct?
I wouldn't even know how to go in and delete a
That's not what I
search.
asked you. The one according to the Celebrate report deleted the one at 2:27 a.m., correct?
Correct.
You'd agree that that's awfully convenient for you, isn't it?
Objection.
Sustained.
That's all I have, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Lally?
Thank you.
Get the
Yes.
fuck out!
Thank you.
Thank you, and keep our Solomon Grundy. Appreciate it.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Going back a little bit, you were asked some questions about Life 360 application that you had on your phone. Is that right?
Yes.
And you're familiar with that app and familiar with sort of using that app to see where your children are at various times. Is that correct?
Yes.
And from your experience using that app, how accurate is it as far as location or time or anything in regard to it?
Pretty accurate, varying some of their locations and sometimes weather.
Have you ever had instances in which you were told someone was somewhere and they were not there?
Yes.
You were asked some questions about Ryan Nagel's truck, correct?
Yes.
And do you know, or did you on January 29th, 2022, did you know Ryan Nagel?
I did not.
Did you know what kind of vehicle he drove?
I did not.
Keep your voice up, Mr. Lally, please.
Do you know whether or not that was actually somebody else's truck?
I do not know.
Do you know whether or not on January 29th, 2022, Ryan Nagel had a friend named Ricky?
I do now.
But on the 29th, did you?
No.
On the 29th, did you have any idea what kind of vehicle he drove?
No.
This person you didn't know.
Right. Correct.
Now, when you looked outside as far as the truck was concerned, did you even see a truck?
I just saw lights, vehicle. I didn't focus much attention to what was over there.
So fair to say you weren't paying attention to a truck you didn't see, a person you didn't know, that you had never seen before, correct?
Sustained as to that form.
Now, you were asked some questions about text between Ryan Nagel and Julie Nagel, correct?
Yes.
And as far as when those texts were sent, you don't know that, do you?
Can you clarify?
Sure. Do you know whether or not Ryan Nagel texted his sister Julie before he had even pulled onto Fairview Road?
They were texting about his arrival.
Texting about his arrival, but do you know where Ryan Nagel was when he was texting Julie about his arrival?
I believe he was outside.
But you don't know. Is that fair to say?
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you know whether or not Ryan Nagel
Second
was
time he
on
led.
Cedar Crest or somewhere else when he texted Julie that he was about to arrive or that he was there?
Objection.
I'll allow it. Do you know that?
I don't know that now.
He's leading.
As far as the defendant's motor vehicle and the truck that Mr. Nagel was in, did you see either of those vehicles arrive in front of Fairview?
Yes.
You saw them pull up?
No, actually, Are you asking if I saw them pulling up or if I saw when they arrived? I did not see them pulling up.
So at some point after they arrived, your attention was drawn outside.
Yes.
And when we're talking about you going to the door and looking outside, how long a period are you looking at?
Not long.
So would you describe it as either a glance or more of a, were you staring intently at the vehicle out in front of the house?
Sustained.
How would you describe the manner in which you were looking out at the SUV in front of the house?
I would go to the front door. I look out. I saw the vehicle. I believe I sent a text and I went and sat back down.
Now, in any of those times that you went to the door, and do you know how many times you went to the door?
I don't know exactly.
At least twice, is that correct?
At least, yes.
Now, in those at least twice that you, well, at least twice that you saw the vehicle and once that you saw that the vehicle was gone, correct?
Yeah, so I guess actually it was more than twice because I saw the vehicle move as well.
And when you say as far as you saw the vehicle move, did you see the vehicle physically move, or it was in one place and then you came back later and it was in a different place?
It was in one place, and then when I came back, it was further up.
Now, at any of those points in time that you took a glance out the storm door, did you see anybody outside of the vehicle?
No,
Did you see inside of the vehicle?
no,
Did you see anybody outside other than Julie Nagel on the front lawn, front walkway, or anything else?
no,
At any point in time while you were at 34 Fairview that night, did you see John O'Keefe?
no,
At any point in time when you texted John O'Keefe after you arrived at Fairview, did John O'Keefe respond?
no,
At any point in time after you arrived at Fairview, or after you hung up from the 12:18 a.m. call in which you were describing where 34 Fairview was in reference to Bella's house, did you ever hear from John O'Keefe ever again?
no.
And during that about 20-minute or so period of time when Mr. O'Keefe or the defendant's SUV is in front of the house, you never heard anything from John O'Keefe, correct?
Correct.
And did that strike you as unusual as far as him not responding?
I thought it was strange, but then I thought that they just might have decided to go home or had gotten into a fight or Kaylee wanted him home.
Now, you're looking out through the storm door and you see the Lexus with its lights on, right?
Correct.
And from that area, the secondary area, up by the flagpole and the fire hydrant, that's the same area where you found John O'Keefe the next morning, correct?
Correct.
And with reference to that area, is there any lights as far as street lights or anything that you're aware of in that area?
No, it's a dark area in the corner of the lot.
Now, at any point in time, were you looking or were you expecting to see John's body on the lawn?
Absolutely not.
And fair to say that when you're looking in the dark, in the snow, from a storm door out towards a vehicle, not the same conditions as if you're standing in a courtroom or sitting in a courtroom today, about 10 feet away from somebody during the daytime with lights on, correct?
Correct.
In fact, when you go back to Fairview the next morning, and again, who was the person who requested or directed to go to Fairview?
Karen.
And so when you go to Fairview along with the defendant and Ms. Roberts at the defendant's direction, sometime around 6 a.m., when was it that you first saw Mr. O'Keefe?
I wasn't the one to first see him. Karen was.
So she's banging on the door, asking it to be let out. She goes directly over to the body, correct?
Correct.
And neither you nor Ms. Roberts, well, you didn't see Mr. O'Keefe on the lawn until after she did that, correct?
Correct.
And that was after you had already sort of driven a little bit past where he was, correct?
Correct.
What? I don't see anything. Oh, bullshit, lady. Stop it.
Now, with reference to you get home from Fairview around 2 a.m. or somewhere in that time frame, you go up to bed and you do some searches on your phone, correct?
Correct.
And so there's a Safari tab or application on your phone. That's where you access Google.
Yes.
Is that typically where you would access Google?
Yes.
and you were looking at Ozone basketball. You're also looking at Hockomock. Is that right?
Objection.
Sustained.
What, if anything else, were you looking at beyond the Ozone basketball you talked about?
We had an exciting game earlier in the night against a local town that has a very good basketball program. So I went on Hockomock Sports to look at the recap, and typically I'll do that to see how other teams did, etc.
Why you sweating?
And around that same time, is that correct?
Correct.
Now, within when you did that, as far as looking things up on Google, were you opening up new tabs within Safari as you were looking at different websites or different topics?
No.
And when you went to bed or you went to sleep that evening, at some point you turned off your phone, right?
Correct.
And did you X out that box, that Safari tab that you were doing those searches with regard to Ozone and Hockomock?
No, I used to always leave my tabs open and my kids would yell at me.
As far as having multiple tabs open, is that correct?
Drains my battery, etc. Yes.
So then flash forward to sometime after 6 a.m., you're on the side of the road and the defendant asks you to conduct or look up something with regard to hypothermia or how long to die in the cold, correct?
Correct.
So when you open that up and you go into Google, did you open up a new tab or did you just sort of go into what you had already open in the Safari tab?
I went to what I already had opened.
And that's where you perform the search, is that right?
Excuse me?
That's where you perform the search that you were just being asked about?
Yes.
And you never made any search like that at 2:27 in the morning, correct?
I did not know.
Now, again, you've been shown what's been called a Cellbrite extraction report, correct?
Yes.
Are you familiar with how many Cellbrite extraction reports were conducted in reference to your phone?
I think a couple. I'm actually not sure.
And prior to January 29th, 2022, had you ever seen a Cellbrite extraction report?
No.
As you sit here today, do you even really know what that is?
Not really, no.
Do you know what a wall file is?
No.
Do you know what an SQLite database is?
No.
Do you know what a knowledge profile C database is?
No.
Do you know how information is stored and kept within your cell phone?
No.
Now, as far as, let me ask you this, you had 4 children and you were a mom, a homemaker, correct?
Correct.
At some point you did work though, right?
Yes.
What did you do for work?
I was an elementary school teacher.
What grade did you teach?
5th.
Jesus Christ. God help us.
One question and we'll see where this goes.
What grade did you teach?
5th.
And how long did you teach 5th grade?
Objection.
Yeah. I'm going to see counsel at sidebar. Folks, feel free to stand up.
This lady is killing me right now, dude. Like, here's the thing is even before he had that, okay, Jackson had that Celebrite report up. We've had a screenshot of it where it was very blurry. I've gone over it before, but it was never that clear, but close enough to where, like, if you had it on your phone or if you were looking at it on your computer screen, it was clear enough to where it was legible. And it clearly said that the 227 search was deleted and the 624 search was not. The jury could see that it was deleted before he even got to it. The jury could see that. There's no way that the jury is going to buy this bullshit song and dance that the prosecution is going to try to lay out with the Celebrite expert that's going to pop up. They're not going to give a shit.
4:53 in the morning is when you get that first call from Kaylee Kerbush. Is that correct?
Correct.
You answer that call and then the defendant is put on the line, correct?
Yes.
And so what is the first sort of iteration of the story that the defendant tells you happened the night before?
That they got into a fight. She left him at the waterfall and he never came home.
And at some point later, you confront her with that you saw the vehicle out front of the house, correct?
Correct.
And so then what is the defendant's story changed at that point?
That they went there and it changed multiple times. I'm not sure exactly. She said, oh, at one point, oh my God, I don't even remember going there. she was telling other people that he was dead, that a plow hit him. The story changed multiple times.
Wow, nobody
that
believes
morning.
you. Nobody believes you.
Now, on cross-examination, you were played a voicemail. Do you know whose phone that voicemail was from?
They never said no.
Fair to say that you're on 911 in the background of that phone call, correct?
Correct.
So it wasn't your phone.
Correct.
They said it was John O'Keefe's
Two other
voicemail,
people
or maybe they didn't.
Beyond that, as far as Ms. Roberts and the defendant there, correct?
Correct.
Was Kerry on the phone at all that you saw?
No.
And so with reference to the timing of that phone, you had called 911 and you were on the phone with 911 at the time that recording starts, right?
Correct.
So you had gotten out of the car, you had gone around and then seen where the defendant had run over to Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
Objection.
As to the form, it's sustained.
What had you done before you placed that 911 call?
I got out of the car. I ran behind the car over to the body. I was in a state of shock for a couple of seconds. Kerry and I looked at each other and I said, I'm going to call 911.
And there was a period of time when you made the call before it connected and you said you bounced around to different agencies, correct?
Yes.
And this is after the defendant has hit the door and run from the vehicle over to Mr. O'Keefe's spot, right?
Yes.
So it's not your phone and it's not Ms. Roberts' phone. Fair inference is the defendant's phone, correct?
Correct.
And so this phone call had been made or started recording at some point before you had even gotten out of the car, made your way over to Mr. O'Keefe, been in a state of shock for a few seconds, called 911, connected to 911. So at some point, it had to have been made in the car, correct?
Objection.
Ask it differently.
Do you know when that voicemail or that recording that you heard, do you know when that call was placed?
I don't.
Now, at the time that you are making the 911 call, where is the defendant in relation to the vehicle?
She is over with Mr. O'Keefe.
Officer O'Keefe, twat.
You mentioned that the part beyond the 911 call where you heard yourself talking, you're at the rear of Ms. Roberts' vehicle?
Yes.
And why are you at the rear of Ms. Roberts' vehicle?
In the beginning, I'm at the rear gathering towels or blankets. And then a few times I go to the rear because I'm trying to speak with the 911 and Karen is screaming hysterically. And then Kerry starts screaming at her to calm down. It was quite chaotic. So I was moving away so that I could be clear with the operators.
Get the fuck out of my face with that.
At some point, you went into your sister's house at 34th Fairview, right?
Yes.
And why did you go?
Officer Lank asked me to go in and wake them up.
So you were asked to go in there by the police to wake them up, correct?
Sustained.
And at some point, you indicated that you had called Officer Lang to come back to the house, right?
Yes.
And how did you get his number again?
Julie Albert.
And as far as were you aware whether or not Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, or any of the other people that were present had Officer Lang's number?
Objection.
Sustained.
Why did you ask Julie Albert and not Brian Albert or Nicole Albert?
Because I knew she was the only one that had his number.
You were asked some questions about when you were on scene, and you indicated in your testimony on direct that you heard the defendant say, "I hit him, I hit him, I hit him," correct?
Yes.
You also, early in your testimony, had indicated that earlier in the morning, the defendant had phrased that differently as far as could I have hit him or did I, correct?
Objection.
Sustained as to the form.
You heard the defendant make a variety of statements over the course of the morning, correct?
Yes.
And more to my point, as far as you recall testifying at another hearing under oath in June of 2020, correct?
Yes.
And do you recall being asked some questions specifically about this topic?
Objection.
Allowed.
Yeah, the prosecution's definitely rattled because now Lolly's implicated. Lolly is absolutely implicated now. She brought it up. It's already been established that there was some off the books meeting with investigators, with DAs, and Lolly was there. And none of this was documented. So now Lolly's implicated. So now Lolly is standing up there trying to do his job as horribly as he's been doing, but definitely no better, because it's a lot harder to do your job when you've got a load of shit in your pants the entire time. Because Lolly, again, is now implicated. This is very, very fascinating. Like, yeah, this is all like this trial, although it should not be happening, is going to be Josh Levy's case wrapped in a bow for him when this is all over. Again, this is the tip of the iceberg for getting justice for Boston police officer John O'Keefe. This is just the tip of the iceberg. Exonerating Karen Reed is step one. That is, what do we do in conducting an investigation, folks? You eliminate everyone. Now, this trial is going to eliminate Karen Reed as a suspect, as anybody responsible for Karen Reed or for the death of Officer John O'Keefe. That's it. So, I mean, this is just the beginning. This is just the beginning. I have to believe that. I have to believe that. Yeah, okay. So yeah, Grant's not in there. He can't be in there because I think I see sorry, I got distracted. I think I see Jessica Machado sitting up there. So Grant can't be in there. Right. Fall River Reporter. Exactly. He's banned for a year. As far as I understand, he just can't be in there when she's in there. But he should be banned. Grant's pants. Thank you, Grant's pants. Oh yeah, this is interesting. So yeah, Jenn McCabe just had to. Now, this is a good thing for Turtle Boy, because remember, Turtle Boy has his own open case right now himself. And it's become common knowledge that Jenn McCabe has been working closely with Kate Peters. I don't even know if there's an S at the end of her name. Has been working closely with her. This Lindsay asshole who filed these bullshit charges on him. And so this is going to be interesting, because her bringing Turtle Boy's name into this court is only going to help Turtle Boy's case ultimately. And it's going to have, exactly as I stated before, the Streisand effect. And yeah, 91% of you believe that Turtle Boy will be on Howie Carr to talk about it because you know he's going to take the opportunity. Of course he would. I would.
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, Ms. McCabe, as I was asking before, in June of 2023, you testified in another proceeding, correct?
Correct.
And you were asked questions specifically about those statements that you heard the defendant say on the morning of January 20th, correct?
Correct.
And do you recall specifically what your testimony was in regard to that portion of your, in regard to those statements?
I don't recall specifics. I know what I know. I know what happened.
Got it, Cherry.
Yes.
I'm giving you 2 pages. Direct your attention to the bottom of the first page and then into the next page. If you could just review that to yourself and look up.
The page again, Mr. Lally.
You're on 816 and 817.
Thank you.
May I approach you?
Yes.
Mr. McCabe, is your memory refreshed as to what you said in that prior proceeding in regard to those statements?
Yes.
What did you say?
What did I say in that? I told them that Karen looked straight at me and said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. And I said that there was, I believe, an EMT that overheard as well.
Now, do you recall in that same prior proceeding, you asked any questions?
And you're a piece of shit.
At different times, the defendant saying different iterations of that same statement.
Objection.
Sustained as to form. No leading, Mr. Lally.
With respect to that prior.
Oh, now no leading.
testimony
Thank
in that
you.
same prior proceeding, what, if anything else, were you asked about statements the defendant made to you that morning?
I was asked what were some of the statements that Miss Reed had made. And it was like, repeat, did I hit him? Could I have hit him? Is he dead? Is he dead? Is he dead? Could I have hit him? Did I hit him? I have a cracked taillight. And then her, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
What a crock of shit,
And so
lady.
with respect to questions and as far as did I hit him or could I have hit him and the statement I hit him, those were at different times, correct?
Correct.
You need to shut the fuck up.
Now, you met with Trooper Proctor on January 29th, is that correct?
Correct.
Was that the first time that you had met him?
Correct.
And who, if anyone, was with him when you met?
I believe it was Trooper Yuri.
And subsequent to that, did you meet with other troopers?
Yes.
Trooper
By
Yuri.
other troopers, I mean not Trooper Proctor and not Trooper Yuri.
Yes.
Just
And
avoid saying his last name altogether.
meeting with other troopers, was it at that point that they had talked to you about taking your phone?
Correct.
And they asked you for your phone, is that correct?
I had shared my Life 360 and my Life 360 and my texts, and they asked if they could take a copy of my phone.
And did you agree to that?
I agreed to it. Yes.
And were you presented a form at all in regard to your agreeing to hand over your phone?
Yes.
And beyond what you had testified to earlier, as far as things to do, were there any limitations that you put on what they could look at or take from your phone?
No limitations.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm showing you a document. Again, just ask you to look at it. Look up.
Where do you get these fucking idiots, huh? Where do you get them?
Just in general, ma'am, do you recognize that?
Yes,
What do you recognize that?
this was the consent form for my phone.
So that's the form you filled out with the troopers in regards to giving over your
Correct.
phone. May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'll multi-seek to choose.
Oh, she's such an angel.
No objection.
Okay, thank you.
She volunteered her phone.
Thank you.
You're a magnificent cunt.
Now, again, Ms. McCabe, initially following that the events of initially that morning around 6 a.m. or so, at some point you were seeking or you had actually asked the defendant for Kerry Roberts' phone number, correct?
Yes.
And why is it that you were looking for Kerry's number specifically?
Well, the driving conditions were terrible. She was driving to Braintree to pick up Mr. and Mrs. O'Keefe. And then they were heading to the hospital. And I was just looking to see how John was doing.
Now, you had mentioned at some point, did you speak to Ms. Roberts that morning in regard to updates as far as how John was doing?
Yes.
And you mentioned that later on, that day or the next day, that you had gone over to Mr. O'Keefe's house with Ms. Roberts, correct?
Yes.
And who was driving at the time that you went over to the O'Keefe's house with Ms. Roberts?
Kerry was driving.
And so when you left the O'Keefe's house, where was it that you went?
Kerry went to drop her daughter off at her friend's house, the daughter of Mike Lank.
And you were just in the front passenger seat of that vehicle, correct?
Yes.
You had mentioned as far as getting together with Ms. Roberts at the request of someone to talk about a timeline, correct?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury sort of how that came about or who was making that request?
Kerry called me and she told me that she had talked to Peggy, and Peggy had.
No, I'm going to allow it.
And Peggy had suggested to Kerry, you guys should write a timeline. You don't want to forget anything, when the time comes, meaning when the trial comes, you don't want to forget anything that happened.
Wow. So you've planned that far
When you
ahead.
say Peggy, who are you referring to?
Mrs. O'Keefe,
John's mother?
John's mother, correct.
Now, you were asked some questions about subsequent date as far as hearing bits and pieces or portions of Ms. Roberts' statement to troopers at your home, correct?
Correct.
Do you know whether or not that was the first time that Ms. Roberts had talked to troopers or officers or anyone from either the Canton Police or the State Police?
I believe on the 29th in the afternoon, troopers went to her house. So that would have been the first time.
So the time that she was at your home and speaking to troopers, that would have been at least the second time that she had spoken to troopers, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Now, with reference to
Yeah, she's in the gallery.
Was Ms. Roberts, the time that you handed your phone over to the troopers, was Ms. Roberts present there as well?
Yes.
And what, if anything, did you see Ms. Roberts do with respect to her phone and the troopers?
She turned her phone over as well and signed the consent.
Now, during that time, you had indicated that you had heard a statement that you said was horrified you in some way. Is that correct?
From Miss Roberts?
Yes.
Correct.
And what was that? What was she talking about?
Objection.
The door has been opened, Mr. Jackson. That means you can answer.
Okay. So basically, Carrie is a talker, and once she started.
I think just focus on
Okay.
what she said.
Okay.
Carrie is
She
a
said
talker.
something like, John really loved Amy, and in my eyes, Karen was just a babysitter with benefits.
And is that what made it memorable to you as far as what had transpired at that time?
Yes.
At any point in time, did you ever coordinate your statement or Ms. Roberts' statements with her prior to testifying at any hearing or any proceeding at any point in time?
No.
me ask you, when you came to the area of 34 Fairview Road around 6 a.m., and you saw Mr. O'Keefe, was he in the same clothes that you had seen him in earlier?
He had jeans and I believe the same shirt on, yes.
And nothing additional as far as a jacket or anything like that that you saw?
Not that I recall.
Now, again,
Vomit
as you
in
were
his boxer
driving down
shorts, but none on his
Fairview,
pants.
if the defendant did not bang on the door and essentially jump out of the car and make a beeline over to Mr. O'Keefe, would you have stopped the car?
No.
Belt missing, vomit in his boxer shorts,
Oh,
none
when
on
you
his
were leaving
pants.
34
Does that all
Fairview
make
Road,
sense?
Earlier, as far as sometime between 1:30 and 1:45, when Mr. McCabe is driving, do you recall whether or not the roads were plowed or treated or anything that you saw at that time?
I know there was snow on them, but I can't recall specifics.
Now, as far as the defendant coming over your house shortly after 5 a.m., was that something that you were expecting at the time?
No.
And what was it prior to the defendant showing up and sort of screaming in front of your house? What was your sort of plan as far as based on the information that Ms. Reed had called?
My husband and I were going to go out and we were going to drive over to Tom Beatty's house to see if John was there.
Now, as far as the 911 call that you were making, that information that you were providing, what was that based on?
What I was seeing.
But as far as how Mr. O'Keefe had come to be there at 34 Fairview Road, when you're communicating any of that to the 911 operator or to officers on scene, was that from your observations when you were inside 34 Fairview after the waterfall or from some other source?
Well, it was from what Karen was saying as we were driving there.
So as far as him being dropped off or anything like that, that came from the defendant, correct?
Correct.
Now, as far as you had been asked and you had testified about going over to Trooper Proctor's house to meet with his wife, correct?
Correct.
And you testified about certain incidents of harassment that you had undergone.
Here we go.
Mrs. Proctor, is that correct?
Correct.
And how long had that been going on for?
You mean how long?
At that point, it started in April, and now I believe I went over there in September.
And what, if anything, was the frequency of the harassment? Was it sporadic or
Someone
how
vaping?
often were you experiencing that?
Daily, sometimes hourly.
And in addition to what you've already testified, what, if any, other incidents do you recall specifically involving either you or your children or your home?
People come by my house, they take video, they scream. They've gone to my child's sporting events and called me names. They've written letters to my daughter's colleges and said that they shouldn't allow them to play. And then they've attached these horrific articles that have been complete lies about all of us. They send me Facebook messages. They call my phone, home phone and cell phone, all hours of the night. They tell me to kill myself. They tell me I'm a terrible mother. They harass my children. My daughter testified here the other day. We didn't even get out of the building, and people were, saying horrendous things, that she's a liar. Your mother should die. It's just, it's unimaginable what my entire family is going through. I go to the beach, they take pictures, they post it, they threaten that there are eyes everywhere. I'll never be able to live a normal life again. I'm a witness. That's all I am. I am not on trial. I am a witness. And these people are terrorizing me.
Sustained as to that part. I'll strike that part. Everything else is.
I mean, you mean consistent with a known murderer and how the public would react to them? Consistent with that?
Correct.
Now, again, Trooper Michael Proctor never met him prior to January 29, 2022, correct?
I have never met him prior. No.
And the time that you went over to meet with Elizabeth Proctor, was Trooper Michael Proctor home at that time?
No, he was not home.
And had you ever been over to his house prior to that or any time subsequent to that?
No, never.
Now, you did have some conversations with Trooper Proctor following this day and around let me ask you this. You testified a bit about a rolling round. Is that correct?
Correct.
Oh my God.
Describe to the jury sort of what that was or what occurred on that.
So that day in July, a group got together under one blogger, and they all met and they decided to go to different houses. So Michael Proctor had been made aware of what was happening. So he had reached out to tell me, what was going to be happening and how they had set up some cameras. It was a Saturday. I had just come home from vacation with my children and my husband. Mrs. O'Keefe picked up my two younger children and brought them out with her so they wouldn't be home for this. And my two older children and my husband were in the house while about, 50 to 75 people came to my house. They screamed, they yelled, "There's a murderer." They just caused an absolute ruckus outside.
Get the fuck out of here.
Prior to that, did you have any conversations with Proctor and the other troopers from the state police about knowledge of that incident occurring prior to its occurrence?
Yes.
And as far as setting up sort of pole cameras around your house to memorialize whatever was going to happen?
Yes.
Now, you were asked some questions with regard to the Google search. Again, that was initiated after 6 a.m. Why again?
Because Miss Reed asked me to Google how long to die from hypothermia. She said, Google hypothermia, Google how long it takes to die in the cold. She was shaking me, screaming at me.
I couldn't
to do
spell, so.
And she's shaking you as you're typing, is that correct?
Correct.
And
A fucking lie.
there are some misspellings, correct?
Correct. I also have MS and I have issues.
Oh my God, lady.
I'll allow that.
I have MS and I have, issues with my hands. So I a lot of times Google and make errors, but the cold also makes my hand go completely numb. So I'm not surprised that that's how it would come out.
Nobody
When you were
believes
in
you.
your bedroom sometime after 2 a.m., fair to say the defendant wasn't there shaking you when you were Google searching for ozone basketball or Hakamak?
Objection. Sustained.
Nobody believes you, lady. Nobody. Fucking nobody.
Yes.
Nothing further on.
Okay, Mr. Jackson.
Concerning statement, I hit him. You gave a statement on January 29th to Sergeant Light. Called him over to specifically give him a statement, correct?
Correct.
Gave a statement the next day, later that day, Trooper Proctor, correct?
Correct.
You were also met with, on that following Tuesday, with a trooper named Prince, correct?
Correct.
And then you testified in April of 2022, no fewer than 12 times about statements that you attributed to Ms. Reed, correct?
Correct.
And in not one of those instances, not one, is there a report that says you said, she said, I hit him, correct?
Correct. Although I told Mike Lank.
Oh, we already know that the officers all got it wrong.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained as to that. Next question, please, Mr. Jackson.
So you indicate that you were, the harassment that you just described, this terrible harassment that you just described, started in about April 2023, correct?
Correct.
That was around the time that there were public hearings concerning this Google search. Is that right?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
Is that right?
I'm not sure exactly when the Google search came out.
But you do know that you started suffering this harassment that you've claimed is awful and terrible, etc., around April of 2023. Is that right?
I didn't claim it's awful. It is awful.
Okay, I'm sure it is awful. Okay? I'm sure it's terrible.
It
I'm
is.
sure it sucks.
Right.
Being harassed.
It really does.
Yeah,
Totally.
I'm sure it does.
Objection, Your Honor.
All right, so that's sustained, and I'll strike it. Go ahead and ask a question, Mr. Jackson.
Get
You were
her.
upset by April of 2023 that there was public outrage about your family being involved in the death of John O'Keefe. That's what you were upset about, correct?
I was upset that we as witnesses were being harassed.
You were upset about public outrage concerning this case, correct?
Objection.
Sustained, that was answered. Next question.
And 2 months later, in June of 2023, for the first time, you testified at another proceeding, and lo and behold, you attributed the words, "I hit him," to my client, right?
Objection.
So ask that without the objectionable phrase.
Interesting.
2 months later, at another proceeding in June of 2023, you attributed the statement, "I hit him," to my client for the first time under oath, correct?
Nice.
Under oath, correct.
You indicated when you turned your phone in, the police were perfectly okay with you deleting communications with your children, correct?
Correct.
Including Allie, who's a material witness in this trial.
Objection.
So part of that is objectionable, and I'll sustain that. So
You're aware that your daughter Allie was a witness in this case.
At the time, I was not aware of that, no.
What? But you did know that ultimately she was going to indicate that she drove Colin home, correct? You knew that at the time.
Objection.
that's sustained.
Did you know at the time that Allie had driven Colin home, or she said she drove him home?
I had no idea she drove him home.
But
You're
you
a
deleted all those communications.
fucking liar.
With Allie, didn't you?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you delete all the communications that you had off your phone with Allie, your daughter?
Objection.
So this has already been answered, but go ahead, finish. Let's finish this loop. Did you delete them?
I deleted the conversations with my 4 daughters. At that time, Allie was not a witness.
All I asked you.
But you had it.
Did you
Oh.
or did you not delete the communications with Allie?
Objection.
That's been answered.
But you knew to put
You
a
said that-
timeline together, right?
There was this statement that horrified you, your words, horrified you, that Carrie Roberts made during her interview that you were eavesdropping on, right?
I'm not sure if she made it during that interview. I'd have to look back to see when I said she told them everything in bold, because I know she had said it to me multiple times. So I'm not sure if it's when she said it in the interview or just in general. When she said, I told them everything, I told them, etc.
So when you said in that group chat, she's telling them everything, that might not even be what you're talking about.
No, it was.
And you said that horrified you, correct?
I didn't know Carrie Roberts. So yes, her statement horrified me.
Horrified you.
Yes, that was horrifying.
And in that group chat, your response to that horrifying statement
You're driving
was,
her and her daughter all
3
around
words.
town.
I love it.
Was there a response prior to that?
You tell me, ma'am. I'm not the one under oath. You are.
Well, if you want to show me it again, I'd love to.
Yesterday.
So do you have it handy, Mr. Jackson?
I don't, Your Honor. I'll grab it. It's marked. Okay. Your Honor, it's been marked and entered. It was the packet this morning that I did. That's it. May I approach?
Sure.
Stop breaking the law, asshole!
Nice. Yeah, that's a good idea. Thank you, Tracy M. And thank you to the others who I couldn't say thank you to because there wasn't silence. I didn't want to interrupt more than I already am. Appreciate you guys. Just wasting everyone's time here. Like, I mean, she's just wasting everyone's time here. Can I see it? Dude, we went over this shit yesterday. What are you talking about?
Yes.
Thank you, S. Appreciate it.
Take a look at those 2 pages. If you would.
Could you tell me what pages, please?
169 and the second page, Ms. McCabe, if you wouldn't mind.
What's the second number, Ms. McCabe?
Number, the bottom right.
2170.
Thank you.
You have that in mind?
Yes, I do.
May I, Your Honor? Yes.
Well, he can't outsmart me because I'm a moron.
She's telling them everything. That came right on the heels of your husband saying this girl could write a book. This woman could write a book or something like that, correct?
Correct. She talks nonstop.
Right. Then
wow.
You said 2 texts down, she's telling them everything.
Correct.
The text just before that was, I love it.
That was in response to my husband saying this girl could write a book.
What's the next thing that you wrote to that group within a second of that?
She is telling them everything.
Right. May I approach the podium?
Sure.
Nowhere in that text chain did you
No.
say something along the lines of, "Oh my
Judge
goodness,
hates Jackson.
I'm so horrified." Did you?
Those were on phone conversations.
Nowhere in those texts that you just saw did you say the words or write the words, "I'm so horrified." Did you?
No, because it was already spoken about.
You were asked on that morning, January 29th, 2022, as you drove to the location and ultimately to 34 Fairview. What ultimately happened? And your testimony was, as you approached, my client was searching frantically for John O'Keefe, correct?
I don't believe I said she was searching frantically for John O'Keefe.
Searching frantically.
She was screaming frantically in the back seat and texting in the back seat.
Was she just sitting there, curled up in the back seat, sucking her thumb, or was she searching out the window?
She was screaming between Kerry and I. So I'm not really sure how she saw John over here when her head is up here screaming and then looking down and texting.
Was the whole point of that trip, Miss McCabe, to search for John?
It was because she knew where he was.
The whole point of that trip was to look for him, correct?
She directed us to go to 34
No.
Fairview.
The whole point of the trip was to look for John, correct?
At 34 Fairview, where Karen said to go.
And your testimony is that if it hadn't been for Karen jumping out of that truck, you would have stopped, correct?
Because I wouldn't have seen him. I didn't know he was
Yes or
there.
no?
She did.
Okay. Yes or no? Was that your statement? If she hadn't gotten out of the car, you wouldn't have stopped.
I don't believe it was stated like that. I believe there was a question and I answered.
And the question was, would you have stopped? And your answer was what?
What was the direct question?
Oh my goodness, Miss McCabe. It was 5 minutes ago.
Did he ask, did you
Objection.
see something? You like to change words. I just want to be certain.
So, Mr. Jackson, just keep it to questions, not comments.
You were asked
Oh,
just a second ago.
I love
by
Jackson,
Mr.
dude.
Lally. If Karen Reed hadn't jumped out of the car, you wouldn't have stopped, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. That's all I have.
what we've done. We'll take a recess, and this one might be a little longer. I may need to see the words.
Sure, is folding and leaving your notebooks on the chairs all right? Follow me, jury up.
Yeah, man, dude. They're all like, "Yo, chill out, bro. Chill out, chill out. You got
In
this."
an effort to save a little time, why don't I see counsel at sidebar to find out exactly what you want from me?
Wow. Yeah, see, Bev doesn't like this shit at all. The thing is, man, I can't help but think that Judge Bev is just playing dirty, bro. Like I just can't help it. Sully, thank you so much. This lady should give a class on lying. No, she shouldn't. She's terrible at it. I disagree, but thank you, Sully. But she's fucking terrible at it. She's a horrible liar. I mean, she's doing exactly what a textbook liar would fucking do who's cornered by their own lies. They go and play victim. As soon as she's cornered, she looks over at the jury and she starts talking about how much of a victim she is, and Turtle Boy, and all of the blogging, and all of the rolling rallies, and the, oh my God, I'm such a victim bullshit. That's all she does. I mean, people, like, there's no way. It doesn't matter what the Celebrite, unless the Celebrite expert sits up on that stand, which I know they're not going to do, and say that that Google search being the same one as the other one would be deleted, one would show up deleted, and the other one would not. There is no way. I've been saying this forever. There is no way. There is absolutely no way. I don't have to be a Celebrite expert. I don't have to be a phone data expert. There is just no way that the same Google search is going to show up twice, much less one is going to show deleted, the other one is not. I mean, it's just not going to happen. And I love it because everybody's, you got Plevin yesterday talking about, dude, let's just wait until the expert comes up. Please. I can't wait to hear the expert sit up there and mark my words. What's going to happen is Lolly is going to ask questions about whether or not the 624 Google search happened or not. Basically, that's going to be the concentration of his direct questioning to that expert. And he's going to avoid asking, did the 227 search not happen? Because that expert is going to sit up there and they're going to be able to go, they're going to say something like, I don't know if the 227 search happened or not. Or they're going to say, no, the 227 search happened, but the 624 search happened too. That's more than likely what would be said if Lolly asks those questions. But here's the thing. I promise you that the defense will ask those questions in cross. That I guarantee. That will happen. That will happen. No doubt about it. No doubt about it. Will the defense go, hey, can you sit up here as an expert, say that, oh, right on. Turtle Boy is going to make it inside the courtroom. So he's going to ask, can you as a Celebrite expert say that the 227 search did not happen? And that Celebrite expert is going to answer no. Period. That's it. And Paul, you have a wrench. You can share that link too as much as you want. The one that I'm highlighting that Cherry is dropping here. So you have a wrench. So Paul, you can drop that as well as much as you like. Paul is putting together a popcorn fundraiser for Karen Reed's defense because a defense like this is not cheap. And if you are absolutely convinced of her innocence, then yes, it's. I guarantee you, she would be very grateful. I'm sure she would be very grateful to you guys for helping with her. Helping her with this because she's also got her own health issues. So this is not going to be easy for her. So people are like, oh, she's rich. No, she's not. I mean, you know, regardless, this is really expensive and she shouldn't be going through this. So if anybody would like to help her with that, you can donate directly to her defense fund because Cherry's been dropping that link as well. But if you want popcorn out of it, that's the link that you want to click on too. And as far as I know, we'll also be doing a fundraiser that all I'm going to be doing is hosting it. I'm not putting it together in any way, shape, or form. I'm waiting for the details myself. But the idea is to get Susan Constantine, who is a renowned body language expert, on here, and it will be put behind a paywall, but the proceeds will go to Karen Reed's Defense Fund, as I understand it. So I'm really looking forward to that. Yeah, this, I mean, the thing is, and this is uncomfortable, but she kept bringing up Peggy O'Keefe, and I don't know if she was lying or throwing Peggy under the bus. But I mean, I don't believe that implicates Peggy as being part of a conspiracy. I want to be very clear about that. I don't believe that is in any way implicating her in being a part of a conspiracy. This is a realist. If I were in a situation like this, if a loved one of mine was killed and I knew how the law worked because that loved one was a police officer, for instance, I would say things like, okay, well, it's going to be best to make sure that you understand every single detail. She didn't say that Peggy told us to make things up and lie. It makes sense for Peggy to say, yes, put together a timeline so that you are clear and concise with your answers in order to get my son justice. I mean, that doesn't implicate Peggy in being nefarious in any way. She's the mother of a fallen police officer who wants justice for her son. And that's it. That doesn't make her seem part of anything. I think it's shitty that Jenn brought her into it and felt the need to bring her up. I mean, why not just say, because she wasn't asked who told you this, who told you to put together a timeline. She wasn't asked that. You know, she volunteered that information. So it was kind of shitty to drag her name into it. She's going through enough. And oh, wow. Hold on. We got to do it.
I think we got a super chat. Super chat. I think we got a super chat. Super chat. Super chat. Super chat. I think we got a super chat.
Thank you, John Duncan. Oh, I got to read this in my best. Hold on. Thank you, Will, for your coverage of this, brother. Karen is fucking innocent, and the witnesses are liars. Love you, man. Cheers from Tasmania, Australia. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. I hope my Australian accent was on point. Appreciate you so much, John Duncan. He said, don't do that again. So I'm assuming that we're in our morning recess, but even though she wanted to discuss with everyone sidebar here, but let's hear what she has to say.
You are muted. All right, thank you.
Okay, no, so now is the morning recess. Okay. I thought they were going to probably go over what was being discussed at sidebar. Dude, my Aussie was fucking on point, bro. Terry said, your Aussie is worse than your limey. First of all, there's nothing worse than a limey. You see what I did there? See what I did there? See what I did there? Nothing's worse than a limey. Hold on. Let's see. Aussie accent was British, bros, but I still love you. Okay, fair enough. All right, all right. Jerry's deleting my channel. Nice. So yeah, now let's do something interesting here. Let's take a look at something interesting here. Let's see if I can find it. Hold on. Sorry, guys. I'm looking for a video here, so I just want to see if I can find it first. Since it was brought up. Oh, look at this. Look at this.
It's time for justice for John O'Keefe and Karen Reed.
Yeah, they look like real rabid harassers there. This is the rolling rally that Jenn McCabe was talking about. Yeah, everybody looks so rabid and mean and wow. It's terrible, folks. How dare they?
We got 2,000 people watching right now. Look at this. Look at all the support. Look at it all. Look at it. Look at that. All these people are here to support a woman being charged with murdering a Boston police officer. That should tell you that something is not right. Justice for Karen Reed. Absolutely. Karen Reed, if you're watching, all these people love you. We all have your back. And we're not going to let this injustice go on any further. You're not wrong. You're absolutely right. All these strangers, we all got your back. So thank you guys. Here they are. Here they are.
All right. Let me I feel like I could get Sorry, I'm still looking for Because he was live when he did it. I want to find the live stream where he does that. Where the rolling rally, so you guys can actually see. Okay, there's a pre-court rally. I don't think that's the one I'm looking for. Protesting in Canton. Here we go.
Woman, is Brian Albert Jr. really worth it? I understand. Oh, you got an Albert. I know the goal of every woman in this town seems to be to procreate with an Albert. I get it. I get it. But that dream is officially over. They no longer have the weight behind their name that they used to. So, I mean, I'd dump them and find somebody else. That's just me. And I would come clean, and you could be the hero to save us all. Your brother is the only person so far to tell the truth. Your brother's statements, yeah, give it up for Ryan Nagel. Give it up for him. Your brother, Ryan, pulled up behind Karen Reed when she pulled in there and let her go first. John immediately ran into the house, and he told the police the truth. He told them that there was nobody in the car with Karen Reed, that she was sitting there with her interior lights on, that her hands were at 10 and 2, that there was nobody outside the car. He confirmed that she could not have possibly done this, that he was inside the house. Now it's your turn to join your brother and be honest and tell the police why you came outside and told your brother to go home, even though you called him looking for a ride. You need to explain that. It's not too late.
Now he's outside of Julie Daigle's residence, it looks like, who already testified and fucking lied. So this is interesting.
To save yourself, you can avoid jail in doing that, but you're gonna have to talk. It's not an option to remain silent. I mean, I know you guys are covered up. You didn't want us coming here. We found it. I mean, 76 is right there, so I'm guessing this is 78. It wasn't brain surgery. That didn't work. So you might as well tell the truth and let the world know what happened. So, you know, neighbors, maybe you guys can help us pressure them into this. Julie Nagel was involved. It was at the murder of a Boston police officer. She knows what happened, and she is actively involved in the cover-up. She's not be able to walk around town like none of this happened, while an innocent woman named Karen Reed, a very nice woman named Karen Reed, suffers the consequences of her silence and her complicity. The truth will set you free. The truth will set you free. Absolutely, absolutely. So, the next place we're going to go to, did somebody say that, what was the next one? What was the Levinson address? Yeah, but is that like a dead end? People are saying.
Someone said it's got dirt road or something like that, he said.
Okay. So parking's probably not going to work out there, huh? So why don't we, all right, so next up, the next stop in our tour of Canton, we're going to be going to 31 Fairview Road, to the home of Deputy Police Chief Thomas Kelleher, to see if he's home and see if he wants to come outside. Let's go.
I just want to give this to you and thank you.
Oh, thank you. Very nice of you. Thank you.
My boyfriend and I watch you all the time, and we love you, and you are just a fucking hero.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that. It's very kind of you. Very kind of you guys. Oh, Jesus Christ. Thank you. You guys are too nice. I appreciate that.
Yeah, because, you know,
oh yeah, I can't.
All of these angry, this is an angry mob, folks. This is such an angry mob, right? An angry mob, and you could get these thousands of people. I mean, and I'm talking months before the trial. Notice that I'm addressing things that I know are going to happen in this trial. It's not because I have any inside information, because I don't. I have documents that have been made public and that have been public for months. and I simply did my own research on this. Simple. And a lot of the evidence that the defense is using, such as her showing up to Michael Proctor's house, Jenn McCabe being Jenn McCabe, showing up to Michael Proctor's house and hanging out there and saying that the reason why she was there was because of all of the poor me victimization that her and Elizabeth Proctor have been going through. Who Elizabeth Proctor, as a result of Turtle Boy's investigations, and not just a result of Turtle Boy's investigations, but people coming forward showing that Elizabeth Proctor called people's jobs and got them fired. Why would the wife of a lead investigator in a murder trial or of a murder case, why would the lead investigator of a murder case, his wife, start making phone calls and trying to get people fired from their jobs for simply exercising their First Amendment rights? I mean, to me, that's just a bad look. That's just a bad look. And supposedly they're crying on each other's shoulders. Jenn McCabe and Elizabeth Proctor are crying on each other's shoulders. But for some reason, we're supposed to forget that it's absolutely inappropriate for a witness in a murder case to commiserate on a social level with the family of a lead investigator in the very case that she's a witness in. Somehow we're supposed to overlook that completely inappropriate interaction. Somehow we're supposed to just blow that off, right? But the fact of the matter is that there's absolutely no reason. Like that is a line that should have been drawn by Michael Proctor himself. And again, that's just a drop in the bucket of inappropriate behavior coming from Michael Proctor. That's just a drop in the bucket. And for some reason, Michael Proctor never said, hey, it's probably not okay for you to come over to my house, or tell his wife, hey, I get it. She's your friend, but she's also a witness in the very case that I'm the lead investigator of. And we're talking about a fallen Boston police officer here. I don't want anything going wrong with this case. So make sure that you guys, if you're going to do something, go meet and have coffee somewhere. Cry on each other's shoulders there. Go to her house. But even still, I don't recommend that. But for some reason, this witness going to the home of the lead investigator in this case is somehow appropriate. Get the fuck out of my face with that. And of course, Jenn McCabe looks directly at the jury when she's trying to explain this away. Like the jury's too stupid to sit there and go, yeah, but you know what I mean? Like, why is she going over to the lead investigator's house? The jury doesn't even know yet. The jury doesn't even know yet about the taillight. The jury doesn't even know yet. I mean, the part that we know that Michael Proctor had the motive and opportunity to plant it, that hasn't absolutely been established yet. They've been working up to it. They're building a foundation for that, but it's coming. Let's see. I must know Jenn McCabe. Was it turtle semen? I don't. Oh, because she claimed that they sent her pictures of her daughter with semen on her picture. I don't understand. Like, I don't want to know really, but did she have it analyzed? Was it a picture of semen? What I have questions about the semen. Caitlin McCabe. What the fuck is her name? Allie McCabe. I have questions about the Ally McCabe semen pictures. I don't want to see them, but I'm wondering like how I mean, right, it's gross. It's gross. And of course, like if you're doing this shit, I mean, yeah, that shit's not okay. If you're behaving like this, you're not helping Karen Reed in any way, shape, or form. Because all you did was just give her the only out that she had, the only distraction that Jennifer McCabe had from her lies was her feeling victimized. That's the only thing. So if you contributed to this, then what you did was help the prosecution. You helped Jenn McCabe sit up there and play victim. Again, Streisand effect, except in this case, people who support Karen Reed. But you're not supporting Karen Reed by doing this. You're not doing her any favors, because now Jenn McCabe just sat up there and ran her crocodile tears to the jury, claiming that she's been harassed. So, I mean, I definitely don't support or condone that kind of behavior in any way, shape, or form. It's just fucking stupid. But when she was saying something like, I think she said something to the effect of, we were getting harassment and messages calling us murderers. And I responded, aren't you? That's what I said when she was saying this on the stand. I said, aren't you? And I'll explain that. The reason why I feel that way is because, well, if she Googled how long to die in the cold at 2:27 a.m., she didn't do jack shit to help a fallen police officer. She knew he was out there dying in the cold, and she could have helped him. Well, guess what? And she's lying about it. Guess what? She's an accessory to murder. Even if she didn't actually throw a punch or hit Officer John O'Keefe with any blunt object to the back of his head or to the front of his face, or any of these horrible things that happened to John McCabe, or John O'Keefe, excuse me, I apologize for that, for Officer John O'Keefe. If she didn't have anything to do with any of that stuff, but she could have helped him, and then she continuously for the last 2 years lied to police, lied on the stand, well then, yeah, in my eyes, she's a fucking murderer. She's a fucking cop killer. So, yeah. If people are calling you a murderer, then that's what you fucking are if you did these things. And I believe you did. I believe, Jenn McCabe, that you have been lying and covering up for 2 fucking years. And we just saw it. We saw you lie over and over and over again for the last 2 days. Now, I believe what's going to happen now is they're going to call Carrie Roberts. And I find that interesting. Carrie Roberts is going to testify, and I'm wondering, because there was a little bit of cattiness going on. Saying that she talks too much, coming from Jenn McCabe. She talks too much. She's too chatty. She talks too much. So I felt like there was a little bit of cattiness going on there. So I'm wondering what Carrie Roberts is going to have to say here. Yeah, Jenn talks too much. Agreed. Doesn't say anything in regards to the truth. But I mean, Jenn McCabe made it abundantly obvious, and I mean abundantly obvious, that she is constantly watching YouTube and reading blogs, looking at Twitter. I mean, constantly. Which would lead me to believe that so is Colin Albert, so is Brian Albert, so is Chris Albert, so is Matt McCabe. So is Julie Nagel. I mean, let's just get real. And if they're watching, I guarantee you, Michael Proctor's watching, Tully's watching, Bukaki's watching. Guaranteed. Guaranteed. Let's find another destination here where they get to.
So this is the angle of where 34 Fairview is. Right under, right next to, between the flagpole. Let's walk over there. Hold on. Field trip, yeah. So over here, and this is where it was. So they'll say, "Oh, Jenn McCabe's. I didn't see anything. I didn't see."
Yeah, a lot of reports too. A lot of reports that there was a big party at the McCabe house last night. Gee, I wonder what the party was about. I wonder if they were having a party in regards to Jenn McCabe's testimony. I mean, who parties on a Tuesday night? What could have been the theme of this party other than Jenn McCabe being the star? Celebrating, watching her testimony. I'm sorry, her cross-examination, which was a decimation. I can't imagine. Yeah, probably regrouping. Yeah, they party constantly. Yeah. I mean, besides the obvious theme of the party that we all suspect.
Yes! I like it.
Or maybe they just like the glare. Maybe.
I didn't see anything. Right over here, right before the mulch, is where the body of a 6'2", 217-pound man was lying motionless, illuminated by 1 inch of snow. 1 inch of snow.
Anybody 6 feet tall?
And why don't we not go on their property? So he was lying right there, and if he was hit there, and this is where the magical 3-point turn, I guess, happened. They want us to believe that instead of dropping John off over there by the driveway, that she dropped him off right here by the mulch, which makes no sense why. So we could run across the lawn. That makes no sense. Of course, she was parked right where this car is. That's where Ryan Nagel saw him. And Ryan Nagel, of course, said that no one was in that car with her and that no one was outside of the car. Ryan Nagel would have had a perfect sight if there was a body laying right here. First of all, what time did the 3-point turn happen? How did she kill him that quickly before Ryan Nagel could see it? And how did he miss the dead body? A lot of unanswered questions here that a child could see through. It's disgraceful. That house over there at 33 Fairview's got rings, but this house at 31 Fairview is owned by Deputy Police Chief Tom Kelleher. He's got 3 ring cameras. One is looking directly at me, which would have seen Karen Reed killing John O'Keefe if she had done that. Whatever happened that night, those cameras picked up. Conflicted State Trooper Michael Proctor never once asked them to provide their ring camera video. He told them that, there's nothing on there. You got to trust me on that one. I'm a cop. You can believe me. I would not lie to you. You don't need to look at it. And that was all Michael Proctor saw. Karen Reed was pointed in this direction, heading south on Fairview Road. And they want us to believe her house is that way. It's that way, not that way. John O'Keefe's house, One Meadows, is that way. Yet they want us to believe that she did a 3-point turn right here. Apparently, because she wanted to go the long way in the snow, the wrong way they came, and go back around and just get a tour of camp like we just did in the middle of a blizzard. That's what they want us to believe. Tom Kelleher knows what happened. He's not stupid. He's got Ring cameras. He's seen what happens. Tom Kelleher knows the exact time that John O'Keefe's body was taken out of that garage in a car, brought over here. Brian Albert's car was parked right here as a shield, and he saw it happen. And he saw a body being thrown on the grass and left there. And then the Ring camera would have him driving back into the driveway that nothing happened. 2 hours later.
Yeah, I mean, the whole thing is bullshit. It's just pure bullshit. Like, how, first of all, no Ring cameras picked anything up, right? Nobody saw John O'Keefe laying in the lawn of 34 Fairview. Nobody saw it. Everybody saw everything else except John O'Keefe laying in the lawn of 34 Fairview, right? They saw everything except Karen Reed hit John O'Keefe. This is what they didn't see. They didn't see. All right, let me put it like this. Let's talk about what they did see. They saw Karen pull up to the house. They saw Brian Higgins' Jeep parked in front of the mailbox. They saw, Brian Higgins' white Jeep, his Daisy Duke Jeep, parked in front of the mailbox. They saw Ryan Nagel's truck pull up behind Karen Reed's vehicle, right? But they didn't see, and they saw Karen Reed's SUV pull out of the driveway, pull up to the side of the house, leave. But here's what they didn't see. They didn't see Karen Reed hit John O'Keefe or John O'Keefe get out of the vehicle. They didn't see any pieces of taillight laying in the front lawn. Supposedly Karen broke on her SUV on John O'Keefe somehow, even though John O'Keefe's body has, from the neck down, has no injuries. But his knuckles are bruised. His hand or his arm is all scratched up with the bite mark across his elbow, around his elbow. And there's thank you, John Duncan. I appreciate it. I'll read those off in just a second. That the medical examiner claimed is blunt force trauma, even though they're lacerations. They didn't see those pieces of tail light. They didn't see his shoe that's been missing. They didn't see his belt that was missing. They didn't see John O'Keefe himself laying in the lawn. Explain that shit to me. Everyone in this house. And congrats to John Monagle, Ghost 617, Sunshine State of Mind, Cindy RN, Mrs. K. Congrats, guys. Thank you so much. I appreciate you, John Duncan. Cheers, mate. Oh my God. Somebody stop me. So they didn't see anything that would be considered actual damning evidence against Karen Reed. They didn't see anything like that, right? But we also have Trooper Proctor, who is friends with all of the McAlberts, practically family, according to his family. We have Brian Albert being the owner of 34 Fairview at the time, who was a Boston police officer as well, whose brother, Chris Albert, sits on the Canton Select Board today as we speak, sits on the Canton Select Board. We have, Okay, we're back to court. Hold on. Sorry, guys. Give me 1 second. Let me pull that up.
Described what Ms. McCabe called harassment and public demonstration. I believe she referred to a rolling rally. I permitted that testimony for a very limited purpose. That testimony was not offered, nor may you consider it as evidence that Ms. Reed has bad character or propensity to commit crime. In fact, there's no evidence before you that the defendant is responsible for that conduct that was described by Ms. McCabe. The evidence is relevant only insofar as it goes to the witnesses or to explain the witness's state of mind. So Ms. McCabe's state of mind. And that is to the extent it explains Ms. McCabe's conduct or statements or actions at any particular time. And ultimately, the testimony may be used by you only as it goes to the witness's credibility. Okay? Thank you very much. So, Mr. Lally, your next witness, please.
Yes, Your
So
Honor.
that's-
I'm to call Ms. Carrie Roberts to the stand.
Here we go. So the jury can only listen to the bullshit about Turtle Boy, not as anything that's damning to Karen Reed, but only as to the credibility of the witness, which was Jenn McCabe, which is good. This is a good thing.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name?
Carrie Roberts, Roberts.
And where do you live, ma'am?
Canton, Mass.
And how long have you lived in Canton, Mass?
10 years.
And who, if anyone, do you live in Canton?
My husband, my 2 children.
And your 2 children, how old are they? And boy, girl?
My son is 12, my daughter's 14.
And do you work, ma'am?
I do.
What do you do?
I'm an executive assistant.
How long have you been doing that?
17 years.
And your husband, Kurt, does he work as well?
Yes.
What does he do?
He's a heavy equipment operator.
And how long has he been doing that?
Maybe 20 plus years.
Now, if I could turn your attention to the evening of January 28th, 2022 into the morning of the 29th. Do you recall those dates? And do you recall what days of the week they were?
Say it again.
Do you recall what days of the week they were?
Friday.
So the 28th.
Friday the 28th.
Into a
Saturday the 29th.
Now, on the evening of the 28th, do you recall what you were doing that evening?
I was bowling with my daughter and her friends and one of the mothers.
And
So a bowling rally.
Westgate Lanes in Brockton.
A bowling rally.
About what time was it that you got home from that?
Probably about 8:30ish because there was a storm coming, so we wanted to be home. I didn't want to be out late.
And when you got home, you and your daughter, is that correct?
Say that one more time.
You and your daughter came home around 8:30 or so?
Yes.
Who, if anyone else from your house, was home when you got home?
I think my husband was home. He was going out. I think I passed him and he was heading out to meet his friends. My son was not home.
And who were the friends that he was going out to meet?
John O'Keefe and Michael Camerano.
So, Ms. Roberts, I'd like to start with just Mr. Camerano. How do you know?
He's been childhood friends with my husband.
And do you know where your husband was going to meet Mr. Camerano and Mr. O'Keefe?
Miss McCarthy's. It's a bar in Canton.
Sort of in the center of town, is that right?
Yes.
And Mr. O'Keefe, how do you know?
I've known him since high school.
And where did you go to high school?
Braintree High School.
And how is it that you came to know Mr. O'Keefe? How would you describe your relationship with Mr. O'Keefe?
He was one of my closest friends.
In addition to John O'Keefe, through growing up and going to Braintree High, were you familiar with any other members of the O'Keefe family?
Yes, Kristen, his sister, was a senior when I was a freshman. John was a year older than me, and Paul was 2 years younger than me. So at some point, I was in school with all of them.
And after high school, at some point, did you come to know any of the members of the O'Keefe family while you were living in Canton?
Yes, my son and John's nephew went to an in-home daycare together. So I went to go pick up my son at one point, and Kristen was there, and we kind of figured out that we lived in the same neighborhood that we were going to be moving into. And then Kristen got sick.
And during that time, sort of when you first reconnected with Kristen, about how old was your son and her son?
My son was 18 months. Patrick he's almost a year older.
And your son and Patrick Furbush, did they end up going to the same school in Canton?
Yes, they went to home daycare. They went to preschool, pre-K. And by the time they got to elementary school, they got separated because they were troublemakers.
But did they go to the same school all throughout?
Yes.
And what, if any, other activities did your son do along with Kristen's son, Pat?
Well, Patrick wanted to try hockey. So they did hockey together, and then he didn't like that. And they played baseball together since they were T-ball, like 4 or 5.
Now, you mentioned that Kristen O'Keefe or Kristen Furbush at that point, at some point after you had met her, she got sick. Is that right?
Correct.
Eventually, she passed away. Is that right?
Correct.
And after she passed away, her husband also passed away.
Correct.
And at some point after that, what, if any, role did John O'Keefe have with reference to?
Well, when Kristen passed away, I was in touch with John, just seeing if they needed help with the kids, getting them to and from wherever, because I was down the street. Kristen passed away, and then he said, I might move in. Steve's got to figure out finances, but I might move into your neighborhood. And I said, oh, okay. And then when Steve died, John did move in, and he took over raising the kids.
And fair to say that you were, with reference to your son being friends with his nephew Patrick, you would see him fairly often, and by him I mean John O'Keefe.
Oh yes, daily. Mm-hmm.
And what, if any, at some point did John and his niece and nephew move from down the street from your house?
Yes, they moved across town. So I live on the Milton side. He moved over sort of near the Stoughton side.
About how far a drive is that, sort of from your house to where you moved to? It was on Meadows Lawn, correct?
Yes, and it depends because Canton's terrible for traffic. Maybe 7 minutes, maybe 8, depending. And if it's in the evening, it's longer.
And after Mr. O'Keefe and his niece and his nephew moved sort of across town, where did his nephew Patrick, where did he go to school at?
He remained at the same school that he was at with my son. So on Wednesdays, when John couldn't grab him in time because he'd be working in the city, Patrick would come home with me.
You were familiar with what Mr. O'Keefe did for a living?
He was a Boston police officer, but at the time he was working in an office registering sex offenders.
And, so you would help out as far as picking up his son. What, if any, assistance did you have with regard to his niece Kaylee as well?
Say that one more time.
What, if any, assistance did you have with regard to Mr. O'Keefe and his schedule with regard to his niece Kaylee as well?
I didn't take care of Kaylee as much. That was sort of, there was other women, Jenn McCabe, one of them. She sort of really took hold of caring for Kaylee because her daughter was friends with Kaylee, and I sort of got Patrick. So
Yes, Lily, you have to keep your voice up. I'm really sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Sorry.
And if you could keep your voice up too, okay?
My apologies.
The Lolly sucks at this.
And then through the years that you knew Mr. O'Keefe when he lived in Canton and your time being friends with him, what, if any, conversations would you have with Mr. O'Keefe in regard to any sort of relationships or dating or anything like that?
Well, he dated a lot of people. So it depends.
Your conversations with
Player.
role would you have, or what if any, knowledge did you have in reference to the people that he dated?
My husband, whenever he would go on a date with somebody, he would have my husband come meet them, sort of say, like, what do you think? And he had a couple of girlfriends that were very nice.
Now, at some point,
Process of
did
elimination.
you become
It's
aware
normal.
of a person by the name of Karen?
Yes.
And when was it and how was it that you first came to know that person?
John called me and said, Karen and I are going to stop by because we had people over. And I said, who is Karen? Because I didn't know if he was going to bring someone from high school and surprise me with a random, I had never heard of her. And he said, you know who Karen is? The girl I'm dating. I said, nope, but okay. And then they came over that night.
And do you recall when about that was?
I think it was sometime in July.
In July what year?
What are we, 2020?
Sometime shortly after sort of the COVID pandemic.
Yes.
How would you describe your relationship, if any, with Karen?
She was like another person that took care of the kids. She took care of Kaylee and Patrick a lot. So I would coordinate with her if Ryan and Patrick were going to go to the golfing range, or if Ryan was going to go with them to the Red Sox game, that kind of thing. We weren't do lunch or hang out like girlfriends.
Do lunch.
Was there any occasions where you had sort of socialization or go out as couples or anything like that with Mr. O'Keefe?
No, they came over our house one time, and then we'd do baseball tournaments down the Cape, and we'd all get together. But the four of us never went out.
And just for clarity purposes, do you see Ms. Reed in the courtroom today?
Yep.
Yep.
Identify her as to where she's seated or an article of clothing she's wearing.
Say that again?
Could you identify as to where she's seated or an article of clothing that she's wearing?
She is seated at that front table, and she has a black and white suit jacket.
Or just ask the record reflected application by the witness.
Yes.
And she's glaring at me like I'm a fucking liar.
Now, coming back to that evening of the 28th, your husband went out to meet Mr. Camerano and Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
Yes.
And do you know about what time it was that your husband Kurt arrived home that night?
Maybe around 10:30.
And after he arrived home, what, if anything, specifically do you recall the two of you doing or anything before going off to bed?
I remember sitting on the couch, and the front door is right there, and it was open, and it started to snow. It had just started to come down probably about midnight, but it was coming down fast. So you knew it was little snowflakes usually mean a big snowstorm. And I said, well, it's starting. So we went to bed because we knew we weren't going out anywhere.
And as far as turning your attention to the next morning, at some point you awoke. Do you recall what it was that awoke you that morning on the 29th?
Karen called me at 5:00 in the morning.
And is that sort of a normal occurrence as far as Ms. Reed calling you and specifically calling you that early?
No.
And when you went to answer the phone, at some point, did you look at sort of like the screen to your phone?
I don't know. I just answered
Ask
it.
this in a different way. As far as at some point, did you realize or did you know whether or not that call that at some point you answered, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And the call that you answered, do you know whether or not that was the first call Ms. Reed had placed you that morning or not?
It was the second call, only from looking at my phone after, because I said, oh, shoot, she called me. She just called and I didn't. She called twice.
And the phone call that you answered, about what time was that?
5 on the dot.
And if you know from looking at your phone, the phone call that you didn't wake up or didn't answer, do you know how long before that phone call was?
I think it was a minute or two before.
So 5 o'clock on the dot, you get a phone call, you answer it, and it's Ms. Reed, is that right?
Correct.
And that phone number, you had her sort of programmed into your phone as a contact, is that correct?
Yes.
And on prior occasions, had you called that number or gotten a call from that number on prior occasions?
Yes.
And when you got that call or made that call, who was the other person on the end that you received?
Say that again?
Maybe a pretty simple question as far as it goes, but just with reference to any prior phone calls that you either got or received with that number that you programmed in as Karen Reed. When you spoke to someone by calling or receiving a call from that contact, who was on the other end of the call?
Karen Reed.
Thanks. So you answered
She
the
already
phone
said so,
sometime,
dickhead.
right around 5 a.m. and you described to the jury sort of what the content of that conversation was.
I answered the phone and she said, John's dead. Carrie, Carrie, Carrie. And then she hung up.
Fucking liar.
And as far as her end of the conversation, did you say anything or get a chance to say anything before she hung up?
No.
And when she's speaking to you and saying those words to you over the phone, how loudly is she saying those words?
Very loud. She woke my husband, who was sleeping.
By the time that the phone rings and you pick it up, your husband's sleeping, correct?
Yes.
And then afterwards, he's awake.
Correct.
Now, what happened then?
Then I got out of bed and Kurt said, what was that? I said, I don't know. I don't know. Something's happening. And I think I started getting dressed at that point because I don't know if I started getting dressed at that point or after she called back again. I tried to call her, I think a couple times back to be like, what is going on? Finally, she called me back again and she said, I'm afraid John might be dead. He might have gotten hit by a plow. He did not come home last night. I was not supposed to stay in Canton last night and he would never leave Kaylee alone. I think something happened.
And do you recall earlier in the day of the 28th having any communication with either Mr. O'Keefe or Ms. Reed?
I did with John. He texted me.
Do you recall generally what that was about?
My son got into a scuffle with some boy at school, and Patrick wasn't in school at the time. I think he went to a doctor's appointment, but Patrick got wind of it. So John was calling to see if my son was okay.
Now, turning back to, again, that morning of the 29th, you called Ms. Reed a couple times. She didn't answer. Is that correct?
Correct.
And at some point, she called you back?
Correct.
And about how long was it after that initial phone call that you had where she hung up? How much time it elapsed between that call and the next one?
I don't know, maybe 5 minutes.
And so when she calls back, she makes those statements to you that you just testified about. And upon her making those statements, what, if anything, was your response?
I said, then she said she checked Kaylee's phone to see if John had called. And I said, okay, where are you now? And she said, I'm driving. Can I come to your house? Will you drive my car? I don't remember anything from last night. We drank so much, I don't remember anything. And I said, you need to go home and be with Kaylee if she's there by herself. I'll go look for him or something of that nature. Because I said, you're going to get a DUI. If you were drinking all night last night and you don't remember anything, you shouldn't be driving.
All right. So next question, please.
When you were talking to her on the phone, what, if any, observations did you make of sort of how she was speaking or
She was very frantic and her voice was elevated. She was very frantic.
and the loudness that you were describing during the course of that first phone call, what, if any, observations did you make with respect to that in regard to the second?
Same. Throughout the rest of the day, it was the same.
So you indicate to her that she needs to go home, is that right?
Correct.
And what, if anything, did she say in response to that?
She said, I'm going to come to your house. Will you drive my car? And I said, okay.
And after that, what did you do from there?
I started getting dressed. I think that's when I was starting getting dressed. And my husband said, where are you going? I said, I don't know. Something happened. John didn't come home. Karen's worried. So I'm going to go help her. And he said, you're not going anywhere. It's a blizzard. And I said, yes, I am. And I went downstairs. I started the car, cleared it off, and I sat there waiting, and she didn't come. So I called.
During the time that you're waiting in the car, do you know about how long period it was that you were waiting in the car?
I would say at least 10 minutes of sitting in the car.
And to that point, as far as when you went outside to the car, what, if anything, did you observe about the weather? And what, if anything, did you do with your car as you were turning it on?
I cleaned the car off. I turned the car on. I got in it, and I thought to myself, well, she thinks he might have got hit by a plow or something. I'll see if there's any accidents. So I called the Canton non-emergency line, and I said, have there been any plow accidents? My friend's boyfriend didn't come home. And they said no, there were no accidents. So then I called Good Samaritan Hospital in Milton to see if anybody had been brought in a car accident. They said no. And then finally Karen called back.
Before we get to that, just in reference to, at any point in time, did you call Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes.
And when you called Mr. O'Keefe, were you able to speak to Mr. O'Keefe?
No.
Do you know how many times you called Mr. O'Keefe?
My husband called him, and I think I called him.
And when was that in relation to you going out to your car and clearing it?
That was when I was in the house. Karen actually said, can you try and call him?
And you did, and you didn't get an answer.
Correct.
And do you know whether or not your husband got an answer?
He did not.
So you go out to the car, you're waiting, and you make the phone call initially to Canton Police. Is that correct?
Yes.
And do you know who you spoke to at Canton Police?
I believe it was Officer Good.
Is that someone that you knew in any way prior to this date of January 29th?
We have mutual friends, but no, I'd never met him.
Now, you call the hospitals, and then at some point after you finish speaking to the hospitals, the defendant then calls you back, correct?
Yes.
And what, if anything, can you describe to the jury sort of what was the content of that conversation that third time?
I said, where are you? I'm in the car. And she said, I'm at Jenn's house. And I said, Jenn who? She said, Jenn McCabe. She's going to drive my car. And I said, okay, stay there. I'll come to there. We'll follow and we'll drop your car off. We'll just take my car and go look for him. And I drove to Jenn's, and I pulled in the driveway behind them. I was still on speakerphone. Jenn is driving. Karen's in the passenger seat, and we drove. I said, do you remember, did you look through the house? Could he be passed out somewhere in the house? She said, I don't know. I didn't look. So I said, let's do that. Let's get in the cars. We're not taking two cars. It's a blizzard. We're going to go back to Meadows, and we're going to go look in the house first. He could be passed out behind the couch or on the floor, or who knows? So we went to the house.
Yeah, I'm sorry, before you get into that, just as far as directionality and where you're going at this initial stage, you are sort of directing what's going to happen and where you're going to go, correct?
Correct.
Now, you had mentioned that the defendant said she was at Jenn's house. You asked Jenn who, and she said Jennifer McCabe, correct?
Subject.
I'll allow it.
With regards to Ms. McCabe, did you know her, or how did you know her prior to this morning of January 29th?
I had met her once when John took her and I to Reebok because he got a 50% discount. So we would go periodically and get the kids' shoes. So John, and myself went to Reebok, got shoes, and then we went to the Hillside for lunch. That was it. I wasn't friends with her.
Is that someone that you had programmed in your phone as a contact? Did you have her information prior to January 29th?
No.
And when you went to Ms. McCabe's house that morning, how was it that you knew where Ms. McCabe's house was at that point?
I've picked up Kaylee there a time or two for John and brought her home if I was heading that way, because Jen's house is on the way to John's.
And so you go to Ms. McCabe's house, and can you describe for the jury sort of what you observe or what you see when you're first coming up to Ms. McCabe?
I pulled in the driveway behind Karen's car, and Karen and Jenn are in the car talking. I'm still on Bluetooth so I can hear them. And Karen said that she remembered leaving him at Waterfall. And Jenn said, no, I saw you pull up to my sister's house. And then at some point in the conversation, she said, what about my taillight? What about my taillight? And I looked, and there was a piece missing, but it was caked on with snow. You could tell there was a little black hole, but there was snow like caked on it, and it was a blizzard at this point.
Now, just as far as over the course of this early morning when you're making that drive from your house to Ms. McCabe's house, correct?
Yes.
So during that time, can you describe sort of what the lighting conditions were, what the roadway conditions were, what you observed as you were driving over there?
It was not light out yet, and it was really bad driving.
And bad driving in reference to snow, was that correct?
Yes.
So you get to Ms. McCabe's house, and during the drive from your house to Ms. McCabe's house, you're speaking to both Ms. McCabe and Ms. Reed.
Yes.
And with reference, I think you've said a couple times as far as a Bluetooth. So as far as what you're hearing on the other side of the conversation, is it just one person, or are you able to hear sort of everything that's going on in the car?
I could hear everything. It was like a regular phone call in the car.
From where you were, your impression was it was hooked up to the speaker of the car.
Correct.
And when you get to Ms. McCabe's house, or what you were just testifying about as far as the taillight, when is it that you're making those observations?
In Jen's driveway.
And so about how far away from the defendant's car are you the first time that you see or your attention is drawn to this taillight?
I was parked right behind them in the driveway.
And can you describe which part of the vehicle you were looking at as far as which taillight that you're observing this damaged?
The right passenger.
Here come the lies.
And,
Ready?
So from there, as far as Ms. McCabe's driveway, you make these observations. Where is it that you go from there?
Say it again.
So after you're making those observations and you're overhearing that conversation, or you're having that conversation over the Bluetooth, where did the three of you go?
We went to Meadows, to John's house.
And how was it that each of you sort of got from Ms. McCabe's house to John's house on Meadows?
Jen drove Karen's car, and I followed behind in my car.
And when you arrived there, where did you go? Where did you park? Like,
I pulled in, I think I pulled in right behind. She pulled her car sort of in front of the garage bays, and I pulled in the driveway behind her.
and when you say she, do you know who was driving?
Jenn McCabe, sorry.
Yeah, she already said that, dickhead.
Front passenger seat,
Correct.
and you're driving your car behind.
Correct.
And what kind of car did you
A Ford Explorer,
have? Do you recall what color it was?
dark gray.
And as
A
far
dark
as
gray
Ms.
shit
Reed,
box.
Do you recall what kind of vehicle she had at that point?
A Lexus SUV,
Do you recall what color that was?
black.
Now, with respect to Mr. O'Keefe, do you recall what kind of vehicle John O'Keefe had?
He has a Traverse.
And do you recall what color that was?
It's like a beige green.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could ask to publish what's been marked as exhibit number 2.
Okay.
Oh, please show that video again. Please show that ring camera footage from John's house again.
Mr. Roberts, directing your attention to the screen over here, do you recognize what is up on the screen?
Oh my God,
That's John's
bro.
house.
And does that seem like a fair and accurate portrayal of what John's house looked like at around the time of January 29th?
Much snowier, but yes. Oh, I said it was much more snow, but yes.
Now, not visible in this
No coughing.
photograph, with the driveway that you're talking about facing Mr. O'Keefe's house at Meadows Ave, as we are in this picture, whereabouts would the driveway be? To the left or the right or something?
To the right.
And, Your Honor, with court's permission, if I could ask to publish what's been marked as exhibit 91.
Okay.
And again, Ms. Roberts, do you recognize what's up on the screen?
That is John's car.
And what is it that's behind John's car?
Behind a basketball hoop?
No, I'm sorry. That's
God, you're terrible at this, Lolly.
not the rear of the vehicle, but sort of in the photograph behind on the other side of the passenger side.
Oh, the garage doors?
And there are 2 garage doors, one on the left, one on the right. Is that correct? You're familiar with this house? You've been over it a number of times when Mr. O'Keefe lived there.
Correct.
And as far as what, if anything, were you familiar with as far as Mr. O'Keefe having regarding sort of security around his house?
Security, he has a ring camera that was in the driveway and a ring camera that was at the side door.
And with regard to the garage itself, as far as you've been in there as well?
Yes.
And so what is behind the left door of the garage?
His big old blue convertible.
And on the right side of the garage, what if anything is in behind?
Nothing. He's got all organized stuff and kids sporting. I don't know if he parked in there or not.
Now, as far as how Mr. O'Keefe kept his garage, kept his home, was there a particular way in which he kept it when he lived there?
Neat freak.
I'm sorry, what was that?
He was a neat freak.
Okay.
Neat freak.
And as you enter into this garage, what if any access would you then have to inside the home?
There's a set of stairs and it brings you right into like the mudroom, which leads into the kitchen.
Now, when you would go over to Mr. O'Keefe's house on this occasion or any other occasion, what if any rules or preferences would Mr. O'Keefe have with regard to footwear?
You did not wear footwear in the house. You took your shoes off.
And is that something that applied to people that live there as well as people that were visiting?
Yes.
And how would you describe as that a relatively strict rule?
Yes.
Karen is guilty because she
Now,
didn't take off her
with the board's
shoes.
permission, if I could, I'd like to publish a portion of Exhibit 6.
And his name is John C.
Just making sure you guys are still awake.
So, Ms. Roberts, do you recognize what's up on the screen?
Yes, that's Karen's car and my car. And John's is in the background.
Now, in front of you on the desk, there should be a laser pointer. It's not. Oh, thank you very much.
Thank you.
So, pressing on that button and pointing sort of at the screen, if I could ask you just direct the jury's attention to where you see Ms. Reed's vehicle, where you see your vehicle, and where you see Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle with it all.
That is John's car. That is Karen's car. That is my car.
Is this a fair and accurate portrayal of sort of where the cars were and what things looked like when you first arrived at Mr. O'Keefe's house, coming from Ms. McCabe?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if you could. Now,
Oops.
with reference to any
Here we go.
rules that you observed in this video, again, using the laser pointer to draw the jury's attention to who you observed and where they are.
Nobody looking at the taillight.
That is
by the
Jenn
way.
McCabe.
Nobody.
And that is Karen Reed. And that's me.
Nobody's looking at the
And at some
taillight, by
point
the way.
You enter in through the garage, is that right?
Correct.
Now, as far as the garage doors were concerned, when you came back that morning, what, if anything, did you notice about the garage?
The right garage door wouldn't close.
So it was open when you arrived?
I don't recall if it was open when we arrived, but when we were leaving, it wouldn't close.
And do you recall, do you have any idea of sort of how that mechanically worked, like how you would open, how you would close the garage door?
Yeah, there's a code on the side.
And at any point in time, whenever you noticed that the garage door was open, were you or any of the people that you were able to close that door?
No.
And so is that the door that you entered into in order to get into the garage, to get into the mud, and take off your shoes and go in?
Correct.
And when you came into the house that morning and you entered into the mud, what, if anything, did you do with your shoes, and what, if anything, did you observe Ms. McCabe and the defendant do with their shoes?
Jen and I both had taken our shoes off in the sort of steps in the garage before we entered into the mudroom. We took our shoes off, and Karen just walked in.
Oh my God. The horror. Karen just walked into the house and she didn't take off her shoes. John was a neat freak. She must have hit him. Wow. Yeah, in Japan, Karen would be in jail already. She'd be on trial. She'd have a separate charge just for not taking off her shoes. This is the most asinine line of questioning fucking ever.
Now, Ms. Roberts, with reference to the Ring video security system that Mr. O'Keefe had at his home, if you know who had access to that?
I do not.
You obviously, do you know whether or not Mr. O'Keefe had access to that?
He did, yes.
Okay. Do you know how or what device he used in order to access it?
I only know he had it on his phone
How do you know he had it on his phone?
because he would check it all the time to see if the kids were home or dropped off or.
That's something he did in your presence?
Yes.
Now, with regard to, at some point when you get to the home, beyond the sort of initial observations you made in Ms. McCabe's driveway with regard to the right rear passenger taillight of Ms. Reed's vehicle, what, if any, other observations did you make, or what, if anything else, did you do with reference to that area of the vehicle?
Karen did point it out at one point in the driveway. She said, my taillight, look at my taillight. And I looked at it and I said, you told me you don't remember anything from last night. She said, do you think I hit him? Do you think I hit him? And I said, no, I don't think you hit him. I think you probably hit something, but let's just go in the house and look for him.
Where's
And so
the
as far as your
footage of
recollection
this?
is concerned, that sort of interaction that you had of looking at the taillight, when did that happen?
I don't know if it was when, well, it obviously wasn't when we got there. It was
Well,
obvious when we were leaving to go out to look for him.
Okay,
When
could
you what?
play that
I'm
video,
sorry.
please?
I wasn't sure if it was when we arrived or when we were leaving to go back out and look for him. But now that I've seen the video, it's obviously when we came back out of the house.
Oh, yeah, it's obvious that I was caught on a
Who was
lie
present for
in a
that?
statement.
Who was present?
Yes.
Jenn McCabe, Karen Reed, and myself.
And as far as where Ms. McCabe parked that vehicle, at any point in time that you were at the house, did that vehicle move at all? And by that vehicle, I mean Ms. Reed's vehicle.
I don't think so.
But where it's parked in that video is essentially where it stayed as far as you know.
I believe so.
Now, with reference to those observations or when you were looking at the rear passenger taillight area of Ms. Reed's vehicle, how close to the vehicle were you when you were making those observations?
Right in front of it. There was one piece, like a rectangle encapsulated, like whatever was broken. I remember there was one piece of metal sort of sticking out. So if it was an encasement for a light of some sort, I remember looking at it and the piece was sort of sticking out and I thought someone's going to catch their sleeve on that or something.
And now from there, when you arrive at the house, you go into the house to take off your shoes. What happened?
I started looking. Jen started looking. Karen, her and Jen went upstairs. I started looking downstairs. I started looking on the other side of the couches to see if maybe he passed out somewhere. And then I went upstairs and Karen was standing in John's room. The bed was made. She was just standing there. And Jen had gone in to talk to Kaylee. And then I said, all right, let's go. He's not in the house. He's not in the house.
As far as your knowledge of Mr. O'Keefe, him not coming home when any of the children were home, was that something that was normal?
Him not coming home if the children were home?
Correct.
Yeah, he would not do that.
And obviously you knew Kaylee was there, but what, if anything, did you know as to where Patrick was?
He was at a friend's house.
And was that something that you knew independent of this morning or what had transpired up to that point?
Say that again?
How did you find out that Patrick was at a friend's house? So you know.
Karen said, I said, where's Patrick? She said he's at his friend's.
So you were in the downstairs area of the home, is that correct?
Yes.
And looking through the rooms, you didn't find Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
No.
Now, at any point in time, did you go upstairs?
I did.
And when you went upstairs, where in the upstairs did you go?
At the top of the stairs is John's bedroom. So I looked in there. I looked in the bathroom. I looked in the closet. I looked in Patrick's room. I looked in the other two bedrooms and Kaylee was in her room. So Jenn was in there, but I was looking through the house.
And as far as Mr. O'Keefe's bedroom, when you looked in there, what, if anything, did you observe as far as the condition of the bed?
The bed was made.
You mentioned you looked in a variety of different rooms on the second floor. You said sort of 2 other rooms. What, if anything, were those other rooms used for, if you know?
I think one of them was a computer room. It was the room that faced the front of the house, and the back room had a bed in it that Mrs. O'Keefe would stay in when she would stay over.
And again, just to be clear, when you say Mrs. O'Keefe, you mean John's mother?
John's mother, sorry.
And as far as the computer room, who, if anyone, had access to that, if you know?
Had access to the computer room?
Yes. What was it used for?
Oh, there was a desk.
Computers,
With a
dickhead.
computer or laptop.
And did you know whose laptop that was, whether it was John's, whether it was the defendant's, whether it was the kids?
I don't know if it was the defendants at the time, but John's laptop used to be in that room.
Need to wet my whistle for the lies to flow out more clearly.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, would ask if I could publish just a couple more photos on the screen for Ms. Roberts.
Okay.
I'd like to start with exhibit,
What was the computer room used for? And in regard to the basketball hoop out there, what was that used for?
The screen, you recognize what's depicted in that photograph?
That's Karen Reed's Lexus.
And specifically, if you could, using the laser pointer in front of you, direct the jury's attention to where you observed damage.
That's where the metal piece I was describing was.
As far as what's depicted in this photograph up on the screen, is that consistent with what you observed in Mr. O'Keefe's driveway and Mr. McCabe's driveway when you saw it at home?
Well, caked in snow, but yes.
So absent the snow, yes.
Yes.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have the next exhibit number 93. Again, Ms. Roberts, do you recognize what's depicted in this photograph?
Yes.
Come on.
Yes.
And what's depicted in this closer up image, is that also consistent with what you observed in Mr. McCabe's driveway and Mr. O'Keefe's driveway that morning?
Yes.
That's interesting because these police officers already testified that that's after the housing was removed.
A portion of what's been marked as Exhibit 41.
Okay.
Dude, like, get the fuck out of here with this.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could ask you to fast forward to about 2 hours.
They already removed the light.
Ms. Roberts, direct your attention up to the screen. You recognize
Michael
what's,
Morrissey did.
on the pause portion of the screen from this video.
That's John's house.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could press play again. Ms. Gilman, if you could pause. And again, Ms. Roberts, direct your attention up to the screen. You recognize what's sort of in front of the camera in this particular portion of the video.
That's Karen's car and John's car.
And where you observe Karen's car and John's car, again, if you could just using the laser pointer direct the jury's attention where you observe each of those in this still frame here.
That's Karen's car. That's John's car.
And are those essentially the same positions that you were talking about that the jury saw earlier in the ring video from Mr. O'Keefe's house?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Okay, so this woman's a fucking liar too. I mean, it's she's
Do you want
already.
this up on the screen or down?
Up for now.
Okay.
But
It's already established before cross that she's a liar.
So Rob, I'm going to show you just 2 photographs. Ask you to just look at those and finish.
Okay.
And do you recognize those? Or do you recognize what's depicted in them?
Do I recognize what?
What's depicted in each of those photographs?
Karen's car.
And may I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I will seek to introduce and admit as the next exhibits.
Okay, is there any objection?
No objection.
All right, thank you.
Your Honor, while those are being marked, may we approach?
Hold on. Sidebar.
Yes, please.
Okay.
All right, so here's a sidebar, but I find it interesting because I feel like I remember one of those investigators testifying that those pictures were taken after they removed the tail light. After the tail light was already removed, that's what those pictures were taken of. And she just testified that that was consistent with what she saw outside of John O'Keefe's house. So yikes. And then of course she catches the fact that she was prepped to say that when she pulled up behind Karen Reed's vehicle, Karen Reed said, "Look, my tail light is broken." And that didn't happen. According to the video, she catches it. She catches the problem. She goes, "Oh, well, I thought it was when we pulled up, but I guess I was mistaken. Obviously, from the video, I was mistaken, and it happened after we left. But where is the ring light? Where's the ring footage? Ring light. Where's the ring footage of them leaving?" And somebody in the chat said, "Well, it wouldn't have been triggered when they were leaving." Of course, why wouldn't it? Is it an emotion sensor? Isn't it motion censored? So why wouldn't there be footage of Karen Reed pointing out her taillight to Carrie Roberts and Jenn McCabe? Why didn't we see footage of this? Right. I want footage of this. I mean, because it's real convenient that everything that seems to be damning in any way or evidence that could be used against Karen Reed seems to have just magically disappeared. iPhone metadata, deletes from Jenn McCabe's phone, ring camera footage from neighbors of Brian Albert. Brian Albert not having any ring camera footage. Interesting. Street Squirrel gifted 5 memberships. Thanks, buddy. Appreciate it. Let's see real quick. Freeloader Woodchuck, Jackie, Janine, DG, Garrett. Thank you so much. Appreciate you, Street Squirrel.
Your Honor, with course
And library as well, right?
First, what's been marked as Exhibit 101.
Okay.
And Ms. Roberts, what's up on the screen now is Exhibit 101. You indicated that's Ms. Reed's vehicle in the same position where Ms. McCabe left the car from the property, correct?
Yes.
Does this appear to be a still shot from the same video that you just saw in the prior exhibit?
Yes.
Ms. Dillon, if I could have Exhibit 102 now. And Ms. Roberts, what's up on the screen? That's the second photograph that I showed you just a moment ago.
Yes.
That's essentially closer up or zoomed in image of what's in the same still image that you saw in the prior, correct?
Yes.
And again, if you could, using the laser pointer, just direct your attention to the damage that you observed on the right rear passenger tail light of Ms. Reed's vehicle that morning. Okay. It's coming, you can take it. Now you go look through the home, you don't find Mr. O'Keefe, and what happens?
Then I said, let's go look for him. If he might be walking home, or if you thought he got hit by a plow, let's just, and Jen and Karen wanted to go back to 34 Fairview where they were at. Jen said she saw her pull up to 34 Fairview the night before. So Karen really wanted to go back there. I was the one that said, no, let's drop a car off, go to Meadows and look through the house, and then we'll start looking if he's not in the house. So that's what we did. We got in the car and we were going to head back to Jen's sister's house.
And so this conversation, as far as the defendant, as you're testifying, really wanting to go to Fairview, when did that occur in relation to when you got to Mr. O'Keefe's?
On the way from Jenn McCabe's house to John's house in the car.
So this is over the Bluetooth as you're driving?
Yes, Karen said I left him at Waterfall, and Jen said, no, I saw you pull up in front of my sister's.
You're lying.
And
you're a piece of shit.
So after coming out of Mr. O'Keefe's house, do you exit the same way that you entered?
Yes.
Come out the garage door, get into your car?
Yes.
And if you could describe to the jury sort of where was everybody seated in your car when you did it?
I was driving, Karen was in the back seat, and Jen was in the passenger seat.
And as far as Ms. McCabe's sister's house, at the time, did you know where that was or who her sister was or anything like that?
I didn't even know she had a sister.
And you know about how long a drive or how far a drive or what the route was that you took going from Meadows to her sister's house?
I think we went main roads because we were looking to see, I mean, I don't know what we were looking for, but we were looking for him. I don't know if we thought he was walking home or if he got hit by a plow. So we went main roads. We pulled out, I think we went Bolivar Street, and then Jen was giving directions because I didn't know where we were going.
And to be clear, Bolivar Street, you're talking about, that's Bolivar?
Yes.
And so then Ms. McCabe is then giving you directions as you're driving, correct?
Correct.
Now, as you're driving, again, as far as what, if anything, did you see as far as plows or how were the roads treated at that time? What, if anything, did you observe in reference to that?
It was bad driving. There were plows out, but it was really bad driving.
And the visibility as you were driving from Mr. O'Keefe's house to Ms. McCabe's sister's house, how would you describe the visibility?
It was very poor. It was in the middle of a blizzard.
Now, when you get to the street, at some point you're directed by Ms. McCabe to Fairview Road, correct?
Correct.
And when you get to Fairview Road, do you recall whether or not you took a left or a right, or how did you come on to Fairview Road?
Off of Chapman Street, I took a right onto Fairview.
You took a right from Chapman onto Fairview.
Correct.
And as you're coming down Fairview Road, what, if anything, did you note or observe as far as the sort of elevation of the roadway?
You go downhill.
You go down a hill?
Yes.
This particular area of Canton, obviously you've lived in Canton for several years. Are you somewhat familiar with this area of Canton?
Yeah.
And how is it that you were familiar with the area of Canton prior to this date if you've never been to Ms. McCabe's sister's house?
The commuter rail is right near there that I would take to work.
Are there any schools in that area as well?
Yes, the John F. Kennedy School.
And you mentioned that your son played baseball, correct?
Yes, and my son and John's nephew also went to the home daycare across the street from the JFK.
Now, Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would ask to just publish a brief portion of what's been marked as Exhibit 12.
Okay.
Gentlemen, what I'm going to ask is if you could push this video forward to 2 minutes and 30 seconds. I'm sorry, if you could play it from there.
Yeah, it looks like
from what you've seen on the video, as far as what's depicted in this video, is that a fair and accurate portrayal, consistent with what you observed that morning as you were driving around, going from Mr. O'Keefe's house to Ms. McCabe's sister's house?
Yes.
And the turn that this vehicle is taking at this point in the video, about 2 minutes and 40 seconds in, you recognize what street that vehicle is turning onto?
I believe it's Fairview.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could.
and I get a lot of this is like really repetitive, and it's annoying. I get it. The thing is, with each witness, he has to establish with the jury that each witness has a consistent, basically perspective, I guess, for lack of a better term, of what the weather conditions were like, what 34 Fairview looked like, what John's house looked like. All of that stuff is, again, really repetitive for us, and repetitive for the jury too. But he has to. It's for the benefit of each witness to establish credibility with the jury, basically.
Ms. Roberts, as you're driving from Mr. O'Keefe's house to this address on Fairview Road that you've never been to before, what's going on inside the car?
Karen was frantic. She wouldn't put her seatbelt on, and I was getting nervous because we're driving in a blizzard. She kept leaning in between the two seats. I think at some point she was texting in the back seat, and then she'd be leaning. She was just frantic the whole morning.
And as far as her screaming, do you recall anything specifically that she was screaming, or what, if any, sort of conversation was going on in the car as you were driving?
There was some conversation about a woman I didn't know that was Bella's mom. And she said, Bella's mom never liked me. I think Bella lived near Jen's sister, maybe. I don't know. Some conversation about Bella's mom, and Karen said she didn't like me.
And do you recall where you were in your travels when that topic of conversation came up?
No, I don't recall.
Now, in reference to following that, what, if anything, did you say in regards to any other sort of women?
Any other what?
Following that conversation in regard to Bella's mom, who you didn't know, what, if anything, did you say or introduce into the conversation?
Fairview Road runs along Spring Street, I think it is. Spring Lane. So Spring Lane and Fairview are both off at Chapman Street, and there was a woman he dated that lived on Spring Lane. So when Jen was telling me where her sister's house was, I said, I don't know where Fairview is. And she said, it's near Spring Lane. And I said, oh, where the dance instructor lived. John had once dated the dance instructor.
Wow, very
and
telling
then
here.
Karen said, do you think he could have gone there? Do you think that's where he could have been? No,
so she knows where all
using it as a
of
reference point.
John's-
She said it's near Spring Lane, and I knew that the dance instructor lived on Spring Lane.
The dance instructor.
Just to be clear, when you say the dance instructor, this would be for his niece, Kaylee?
Correct.
And you indicated that the two of them.
Oh, you are. I know you.
Yes.
How long ago was that?
Oh, it was when Kaylee was little. She was probably like 5.
I know your type.
Almost 10 years before this date that you're driving along. Now, as you're driving along and driving down Fairview, what is it that you're doing? What, if anything, do you observe Ms. McCabe doing? And then what, if anything, do you observe the defendant?
Well, we were looking for John walking or wherever he may be. So I'm driving and looking on both sides. And I think Jen was looking on both sides. And Karen she would be in the back seat, then she'd be in between us, then she'd be in the back seat, and then in between us.
And as you came down the hill on Fairview, what, if anything, What happened then?
Jen said, my sister's house is right up here. And all of a sudden, Karen said, there he is, there he is. Let me the F out of this car. And she started kicking the door
And how was she kicking the door?
with her feet. Well, how was she kicking the door?
With her muddy shoes.
Oh,
With her muddy,
pretty hard. I
snowy
mean, she wanted
shoes.
to get out of the car, but it was locked because once you start driving, the back doors lock. So I looked over and I didn't see anything. And I looked at Jen and I said, she's crazy. And I unlocked the door and I sat back and watched. And she ran over to a mound of snow.
She's crazy, huh?
So as the time you're driving down the road, have you seen anything, as you're driving down, sort of looking at the side of the road, have you seen anything on your side of the vehicle?
No.
And when you say she gets out of the vehicle, is it your side or passenger side where Ms. McCabe is that?
The driver's side.
So she gets out of the driver's side of the vehicle and the back passenger, correct?
Correct.
And how quickly does she go sort of from your car to where she ends up?
She ran over to the mound.
Said it again, another mound of snow. Wow.
At some point, I realized it was the shape of a body.
And when was that?
Get the fuck out of my face, you lying.
That was in seconds. Once she ran over to his body, I said, oh my God. And she lifted up his shirt and started to lay on him.
And when you stopped to let her out, where were you in relation to that mound of snow or what you learned?
I think my car was like in the middle of the road. I just stopped.
And in relation to where the mound of snow was, had you driven past it at that point? So where was it?
Yes.
So it was located behind your vehicle?
Yeah.
Ms. Gilman, if you could, I would ask just play on that for about 6 minutes and 30 seconds.
Wow, dude. So why does she know not only all the women? Okay, she established that the women that John O'Keefe supposedly dated, Officer John O'Keefe supposedly dated, would be introduced to her husband, right? But they know where they live. She knows where the women that Officer John O'Keefe
That's my car.
dated lived. What they do for a living? Yeah, you're keeping tabs.
Yes.
Now, from this video, do you see where in relation to your vehicle, Mr. O'Keefe, where you found Mr. O'Keefe?
With the pointer?
Yeah, she's jealous as fuck.
John took me to prom, but he never dated me.
Oh, here come the tears. Get the fuck out of my face. She's a better actress than Jen, at least.
Oh, God. Come on.
Just keep this in jury's perspective, right? In the jury's perspective, the burden of proof is on the prosecution. Here she is stating what she's stating. Now, what's going to happen is the cross-examination. During cross-examination, they're going to establish whether or not she had motive to lie. We already know that she has motive to lie. That's all it takes. That's all it takes. So once cross-examination takes place, guarantee you they're going to point out the fact that he took her to prom.
That is Jenn McCabe. That's Karen Reed. That's me.
Carrie has motive to lie. Absolutely has motive to lie. She's jealous of Karen Reed. Clearly jealous of every single woman that he's dated because she keeps tabs on every single woman that he's dated, obviously, because why does she know where the dance instructor, why does she know what she did for a living? She took him to prom. Excuse me, Microdots. Thank you for that. Why does she know? Oh, I know her type so well. Why does she know what the women that John O'Keefe dated? Why does she know what they did for a living and where they live?
Roberts, in relation to what you just saw in the video, as far as at some point the rear sort of tailgate or hatchback on your SUV, that was in the up position, is that correct?
Yes.
And do you recall why that was?
Because I was having Jen get the baby blankets to wrap around him out of my car.
And is that something that you just sort of have in the back of your car at all times?
Yeah.
Now, at any point in time in that sequence, did you call anybody or have any sort of phone calls that you made that went to voicemail at that time?
Did I?
Yes.
I don't know.
And so nothing that you recall, is that correct?
Correct.
And did you observe Ms. McCabe make any phone calls that just sort of went to voicemail?
I'm sure that'll come later, Sandra. But yeah, you're right.
Sustained.
The defense hasn't presented their case yet. Seems like they have, but they haven't actually.
So as far as the conditions when you pull up and the defendant's banging on the door and gets out and runs over to Mr. O'Keefe. What's depicted in that video, obviously without your vehicle being in the middle of the roadway, is that fair and accurate portrayal of what the road looked like and sort of what you saw upon your arrival?
Yes.
So after the defendant gets out of the vehicle, what did you do? Where did you go?
When I realized it was him or someone, I ran over and I dug his head out of the snow.
And you recall, you recognized the person in the snow was Mr. O'Keefe.
Once I dug his head out, yes.
And you recall how his body was positioned as far as how was he on his stomach, on the back, on the side?
He was on his back.
And so you brushed some snow away from his head, is that correct?
Off his face.
And when you were brushing the snow off his face, what, if anything, did you observe about his face or the condition of him?
He had blood coming out of his nose and his mouth. And his right eye it looked like a golf ball. His left eye was fine. But the right eye looked like a golf ball.
Now, you mentioned that you wiped some snow from around his head. What, if anything else, did you observe on the rest of his body?
He was bleeding in the back of the head. So when I was wrapping I don't know why I was wrapping blankets around his head, but I didn't know. He had a cut on the back of his head.
Do you recall which side of his head that cut was on?
I don't. It just was blood on the blanket that was under his head.
Now, as far as the rest of his body, did that have snow on it as well?
Say it again, I'm sorry?
The rest of his body, separate from his head area, what, if any, snow did you observe on the rest of his body?
He was completely covered.
And you know about how much snow was covering the rest of his body?
I would say like 4 inches, maybe 3.
Get the fuck out of my
I don't really remember
bullshit.
exactly how many, but he was covered.
And so
you lying motherfucker.
When you arrived there, 3 of you being you, the defendant, and Ms. McCabe, what is it that you were doing when you first sort of come over to Mr. O'Keefe?
Well, Karen was laying on top of him, and I told her to get off him because I was going to do CPR. And I said, Jen, you need to call 911. And I started CPR on his chest compressions. And then Karen was giving him mouth to mouth.
And as far as CPR goes, is that something that you had any training in prior to this?
Yes.
And can you tell the jury a little bit about that as far as what, if any, training did you have as far as CPR was concerned?
I get CPR certified every 2 years through the American Red Cross at work.
So you start doing chest compressions, is that right?
Correct.
And you direct Ms. McCabe to call 911?
Yes.
And what was the defendant doing at that?
She was doing mouth to mouth and she was frantic again, running around. And
as she was running around, what, if anything else, was she doing or saying while she was running around?
Did I hit him? Did I hit him? Is he dead? Is he dead?
Is that something that she said once or more than once?
More than once.
And similar to sort of the tonality or the volume of the voice that you were describing before, was that consistent when you're there sort of in front of the house?
Yes.
Now, in relation to where you were with Mr. O'Keefe, obviously you've never been in this house before, is that right?
Correct.
What, if anything, did you observe as far as overhead lights or street lights or anything like that around that area where you found Mr. O'Keefe?
There was a fire hydrant and there was some weird like electrical box thing sticking out of the ground.
A weird
You don't recall
electrical
any sort of
box.
overhead lights or anything like that?
I don't recall.
Now,
This lady's so full of shit.
this process of you sort of doing compressions and Ms. Reed is doing mouth to mouth and then running around, is the mouth to mouth that she's doing, is that sort of consistent or is it intermittent between? When is the running around in relation to the mouth to mouth?
I don't remember which was first. Or I was concentrating on doing chest compressions.
And so while you're doing the chest compressions, at some point do first responders start to arrive?
Correct.
And about how long was it from the time that you sort of get out of the vehicle, go over, realize it's Mr. O'Keefe, et cetera, and to when the first responders arrive?
I don't know. Wasn't long. Maybe under 10 minutes.
During that time, or during any amount of time that you were there, did you see anybody from any of the houses on the street come out of the house or any neighbors come out or anything like that?
No.
Once, if you recall, do you recall whether it was police or fire or ambulance or who showed up first?
I don't know. I think the police showed up first or the EMTs. I just know the EMTs came over and said, we'll take it from here. I wasn't paying attention to what else was going on.
So you're sort of focused on the chest compressions, and at some point, some paramedic comes over and tells you they've got this.
Yes.
And the weather conditions.
So after that, where did you
Yeah.
After that, where did I go? I stayed in the area. I think I went back over to the car.
And as paramedics are working on John, you're over by your vehicle, correct?
I think so.
And so where was, what were you doing and where was Ms. McCabe and where was the defendant at that?
Karen was running around the body while the EMTs were trying to work on him. She was just frantic.
And so you're over by the car and Ms.
Frantic.
Reed is running around over where Mr. O'Keefe is.
Yes.
Where was Ms. McCabe?
I don't know. She was somewhere around the car.
Closer to you than to where Mr. O'Keefe was?
I don't know.
Now, where Mr. O'Keefe was, if you know, where was he in relation to the roadway or the paved sort of pathway of Fairview Road?
I don't know because you couldn't tell which was the road and which was the grass. Like you couldn't tell where the road began and ended. So I don't know.
Now, you described the defendant sort of running around Mr. O'Keefe frantically. What, if anything, was she saying at that point?
Is he dead? Is he dead? Is he dead?
And that sort of phraseology or the way she put that, was that consistent throughout? Is that how she stated it?
Yes.
And again, in that same sort of loud volume voice at the time?
Yes.
Now, at some point, Mr. O'Keefe is taken from where he is by the paramedics to an ambulance, correct?
Yes.
And as he's being taken off the ground, what, if anything, did you observe in that area?
His phone was under him, and it was grass.
Now, as far as the grass that you observed, how was that in relation to sort of the rest of the area where Mr. O'Keefe was?
Everything else had snow.
So everything else is covered in snow, and when he's lifted off the ground underneath his body, is that where the grass is?
Yes.
And his phone was where in relation to his body? As far as when he's lifted up, what part of his body had been opened?
Like maybe his shoulder, maybe it was like his back. So when they lifted him up, it was under where like his, whatever that, the right side of his back.
First person to testify that that she saw his phone. First one.
Lower back, if you.
In the middle.
Lolly's playing cleanup with his witnesses.
The phone on the grass, what, if anything, did you do with Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
I picked it up. I put it in my pocket. And at some point, one of the first responders asked if I had it. I handed it over.
Why didn't the first responder testify to that?
Was
No.
you recall even whether it was a police officer, a firefighter, or a paramedic?
No.
You lying motherfucker. Why didn't this first responder testify to
Mr.
this?
O'Keefe is being taken from where he was located when you found him to the ambulance. What happens then? What goes on from that?
At some point, Officer Good told Karen to calm down because she was frantic. And at some point, Jen and Karen were in the back of a police cruiser to warm up. I was standing outside watching the ambulance because I could see in through the ambulance that they were moving things and working on them.
And so what, if any, conversation did you have with the defendant or Ms. McCabe in reference to what you were seeing through the back of the ambulance?
I said, they're working on him. They're working on him. And at one point, Karen grabbed the front of my jacket and screamed in my face and said, are they working on him? Is he alive? And I said, they're working on him. They're working on him. They wouldn't be working on him if he was dead. And then she had us hold hands and pray. And then at some point, she had blood on her hands and she told us she had her period. So I think she was just in a state of shock, maybe.
Wow, lady.
And what, if anything, did either you or Ms. McCabe say to her when she said that?
We said, no, that's not your blood. That's John's.
And what happened then?
Then the ambulance drove away.
And if you know about how long was it from the time that you were told by the paramedic to sort of step away from Mr. O'Keefe, they had this, from that point to when the ambulance. FBI, open up!
I don't know. I don't think it was long. I watched them work on whatever they were doing in the back of the ambulance, and they got in the ambulance and drove away.
And after the ambulance left, where did the three of you go, or where did you go? Where did Miss Reed go? Where did Miss?
Karen, I had her in my car. Jen was going up to the door to her sister's house, and I said to the police, I had been on the phone now. I had called Mrs. O'Keefe. I had called John's mother. I had called John's father. At some point, Karen was on the phone with John's sister-in-law, Erin, telling him John's dead. So I grabbed the phone from her. I said, he's not dead. He's in the back of an ambulance. He's been in an accident. And she said that Paul was going to go, John's brother, to the hospital that they were bringing John to. So I spoke to I called Mr. O'Keefe. He didn't answer.
Next question. That'll stand. The next question.
You call Mr. O'Keefe and Mrs. O'Keefe John's parents.
Correct.
At some point, you have a conversation with them, correct?
Correct.
And do you know why it was that Miss McCabe was going into the house on Fairview?
Objection. Do you know why?
To wake her sister, I think.
And
she's going to get destroyed on cross.
after those conversations, so you grab the phone from the defendant, you speak to Erin O'Keefe, correct?
Yes.
And following those conversations with members of the O'Keefe family, where is it that you were going?
I asked Mrs. O'Keefe if she had four-wheel drive, and she said no. And Mr. O'Keefe had a van that didn't have four-wheel drive. So I said, I'm going to come get you, and I'll take you to the hospital.
All right, so why don't we end this now for lunch? Okay? All right, jurors will take the luncheon recess as well as the jurors will vote if you can just.
Yeah.
Should be closed and leave your books on your chairs. All rise, jury out.
Yeah, she is fucking lying. So I think now they're not done with direct questioning yet. With direct examination, they're not done with that yet. But Elizabeth Little here is going to handle cross-examination, I believe. So I definitely look forward to that. And I went into this thinking, you know, I was giving her the benefit of the doubt in my mind, my thoughts.
Goodbye.
But I mean, people. So she is the first witness to testify as to John O'Keefe's phone being under his body. Now, we all knew that his phone was found under his body. We all knew that. Going into this, we knew this. But she's the first witness to testify to it. Why is that? Why is she the only one? Why didn't any EMTs or any first responders of any kind ever once testify as to finding or seeing John O'Keefe's phone underneath his body? Why didn't that happen? My opinion, Lolly caught this when prepping for this witness and decided to play cleanup. Oh, oops, the phone. Fuck, how could I forget the phone? Okay, you're going to be on the stand tomorrow, and I'm going to ask you about John O'Keefe's phone, and you're going to say that you found John O'Keefe's phone under his body, laying on his back. Okay. Right. Also, right. I think Jenn McCabe mentioned that, but when she's saying it, yeah, the whole he got hit by a plow. See, I don't believe anything this woman is saying. I'm also hung up on, because let me tell you something. One of my biggest fears is a stage 5 clinger. That's one of my biggest fears. I've had them before. Women that just have this overwhelming interest in my personal life, who I interact with, who I talk to, and then they do digging, even after the fact, or fact that we've never dated, or we once dated and they didn't like the fact that we don't date anymore. All of a sudden, everybody that I date since then gets a background check. Why does this woman here know where John's ex-girlfriends live and what they do for a living? And according to Microdots, which I didn't know of until Microdots mentioned it in the chat, John took her to prom. But apparently, she asked John to take her to prom because nobody would ask her, I guess. And John took her as a friend. So, right there, whether you believe her or not, doesn't matter. Whether you believe her or not. First year fucking public defender is going to be able to destroy her credibility on the stand because of her interest in John O'Keefe. Just because of her interest in Officer John O'Keefe, she is going to be able, the jury's going to go, I don't know. That's enough for the jury to look at this witness and go, I don't know. There's plenty for Karen Reed's defense to make her not seem credible. And yeah, there's a video of Colin fighting. Turtle Boy posted some pictures on Twitter. We're gonna go over those in just a second. But yeah, I mean, she mentions that Karen called her up. That Karen called up Carrie Roberts and said, I think John's dead. Yet there's no mention of this. There's no mention of this by Jenn McCabe. There's no mention of this by any of the first responders. There's no mention by anybody other than Carrie Roberts. This is the first time that we hear somebody say that Karen said John's dead before she actually gets to 34 Fairview, which is fascinating to me. I think it's awfully convenient for the prosecution. And I think it's very strange that we're hearing all of these revelations after a decimation of Jenn McCabe's cross-examination. I mean, a decimation of Jenn McCabe's testimony by cross-examination. I mean, this is, yeah, okay. So Turtle Boy's going on Grace Curley. When is that happening? What time is that happening? But check this out, folks. So Colin Albert sat there on the stand last week and said, never been in a fight before. Never. Nope. Every time he was asked, have you ever been in a fight before? Nope. Never you been in a fight before? Nope. Okay. There you go. Maybe you can't really make that out there, but that's clearly Colin Albert. That is clearly Colin Albert right there. This is clearly Colin Albert right here. I mean, I don't know why these people act like, dude, we're talking about Turtle Boy here. He's been ahead of this game for over a year. Like, he's been ahead of this game for over a year. You don't think if this picture exists, he's not going to get a hold of it at this point? I mean, this is just funny to me, dude. This is just this is just fucking funny to me. That these people think that they're going to put one over on this jury. It's just not going to happen. Like, I wonder, folks, is this Colin got fucking Colin got one right to the jaw right there, looks like. I wonder if this is harassment. Is Turtle Boy harassing Colin Albert here? Is he intimidating Colin Albert here by posting these pictures? Is that harassment, intimidation, or is it journalism? I ask you. Harassment, intimidation, or journalism? I mean, right? Like, I wonder what it must be like for Colin Albert's uncle, for Colin Albert to know that his uncle is seeing these pictures and being like, bro, like, look at your fucking stance. I thought I taught you better, bro. What is this? Put your fucking hands up higher. Protect your face, dummy. There you go. That's better. Yeah. Okay. Play fighting. Play fighting. Play fighting, right? Because that right there looks like play fighting. Is he on Grace Curley right now? Okay, hold on a second. Relax, folks. Relax, folks. Calm down, folks. Calm down, folks.
Absolutely not.
It's a simple question, right?
No reason.
So say it. What Google search did you use?
Objection.
Sustained.
All right, now I want to play the next cut, and I hope Turtle Boy's not getting frustrated here, but let's go to the next cut because the way he set this up was really interesting. I was watching on YouTube, okay, and he's showing on a spreadsheet the different Google searches. And from the perspective of people looking at this PowerPoint, all you could see was the Google searches made at like 623, 624. And so not that it matters to the jury, but this is just kind of a note. On the YouTube chat, people are going crazy and people are typing in, oh my God, where is the 2 a.m. Google search? Basically starting to think we have been sold something that's not true. Maybe this is all a giant conspiracy theory. People are starting to freak out going, oh, wait a second. So she actually only Googled these things at 623. Alan Jackson then says to the person in charge of the prompter, can you scroll up? And all of a sudden, in a very dramatic fashion, you see the 227 Google search. So can I have cut 6, please?
What does that Google search say?
House long to die in cold.
Now, you indicate that you did that. You made that search at 6:23 a.m., correct?
Correct.
And then you indicated that you did it again thereafter at 6:24, correct?
Correct.
At 6:24, you misspelled the phrase and you spelled it as follows: how long T-I die in C-I-K-D, correct?
Correct.
Now you claim that those two searches were at 6:23 and 6:24 a.m. respectively, correct?
Objection.
Phrase it differently.
Sure. You've indicated under direct examination that these two searches were at 6:23 and 6:24 a.m., right?
I don't know if I gave exact times, but I said it was in the morning and Karen had asked me to do it.
And you claimed that you searched it because Karen was screaming at you and yelling at you, Google hypothermia, and you Googled how long does it take for a person to die? I'm sorry, she said something like, how long does it take for a person to die of hypothermia? And you Google searched it at 6:23 and 6:24. Is that right?
Again, I'm not sure about the exact times. I just did it after Karen asked me to do it.
Do we have when he scrolls up to the 220? I want to get that in.
And you see the time, let me scroll up, please. According to the Celebrate data, you see this first search that says hospital to die in cold?
I do.
What's that time?
You've got the, it's right over at 2:27.
AM or PM?
AM.
Ms. McCabe, you made that search at 2:27 a.m. because you knew that John O'Keefe was outside in your sister's lawn dying in the cold, didn't you?
Absolutely not. I did not make that search at that time. No.
All right, now joining us, and I do apologize, Turtle Boy, but I mean, I had to play that. It's pretty unbelievable stuff. I want your take, before we get into you being mentioned, and we are going to talk about that, give me your take on the way that Alan Jackson set that up, because it was very dramatic there, and I think there was a real purposeful tactic to kind of keep that from the audience for a while until, or not the audience, but the jurors, for a while, and then to say scroll up, and we finally got to see the 227. What did you make of the way he went about this? Were you satisfied with the Google search line of questioning?
Oh yeah, it was meticulous. It was a work of art that he had there. And keep in mind, the jury supposedly all 17 of them are hearing this for the first time. So they see this up on the screen. They see 227. She had previously testified that she said she did it at 6:20 whatever, and she did do it at 6:20 whatever. But that's the thing that they hide behind. Nobody disputes the 6:24 search. But she also did it at 227, and it's right up there on Cellbrate, which is the industry standards for this stuff. It's undeniable. And this is yet another witness who has been confronted with forensic data from a phone, so like the Life 360 data and the calls between Higgins and Albert at 222 and all this other stuff, and the calls between Jenn and Nicole at 607 and 608 that were entered. Undeniable forensic data on paper that they just look at and they say, nope, I didn't do that. I find it hard to believe that the jury is believing these people over forensic data. I mean, so it's a tough sell on their part.
Yeah, I was wondering that, and I was actually texting a friend of mine while it was happening, and I was saying it's hard to claim, cherry pick the data that you want to say is accurate, and then look at another one and say, no, well, that one wasn't me. And I was kind of wondering, Turtle Boy, if he should have at that point asked her what could have happened. Like, did someone take your phone? Do you think someone else had access to it and Googled this? Because in my mind, I'm thinking that's the only other logical explanation if she didn't Google it herself.
Well, she's going to hide behind. So they're going to come up with this mumbo jumbo about cache files and WALs and blah, 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 blah. And they're going to try to bore you to death and word salad you to death and just try to confuse the jury into thinking, well, maybe this was a mistake. They had some nonsense about she had a previous window open for Ozone basketball or some garbage like that. And then it's just nonsense. It's all a lie. It's all deception. And nobody's going to believe that, because I've never heard in the history of law and order a case in which Google searches are somehow inadmissible. When I was in jail, back in my jail days, I was in there with a guy named Brian Walsh, who's probably going to spend the rest of his life in prison because he Googled some really stupid things after chopping up his wife. And it's like, wait till he finds out that you can just say, oh, Google searches aren't real, because that's basically what the Commonwealth is saying here.
Right.
Yeah, that's a good point. I'm speaking with Aiden Carney, a.k.a. Turtle Boy. Your name was mentioned. People just heard that in the cut. Jenn McCabe, and she's not the first person on the stands to reference this harassment that her and her family have been dealing with. They blame you. They blame the people who follow your blog. They blame the people who do support Karen Reed. I wanted to give you the opportunity to respond to that.
Oh my God, it's just such nonsense. It's a distraction. These people murdered John O'Keefe. They plotted to kill him. They lured him to that house. They beat the crap out of him. They threw him on the front lawn. They Googled how long to die in cold. And what did we do, as Alan Jackson pointed out today? When did this alleged harassment start? Last May of 2023, after it became public knowledge about what these people did. It's not harassment. It's peaceful protesting. It's rallying. It's people coming together and saying, we're not going to allow a corrupt government to cover for these people who, quite clearly, the evidence shows murdered a police officer. We're not going to stand for it. And that's not harassment. They can sit up there and they can cry about it and whine about it with their fake tears and their fake tears for John O'Keefe. But we know this is the United States of America, and we have an absolute right to protest people who do this to innocent people like John O'Keefe and Karen Reed.
Turtle Boy, I want to ask you about Carrie Roberts, because I'll be honest, I think at this point I have a semi-good handle on the characters involved in this, the main figures. I'm not as familiar with her. She's on the stand now, and I wanted you to first take us back here, because I know there was something of note involving the shoes that happened today, taking the shoes off. You said that broke the case wide open, in your opinion. But first, can you let the audience know about who Carrie Roberts is, why she's on the stand today? What's her connection to all these people?
So Carrie Roberts is a friend of John's from back in the Braintree days. They went to high school together. And in all honesty, she strikes me as one of the only people in this whole side of the aisle, on that side of the aisle, that actually seem to care about John O'Keefe and who's shedding genuine tears for him. But she seems like she's just an easily duped and easily manipulated person. friend of John's. And on that morning, Karen called her, and she met up with her and Jenn McCabe, the three of them, and they went out searching for John. And they ended up finding him there at the house, and she's on the 911 call, and she's in the videos and stuff like that. And she has basically been manipulated by Jenn McCabe, just like Jenn McCabe manipulated John's family, police officers, and others at the scene, right? To believe that, no, Karen did this. And she's in Carrie's ear all the time. And Carrie,
but she's lying.
seems to believe this. And it doesn't, I think a lot of these people just don't want to come to terms with the fact that something so heinous could happen inside that house, that people that John was supposed to trust and like and be friends with could do something like this. It's easier just to believe the Karen Reed theory, which is like that the angry ex-girlfriend hit the gas pedal.
Now, what was the thing about the taking of the shoes off? Can you lay that out for us?
Yeah, it's typical Adam Lally up there. He's got nothing of substance to ask these people because none of them saw anything. He doesn't have any bombshells. Like they've been telling us bombshells are coming to trial. They got nothing. And so what do? They distract with stupid questions about like, did you take your shoes off when you went inside the house? Because John liked a clean house and he liked it when you took your shoes off. And Carrie Roberts and Jenn McCabe took their shoes off and Karen Reed didn't. So I guess that means she killed them. I mean, that's literally some of the best things that they have to offer.
Right.
Yeah, that seems to be, what else does it matter? Unless he's just asking these questions to bore the jury to death, which might happen, which might actually be their plan, because they have no plan to like convict Karen Reed. So they're just going to bore these poor people to death.
Now, Turtle Boy, I know you're not in the courtroom because
I am.
Oh, you are today?
I am for Carrie Roberts.
Oh, you are for Carrie Roberts.
I had to leave. Yeah. So, I have to leave whenever these quote unquote witnesses I allegedly intimidated are testifying. I can't be in there.
Right.
Because I might get them to tell the truth.
So you weren't in there yesterday with Jenn McCabe. And the reason I bring that up is because I was listening to you. For people who don't know, Turtle Boy's on with Howie around 4:30 every day. I was listening to you on my way home yesterday, and you said you were talking with Howie about this tactic of Jenn McCabe's to kind of look at the jury. And I've seen other witnesses do this in other cases. A friend of mine brought up Amber Heard did this a lot in that high profile trial with Johnny Depp. How do you think that's playing? Have you heard from anyone who's in the courtroom when Jenn McCabe is testifying? Is that playing well with the jury? And what's just your opinion from watching it?
No, I mean, I'm watching her do it because she thinks she can scam anyone. It's what she's done this entire time with John's family, with Carrie Roberts, with all these people. She's tricked them. This jury's not stupid, though. These are intelligent-looking people, smart-looking people. And for what I've heard from Jessica Machado is that the jury doesn't seem to be buying it based on their facial reactions. She's looking at them, trying to see, look at me. I'm a regular suburban soccer mom. I couldn't possibly do something so heinous. And they're just not buying it because she comes across aggressive and she comes across as a liar. I think this is going to be one of the quickest acquittals in the history of murder trials.
Now, Aiden Carney, I got one more question for you. A lot of people have been waiting for this day about the Google search. What is next on your list of things you want to see asked, or who you want to see on the stand? Is there anything left that you're still going? I need to hear that line of questioning before I'm satisfied, or was that really the last big bombshell to tackle?
Proctor.
Three big people: Michael Proctor, Scorty Bellows, the medical examiner, and Brian Higgins. Brian Higgins allegedly signed a federal proffer offering, assistance to the government in exchange for favorable treatment. Scorty Bellows, the one who needs to be grilled about how she came to the conclusion that John doesn't have defensive wounds on him, that he was hit by a car. And Michael Proctor, of course, the architect of all of this. None of this could happen if he was not the lead detective on this case. He is going to get skewered by the defense. So we definitely have some great witnesses coming up. If
he's going to
go to the 4th of July at this rate, I mean, they're taking their sweet time. They have no court here tomorrow because I have court tomorrow. Can you believe that? Like, I have court in the afternoon and she has it in the morning. They won't have us on the same day because we bring a crowd. And they don't like that. So they're canceling tomorrow's court date for little old me.
What?
Turtle Boy, we thank you for your time. Aiden Carney, give people your info if they want to follow this case, if they want to follow your Twitter, if they want to check in the afternoon when you post a blog.
Yeah, it's tbdailynews.com or at Dr. Turtleboy on Twitter.
Thank you very much, sir. We'll be right back. We'll take your calls on this. Don't go anywhere. It's the Grace Curley Show.
You're listening to the Grace Curley Show.
People...
We'll come back for the. We'll come back. We'll come back for the calls. No, I didn't know that court was canceled tomorrow. I didn't realize that. I figured that they probably scheduled Turtle Boy's court hearing for the afternoon on Thursday because it's a half day. But I didn't know that they canceled court altogether for tomorrow. So that sucks. But of course, as always, I'll be streaming Turtle Boy's court hearing as available. Sometimes it's not available as far as being able to stream it. So what I'll do is I will log on to Twitter. I will go over the play-by-play to whoever's going to be in there. I think Ted Daniel was in there last time, and I just kind of went over his. I went over Ted Daniel's play-by-play via Twitter. So whatever coverage I can get as far as Turtle Boy's hearing is going to go in real time, I will go over it as best as I possibly can for you guys. But it does suck that there's not going to be court for Karen Reed tomorrow. And there's no court Friday either. Why is there no court on Friday? What the fuck is going on? Why is there no court on Friday? Yeah, this is just amazing. I'm going to leave Grace on for a second, Grace Curley here for a second while I step away real quick. So you're going to have to hear some loud commercials. I apologize.
Shouldn't be one of them. With USPS Ground Advantage from the United States Postal Service, you can avoid all the noise. No more unexpected surcharges, hidden fees, or complex rate structures. It's just easy, cost-effective, and dependable shipping. Tune your business's frequency to success and turn shipping to your advantage. Learn how at USPS.com/advantage. USPS Ground Advantage. Simple, affordable, reliable.
Everyone says you can't earn a respected bachelor's in business online. Everyone except WGU. They offer degrees in finance, HR, business management, marketing, accounting, IT, and even healthcare management. WGU College of Business also holds ACBSP accreditation, the same distinction as other universities, charging much more. A Harris poll showed that WGU bachelor's graduates earn more than $14,000 per year after completing their degree, and grads work for top industry leaders. Learn more today.
It's time to get ready for summer at Macy's Memorial Day sale. Save on great specials for more time in the sun, like 40% off women's swim and cover-ups, and 30 to 40% off sandals, handbags, and more. Level up your cookout game with 50 to 60% off cookware and grilling accessories. Plus, Macy's Star Rewards members can earn rewards even faster during Star Money bonus days. See Macy's.com/Star Rewards. Today at Macy's. Savings off sale and clearance prices. Exclusions apply.
Taking your kids to their first baseball game.
Remember to get your copy of the souvenir program.
Getting back to the moments we miss starts with getting informed.
This is awesome.
Get the latest info about COVID-19 vaccines at getvaccineanswers.org. It's up to you. Brought to you by iHeartRadio and the Ad Council.
This is the Grace Curley Show.
McCabe, the reason you deleted that 2:27 a.m. call is because you realized that if you were caught Googling how long it takes for a person to die in the cold 3.5 hours before John's body was found, that would incriminate you, wouldn't it?
Objection. The objection sustained.
Did you delete that search because you knew that you would be implicated in John O'Keefe's death if that search was found on your phone?
Objection. Could you answer that, please?
I did not delete that search. I never made that search at 2:23. I never would have left John O'Keefe out in the cold to die because he was my friend that I loved.
I'm not trying to be fresh here, but I do not understand how she gets out of that one. unless she says someone took my phone at 2:27, someone was in the house, took my phone, which is possible. All these people, seem to be very close. So maybe somebody had access to her phone. Besides blaming somebody else in the house, I don't get how you can just say, I didn't make that search. I made the other ones, but the one at 2:27 that kind of links me to all this, I didn't make that. And if they're maybe they'll bring up an expert of this forensic data who can say that these things happen, or sometimes there's a glitch in the system that just makes your phone Google something. But otherwise, it just, and I'm going to repeat this because I don't want it to be taken the wrong way. I'm not saying that to be flippant. I really just don't get how, as someone who's such a key witness here, how she's going to get out of that.
Yeah.
I thought they'd have something more prepared, I guess, than just, I didn't make that one. I made the other ones, but not that one.
I mean, they had to know that was coming. I mean, she said she was familiar with everything that quote unquote Turtle Boy put out there to make it look like she Googled or whatever.
I'm sure she was dreading this day.
Yeah. So she had to be aware that there was some mention of a 2:27 a.m. search, how long to die in the snow. You'd think she would have been prepared for that. And, Jackson brought up a great point, though. He's like, so, all right, so why does a search at 6:24, which you've admitted to making, why does that match the exact phrasing of a search at 2:27 that you didn't make? Like, how does that work?
It's a crazy coincidence or just a crazy happenstance. I don't know. And you know what the other part of it is that the way he did it, where he really just focused on the 6:23, 6:24, and then was like, you know what, scroll up. It was drama. It was courtroom drama. And I think it would play well with the jury. We'll be right back.
I can't remember crazier times in my lifetime. Now more than ever, expect the unexpected with ReadyWise. Always be prepared. At ReadyWise, their mission is to bring peace of mind to their consumers by offering high-quality food and gear at a reasonable price. ReadyWise relentlessly pursues solutions to help you be prepared. Go to ReadyWise.com. Enter code Howie20 at checkout and receive 20% off your purchase. Or call 800-95-READY to speak with an actual person. That's ReadyWise.com. Oh no, Grace, your birthday again already? What do you want to do?
I want to go to Aviva Trattoria.
Which one?
How about Hanover, one of their newest locations?
Great. I'll even give a free copy of my new book, Paperboy. Read all about it. To any listener who spends $20 at Aviva Trattoria in Hanover while we're there, Friday, May 31st from noon to 6.
Make your reservations today at avivatrattoria.com or call 978-692-9050. It's my favorite remote of the year, and I can't wait to see everyone.
I'm Lori Kirby with a quick check of the stories trending right now on WBZ News Radio 1030. Just days ahead of Memorial Day, state reps get ready to pass a wide-reaching veteran services bill.
It features more than a dozen reforms for vets and increases access to state benefits, which includes an increase to annual veterans annuity, more assistance to behavioral health issues and access to mental health care, and an easier path to account for military service when calculating state retirement benefits.
And work begins this afternoon on the Boston Common, where volunteers will place more than 37,000 American flags surrounding the Soldiers and Sailors Monument. A goodbye to a dam in Bridgewater is more like a good riddance.
Imagine you're a herring, minding your own business, making your way upstream, when suddenly you mash headfirst into the High Street Dam. Well, that's been the deal here since the Woodrow Wilson administration.
I'm Lori Kirby.
Now, WRKO traffic from the MyPillow.com traffic center.
A right lane breakdown is being dealt with on the expressway north by Savin Hill, so that's backed up. Southbound side is delayed through South Bay. It is slow in Braintree on the lower end of 93 north before the Braintree split. Route 3 south backed up at Derby Street. Crash cleanup continuing in Attleboro. They've got the right lane blocked on 95 north after 295, so it is bumper to bumper down there. I'm Dave Gardner in the WRKO Traffic Center.
Progressive Commercial Insurance can protect your small business with over 30 coverage options, an easy-to-use mobile app, personalized discounts, and more. Get a quote in as little as 6 minutes at progressivecommercial.com. Discounts and coverage selections not available in all states or situations.
Now, the Long Roofing Weather Channel forecast.
It is an early
start to the summer season. Temperatures running 10 to 20 degrees above the norm, starting today and continuing into Sunday. Sunshine, southerly winds, a hot afternoon today, 89 the high. Tomorrow, partly cloudy, a few showers, a little bit cooler, 86. Friday, sunny, 85. Saturday, more sunshine, 77. There is a slight chance of a shower Sunday, 78 the high Sunday. I'm meteorologist Terry Smith from the Weather Channel on the Voice of Boston, AM 680 WRKO.
CBS Eye on Veterans, presented by University of Maryland Global Campus. Sergeant Reckless, a horse that served during the Korean War, saved thousands of Marines on the battlefield. Marine Corps veteran Dylan Clark explains the story behind Sergeant Reckless and why he and many others are pushing the DoD to give her a grave and memorial at Arlington National Cemetery.
The battle was so intense that there was so many rounds going back and forth that they were actually bursting in the air against one another. Rounds were actually colliding midair. And over the course of that battle, Reckless was wounded twice, but she refused to stop going back to the front for her Marines. She embodied everything the Marine Corps is about.
Some puzzles are hard to solve, others are hard to prove. Listen to Blood is Thicker, the Hargan family killings, wherever you get your podcasts. Access episodes early and ad-free with 48 Hours Plus on Apple Podcasts.
Kick off your summer with iHeart80s. iHeart80s goes commercial-free all Memorial Day weekend and every weekend. Open the app, search iHeart80s, and start listening now. Free never sounded so good.
As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia gives you access to all. Every audience, live conversations, trusted influencers, and the insights and data you need to grow. iHeartMedia is your access company. Go to iHeartResults.com for more.
It's time to get ready for summer at Macy's Memorial Day sale. Save on great specials for more time in the sun, like 40% off women's swim and cover-ups, and 30 to 40% off sandals, handbags, and more. Level up your cookout game with 50 to 60% off cookware and grilling accessories. Plus, Macy's Star Rewards members can earn rewards even faster during Star Money bonus days. See Macy's.com/Star Rewards. Today at Macy's. Savings off sale and clearance prices. Exclusions apply.
Okay, guys, I've devised a plan to find better home internet. Kids, you scout the web for the best deals. Honey, you monitor our projected data usage.
Or we could avoid that hassle and go with U.S. Cellular's home internet. There's no guesswork, and their internet's faster than ever.
U.S. Cellular new and improved home internet. Just $34.99 when bundled with a wireless plan. Terms apply. Visit uscellular.com for details.
Right now, get our new and improved home internet for $34.99 when bundled with a wireless plan at Premier Wireless, your local U.S. Cellular authorized agent with a location near you.
Does seem to be a strategy, and I'm not saying it's not genuine. I'm not saying that their lives haven't been turned upside down. I don't think there's any arguing this case has caught on like wildfire, not just in New England, but across the country. But it does seem to be a strategy as far as eliciting sympathy for these witnesses and trying to paint a narrative that they have just been brought into this. And here's my issue with that is, first of all, let me say, and I know I don't have to say this, but I always like to, I never want anyone to be harassed or intimidated. And I think that people having an interest in this case and wanting to uncover the truth should not go into the territory of ever making anyone feel unsafe. And that's a problem we have in general in our society, where people always have to take things to the next level. It's like not enough just to be interested. People have to, amp it up. But what I will say is, wanting to know the truth and pointing out inconsistencies and also inappropriate behavior by the family where this body was found on their lawn and the investigators of this case and the DA, that is not something that just saying, oh, well, I feel harassed is going to wash away. Like, two things can be true. There can be unhinged people who get way too caught up in this and take it to a whole different level. And, some of the things she was describing today, which I'm not sure how relevant it was to what Jackson was asking, but some of the things she was describing are terrible, and people shouldn't do those things. People shouldn't, write disgusting things about her family or graphic things. But two things can be true at the same time. That can be very bad and people can get way out of hand. And also there can be a lot of parts of this case that were not handled properly and that people can question and people can have concerns about, including the fact that there was a Google search about how long to die in the snow at 2:27 a.m. and then later at 6:23 a.m. That to me has nothing to do with the rolling rally that went by their house.
Right.
The rolling rally does not negate the Google search. And I find this in a lot of different, not just cases, but in a lot of different intellectual arguments we have about politics or about issues, about societal issues, is that there's a go-to to say, well, I feel bullied, I feel harassed, I feel attacked. And I'm not saying that doesn't happen, but it also then makes the people who are asking questions feel like, oh, I have to stop. I have to stop asking questions because I'm being a bully or I'm harassing someone. When really, Karen Reed deserves to have as much defense as anybody else. She deserves to have a fair trial. If she's being accused of murdering,
does that count as harassment?
Yeah, if she's being accused of murdering her boyfriend, then if I were in that situation, I'd hope everybody would be curious about it and asking questions. I wouldn't want anybody to, like I said, cross that line. But I would hope that people would have a vested interest in getting to the truth. 844-500-4242. Okay, I want to switch gears here. Like I said, you'll get Turtle Boy again at 4:30 with Howie. So I think we've covered a lot of what's going on today. Kerry Roberts is on the stand. If we get any news on that front, we will let you know. I did want to go back to a different trial, though, not the hush money trial. I want to go back to one of my favorite trials, Jared. It's actually one I miss. I look back on it fondly. And that was Fannie Willis and Nathan Wade. Or as I like to call it, those are my cabin years.
I don't know that. Oh my God.
They're not cruising together anymore. They say they're broken up. I say they're on a break. I am still holding out hope. We'll get to that in just a sec. But let's do the poll question first. It's brought to you by Perfect Smiles. Don't be fooled by imposters with similar names. If you're unhappy with your smile, you need to visit Dr. Bruce Houghton in Nashua. Call 1-844-PERFECT-SMILE or visit perfectsmiles.com. Jared, what is the poll question and what are the results thus far?
Today's poll question, which you can vote in at gracecurleyshow.com, is who's having the worst month? Alvin Bragg, the quote-unquote McAlberts, Fannie Willis, Jack Smith, the FBI, or Hunter Biden?
I'm going to say Alvin Bragg. And really, Alvin Bragg, Judge Juan Merchan, everyone who was amped up on this hush money case, Lawrence O'Donnell, Mike.
Okay. Sorry, guys. I don't care about any of that. So I thought she was going to go right to phone calls in regards to this case. Yeah, I'm not interested in discussing. Now, again, this is not one of those channels where no politics. No, we're all adults here. If you have political opinions, you're more than welcome to share them in the chat. You're more than welcome to debate people in the chat with your political opinions. This is America. You can absolutely have an opinion. You can absolutely state your opinion. You are more than free to do that. We should be allowed to do that. This should not be a taboo subject to discuss what your political opinions are. Just be respectful of other people's opinions. That's all I ask. So yeah, I but the thing is I don't give a shit about that right now. If I'm being totally honest. So, now, and to some degree, politics kind of play a role here. If the subject of politics makes you uncomfortable, I don't know what to tell you. We live in a political society. Everything now is political. I mean, it's pretty crazy. Some things shouldn't be political, but unfortunately they are. Fucking COVID became political. There's nothing that we can do about that. It just is. We can sit here and act like it's not. We can sit here and act like these issues are not political, but They are. They've become political, especially in today's climate, especially approaching an election. Everything is going to be made political to some degree. It just is what it is. Yes, we can. I can agree with you at least, Jennifer H. That Diddy sucks. I saw this apology video that he put out, but not once did he mention his victim. Not once did he apologize to his victim. Or his alleged victim, excuse me. But so when I see an apology video like this, I call bullshit on it. But in this case, in the Officer John O'Keefe case and the Karen Reed case, this is a political issue, because if we believe that Karen Reed is innocent, and we believe that there is a cover-up, and we believe that Lolly is now involved, and we believe that the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office is involved, Michael Morrissey is involved, well, it's political. Is Michael Morrissey not a political figure? Do the people of Canton, do the people of Norfolk County, do the people of Massachusetts, do they have a right to have a political gripe over what's happening, considering the fact that their elected officials seem to be doing nothing about the investigators that are under their employ getting justice for a fallen police officer? This is absolutely a political issue. Whether we like it or not, it is a political issue. And if you're a local in Massachusetts, vote. Start making a difference. Rita Lombardi ran for select board. I wasn't surprised that she didn't win. But after this trial, if once there is another election and Rita Lombardi runs, I guarantee you she's going to at least come a lot closer to winning if she doesn't win. Because this is where all the truth is coming out. This trial is where all the truth is coming out. And right now, the fact of the matter is, and this is an undeniable fact, Michael Morrissey and Michael Morrissey's Norfolk County District Attorney's Office is currently under federal investigation by Josh Levy, the acting U.S. attorney in the state of Massachusetts. He is currently conducting this. He is spearheading this investigation into Michael Morrissey and his office. So, your local votes, everything starts with your local votes. Everything starts with your local politicians and making changes there. So it's very important. If you're a local there in Massachusetts and you're pissed off about what's happening to Karen Reed, well, the only thing that you could really do is do what people are already doing, which is protesting, exercising their First Amendment rights. But you also need to exercise your right to vote if you want to make any change and make any difference. It just is what it is. And I don't know a lot about politics. I don't know enough about politics to debate someone on it. I honestly don't. I'm not going to pretend like I do. But I do understand that this is where change takes place. I do understand this is how change takes place. And I do understand that this is a country of the people, by the people, for the people. I understand that it starts at a state level. These things start at a state level. So, you've got to make changes within your state. And the way to make changes within your state is to make changes within your county. The way to make changes within your county is to make changes within your town, your city. That's important. So, and what's fascinating about this is you don't have to be a Republican or a Democrat or a libertarian to be outraged about injustice. You do not have to be blue, red, or otherwise to demand change and to see and to be outraged about what's happening there in Canton, there in Massachusetts. This is a problem for everyone, because it doesn't matter. It does not matter which side you vote. Injustice is injustice. If you're a Republican or you're a Democrat or otherwise, what's happening to Karen Reed could absolutely be happening to you, no matter what side you lean towards. It doesn't matter. That could absolutely be happening to you, because I don't know if Karen Reed is a Republican. I don't know if she's a Democrat. I don't know if she's a libertarian. I don't know. I don't care. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Injustice is injustice, period. And no matter what side you vote, we should all have a standard for how justice is sought and executed in this country, no matter what part of the country you live in. As an American, we have an American justice system. We have a foundation. We have a foundation of ideals, and each state falls under those ideals. Each state does. So it doesn't matter what side you vote. Doesn't matter if you support Biden, if you support Trump, if you support Bobby Kennedy Jr., if you support Joe Jorgensen. It doesn't matter. No matter what side you vote for, you should have a standard already set for what justice is. And that is what you should be focused on and what you should care about. Yeah, both sides are owned by corporate lobbyists. I agree. That's a whole nother discussion, but yeah, this is absolutely true. This is absolutely true. Yeah. And look, I see these are jokes. Kanye 2024. These are jokes. But the thing is, exercise your right to vote. Go out and vote for fucking Batman, dude. Vote for Cobra Commander. Vote for fucking Elvis. Gives a fuck. Cares. Exercise your right to vote. If you think it's all bullshit and all politicians are full of shit, don't vote for a politician, but vote. Vote. What's going on with Tom CPU? Let's check out Tom CPU real quick.
You'll love them. I said, help yourself. And I go, oh, wait a minute. You can't be seen hoarding with us. And I said, is that the right word? He started laughing. He goes, yeah, it is actually. He goes, but, oh, there, see it right there. There's Karen. She goes, but, she goes, actually, I can't. I said, oh, really? I said, well, please help yourself. I would love for you to, you know what I mean? Guys, there's Karen right there. We're gonna meet her back up there. She's in that SUV. Let's try and catch up with her. Oh, I don't dance. Sorry, guys. I don't. I wish I did. Hi. Don't say hi. I don't super chat dance. That's Dina's. Dina is the super chat dance queen.
Facts.
She can do it like no one else. And I would, if I was to do it, I would do Injustice.
trying to catch up to Karen, who's up there. My guy right there, Channel 10. My friend. Yep.
You trying to go get the shot?
I'm gonna get it right now.
There you go.
Dude,
How you doing?
amazing. Keep on doing the good work.
Hey,
Look,
who are
this is my friend from Scotland.
Oh, hi. How are you?
He's one of the best Karen Reid advocates.
I try. You want to go see her?
Yeah.
Let's go. She's in that truck.
Oh, is she?
Yeah.
All right. Honestly,
I'll show you.
we're following from Scotland.
Really?
Yeah,
Welcome.
both of us. This is Susan from Scotland.
Susan?
Yeah.
Susan, it's a pleasure to meet you. Thank you for following the Karen Reid trial. Really. Every single person that follows it is a helper. So even though
it's scary that it's got to this point.
how'd she end up over here? I don't think she understood me because of the accent. Ask her how you got here.
How did I end up over here? A job.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Lucky you, huh?
I know. You ready, Susan?
She's gonna see Karen Reid.
Yeah.
Up close and personal. All right, follow me. We're gonna go this way and cut across.
Make sure to give Tom a like and
don't touch him.
Hans Gruber, it's funny that you should ask. Yes, that is Cherry. Cherry's absolutely Scottish. She loves Scotland. It's also her birthday, and she loves cheese. So lots of cheese emojis in the chat for Cherry, and a big happy birthday to Cherry. Happy birthday, Cherry, who loves cheese. Scottish cheese, to be exact. She loves it.
I like that accent. How are we doing today, sir?
Doing great.
Excellent. Beautiful day.
We're all watching from Scotland, so.
I think you're facing the wrong way. Hold on.
Hang on a minute.
Hang on.
Hang on.
Happy birthday, Jerry.
No pressure.
There we
My
go.
Scottish cheese queen.
Nice to meet you.
Just know that we're all supporting you. Thank you. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Big following in Scotland. Anyone Tupac? Of course. Yeah. Take care.
Right on,
What are we
Brad.
doing?
So much.
You look so good. Thank you. Yeah,
Look at you. Huh?
I got 9. They give me 9 different ties, and they're all pink. They're beautiful. Absolutely stunning. Hey, do you have a pillow? Oh, do you have a pillow for your butt?
No.
Oh man,
You need one.
Roll that up.
I'm gonna put it under.
Yeah.
It's getting warm in there now, so
Is
I'm gonna
it?
take this off.
Yeah, but how's your rear end, man? Oh my.
It's not bad. I'm
Is it?
switching.
Yeah. Okay. All right. See, I got nothing here, so I'm bumming. It's just wood.
I got a little
It's
extra.
solid wood,
Yeah.
you know.
I got more power.
Yeah. Cool. You have is it good in there? You like
Yeah,
you?
it's good.
Yeah.
McCabe.
Yeah.
Unbelievable, ridiculous.
No
Ridiculous.
emotion. Straight face. No emotion.
I look right at it.
Nope. No emotion. No emotion.
How are you?
She's from the northeast of Scotland. Yeah. We're behind you. Our energy. The universe.
This is just a couple of minutes ago. Mandolin Wind. It's just a couple of minutes ago. They're coming back from lunch. And I have the courtroom pulled up in a backstage here, so I know when they're coming back. They're not back yet.
Love you guys. Thank you. Good luck in yourself.
Okay, and I hear Zoom dialing in the background, so they should be coming back any second. Again, this is just a couple of minutes ago. This is when they're coming back from lunch. This is Thompson.
Yeah, enjoy your day, sir. Bye, guys.
This amazing footage outside of the
See ya.
courtroom.
Bye, guys. Sorry about that. I bumped into him by accident. Sorry about that, sir. Didn't mean it. Oh. All right, man. How was that? All that. That was good, man. Her defense attorneys
That's a great question.
were
Mike.
something else.
That is a great question. I mean, she did the Google search, though. The question is whether or not what that would uncover.
Did I hook you up? Are you good?
You got
good for Scotland?
Good for Scotland.
Good for Scotland? That was, you see that? That
We'll
was
be back.
amazing.
We'll
Wasn't
be
that
back.
awesome?
Yeah.
Right. So what that would uncover, Mike, because you're right, that's great, is whether or not Karen asked Jenn McCabe to Google. So I'd love to see that dash cam footage if that shows it, but if it didn't happen right in front of the cruiser, then we'll never know. And I believe they're coming back right now in just a second anyway, because I hear the Zoom dialing in. It's 2:00, so court should be resuming any second now. Absolutely. Shut up, Chrissy. You vote however the fuck you want. And you know what's awesome about voting however the fuck you want to is it's none of anybody's fucking business. Like anybody asks me who I'm voting for, I always answer the same way. None of your fucking business. None of your fucking business. Period. Now, I could kind of hear people inside the courtroom because Boston 10 doesn't mute completely. So, like, that's why they have voting booths with curtains for privacy. That's why. Because how you vote is nobody's fucking business. It's amazing. It's amazing. Oh, that she said that it happened in front of the dash cam, Mike? I don't know. That's interesting. I mean, the thing is, one thing we got to keep in mind, folks, is that the defense hasn't even presented their case yet. This is something that has to and it's going to be longer until they start to. But this is something that's very amazing. Is this trial is absolutely going the defense's way, and they haven't even begun to present their case yet. Not even close. I mean, they haven't called one of their own witnesses up yet. Not yet. They've just managed to destroy every single witness for the prosecution. It's amazing. Your local news is behind, man. Your local news is behind. Tom CPU's got that shit in real time, folks. Make sure to give Tom CPU a like. I'm dropping the link in chat. Make sure to like Tom CPU's live stream and make sure to subscribe to Tom CPU because he gets that that outside of the courtroom footage, because I've said it many times. I'm going to continue to say it. What happens outside that courtroom is just as important as what happens inside that courtroom. Oh my God. Y'all hear that? Well, that was clever snoring, but right before that was my stomach. I need to order food. But I don't want to. Oh man, like I don't want to order nasty food. And I'm so sick of everything that I've already ordered. I've already ordered everything. Like, I'm like, do I want pizza? Do I want burgers? Do I want chicken? God, I've had it all already. I'm fucking done with it. All right, here we go. Put back in session, get seated.
All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
So if I could take you back just for a moment, I apologize for this, but just for a moment back to when you first, where Mr. O'Keefe is on the grass, and at any point in time when you observed him, what, if any, observations did you make as far as how Mr. O'Keefe was dressed at that time?
Was he dressed?
Yes.
He had jeans on. I couldn't really tell because he was covered in snow, but I know that I think he had 2 layers on because when the defendant lifted his shirt.
She's lying.
One of those layers was like a winter jacket or any kind of heavy coat or anything like that?
No.
I'm sorry, no, you don't recall, or no?
No, it was not a coat.
Now, take you back to when you were in front of the house and Mr. O'Keefe is in the back of the ambulance, and at some point in time that ambulance leaves. Is that correct?
Correct.
And do you know where the ambulance was going?
Good Samaritan Hospital.
And following that, you mentioned that Ms. McCabe went inside the house, correct?
Yes.
And do you recall what it was that caused her to go inside the house?
No, I'll allow that. Not what anyone said. I think she was going to wake her sister.
And after that, was there anybody else that beyond sort of first responders or police officers, things like that, any other sort of civilian people show up that you recall?
Matt showed up at some point. Jen's husband, Matt.
And that was before you left, is that correct?
Yes.
And just to be clear, you had, and we'll get to this more in a moment, but you had left from the house once, come back, and then left again?
Yes.
And when her husband, Matt McCabe, showed up, which of those times was that, if you recall?
I think he was there when I left the first time.
And did you have any conversation with him?
I just said, he said, I said, I'm going to get the O'Keefes. He said, do you want me to come with you? And I said, no. So he went in the house.
And when you left, who, if anyone, initially when you left, who, if anyone, left with
I left with Karen Reed.
you? And as you're leaving your car, you're driving, is that correct?
Yes.
Where is Miss Reed in the car at that point?
Say it again.
Where was Miss Reed in your car at that point?
In the passenger seat.
And as you were leaving, what, if anything, were the two of you doing or talking about, or what was going on when you left that first?
As we were leaving, she was saying to me, if anything happens to John, I'm going to kill myself. You need to take care of these kids.
And And how did you respond?
He's not going to die. No one's doing anything of that nature or something of that nature, I said.
And as far as you're driving away Chapman and you're facing towards Cedar Crest, is that right?
Yes.
And so when you left, are you following in that sort of same direction towards Cedar Crest?
I took a right onto Cedar Crest.
And then where did you go from there?
And then I got to Dedham Street and I went to take a right. And then Officer Good let me go to pick up the O'Keefes to take them. I had to give him my phone number so that he could get in touch with me if he needed to. So he did call and he said, do you have Miss Reed with you? And I said, yes. And he said, please bring her back. Her parents have called in a suicide. They said she's saying she's suicidal, so they want her to be sectioned.
And so coming back to that in a moment, but before you had left the scene, you hadn't talked to any police officers or anything at that time, correct?
No, other than my name and phone number, but no.
So you gave them your information and then said, I have to go pick up the O'Keefes.
Yes.
So you get that call from Officer Good, and then you come back to the house, is that right?
Yes.
And during any of that time, you recall the defendants, I know you had mentioned she spoke to Erin O'Keefe. Was there anybody else that the defendant spoke to or talked to while you were with her in the car?
She spoke to her mother. And then I ended up taking the phone and speaking to her mother, and I gave her my phone number and I said, I'm going to go to the hospital. She said, please make sure she does not have her purse. She has medication in her purse. I don't want her to take.
And then when you arrived back at the scene, what happened then?
She just got out of the car and walked to the ambulance.
And who, if anyone, did she walk in? By she, you mean the defendant?
I'm sorry, yes.
And who, if anyone, did the defendant walk from your car to the ambulance with?
She just walked. I think she just walked by herself. I had her phone because I had been talking to her mother. So then one of the first responders came over and said, do you have her phone? And I said, yes. Her mother said, make sure she does not have her purse.
And then following that conversation with one of the first responders, where did you go from there?
I went to go pick up the O'Keefes.
And as far as your drive from Canton, you went to where do the O'Keefes live?
Braintree.
So your drive from Canton to Braintree and then subsequently from Braintree to Brockton, what, if anything, did you observe about sort of the driving conditions at that point?
I was actually on the phone with Katie Camerano and I did a complete spun a couple times on 93 right near the Braintree exit, so that when I got to the O'Keefes that we went back roads to Brockton because I didn't want to go on the highway.
And as far as the O'Keefes, as far as in your car from Braintree to Brockton, that was both John's mother and father?
Correct.
And at some point you get to the Good Samaritan Hospital in Brockton, correct?
Correct.
And do you know about what time it was that you got there?
I don't know.
When you arrived, where is it that you and the O'Keefes sort of go within the hospital?
John's brother Paul had already arrived. And then we all walked in. We were in the waiting area. John's cousin actually works on the switchboard. We had been talking to her on the way in because with COVID restrictions, we didn't know if we were going to be able to get in or, so she had come out from the switchboard, her office, because she knew there had been an accident. So she came out to greet her family. And then I asked her to take me to the bathroom to clean up and to the chapel.
And why was it that you had to go clean up?
Say it again.
Why was it that you had to go clean up?
Because I had blood on my hands.
Now, Ms. Roberts, you mentioned that during part of the drive from Canton to Braintree, you spoke to Ms. Camerano, correct?
Yes.
And during either that drive or the subsequent drive from Braintree to Brockton, who, if anyone else, did you speak to over the phone?
Karen called me repeatedly from the ambulance asking if I was going to come to the hospital. Then she called when the O'Keefes were in the car and said she dropped him off at a party. And Mrs. O'Keefe said, you just left him? And Mr. O'Keefe said, leave her alone. She's been through enough. She called a few times while we were on the ride. And then she called a lot when we were at the hospital asking if I knew anything, if he was dead, is he dead? She would hang up and then call back, hang up and then call back.
And if you know about how many times was that?
At least 10.
And that same sort of phraseology that she was using on scene as far as it's dead, she repeated that in the phone calls at the hospital.
Yes.
Now, once you arrive at the hospital and you're able to clean up a little bit, where did you go from there? What happened?
I went to the chapel and I said a prayer. And then I went in and talked to John's cousin, and she said that Dr. Rice was going to ask to meet with the family and that they would be told how John was doing and that they would bring John's family back to see John. So when I came out, they were being called in by Dr. Rice, and I sat in the waiting area.
And after some period of time sitting in the waiting area, what happened?
Mrs. O'Keefe came out and told me John was gone. And then she asked if I wanted to see him. So I did, because I figured it would be better than when I last saw him. Maybe he was cleaned up, but it was not. It was worse.
Sorry, ma'am, but as far as say that it was worse, back into a room where John was, is that right?
Yes.
And what did you see?
He was in a neck brace, and both eyes were huge. Whereas when I found him, it was only one, but they were like black, almost like filled with, I don't know, blood or fluid. They were huge.
Beyond what you observed in his eyes, what, if anything else, did you see on John's body as you were?
He had scratches on his arm.
Do you recall which arm it was?
His right arm.
Do you recall where on his arm?
Like here.
Does the record reflect that the witness is pointing to her forearm?
Yes.
Following that, as far as going in to see John, what happened then?
We came back out to the waiting area. Mrs. O'Keefe wanted to get his necklace off, but I couldn't get it. So her and Paul went back in to get the necklace off. And Karen had called me at some point from the hospital and said, my father's going to be coming. Can you just keep a lookout for him? So I said, so when Mr. Reed, her father, walked in, Mr. O'Keefe recognized him and he said, that's Karen's father. So I went over and I said, Mr. Reed, Mr. O'Keefe would like to speak to you. And then I just stood there. I didn't know what to do.
You're not supposed to do anything.
Did you leave from the hospital?
I did. I took Mr. O'Keefe in my car and Paul took Mrs. O'Keefe in his.
And where did the two vehicles, where did you go?
I dropped Mr. O'Keefe off at John's house and then I went home.
And without getting into too much detail as far as the road conditions that you described earlier, how were they?
It was absolutely horrible. I told Mr. O'Keefe, if you see a front door in your vision, we are about to hit a house because I can't see where we're going.
Oh, the
and my windshield wiper broke.
dramatics. Oh, the dramatics.
Now, so you dropped Mr. O'Keefe off at John's house on Meadows, is that right?
Yes,
And Ms. Reed's vehicle, was that still there at that point?
I think so. I don't recall, but I think so.
And then you went home, is that correct?
Yes.
Later on that day or that afternoon, who, if anyone, came to your house to speak to you in regard to what?
There were 2 officers, but I don't remember their names.
And do you recall which department they were from?
The state police.
Yeah, during the federal
The
trial.
officers that came
Yeah.
to your house and spoke to you. You don't recall their names, is that correct?
I don't.
Do you recall if either one of them was a Trooper Proctor?
It was not.
And where in your house did you speak
In the dining room.
to? And did they speak to anybody else at your house at that time?
My husband.
And as far as when they spoke to you and they spoke to your husband, where were you? Starting with yourself, do you know where your husband was when the troopers were speaking to you?
I don't know where he was, but he wasn't in the room with me.
And same as far as when the troopers were speaking with your husband, where were you?
I was not in the room.
Following that, did you have occasion to speak to any other troopers or members of the state police at any point in time afterward?
I've only spoken to Michael Proctor one time. It was from Jenn's house.
And when was that?
I don't know, maybe a couple days later, because Jenn and I were re-going over what everything had happened. Mrs. O'Keefe had advised us to make a timeline because she said this could be a while. You guys aren't going to remember something years from now. So sit down, write down what you remember. And I,
Years
at
from
that
now.
point, said, when she first called, she said he was dead. And Jenn said, I don't think you've told them that. So Michael Proctor called.
Right,
Or she was on the
because
phone.
Mrs.
Or I don't
O'Keefe
even know.
knew.
And I said, could I speak to him? So I told him so that somebody had it documented.
Right, because Mrs. O'Keefe knew that this trial would be 2 years later, right?
Trooper
Okay.
Proctor was concerned that phone conversation, is that the only contact that you have with Trooper Proctor?
Yes.
And if you recall, was it February 1st or so that you met with some troopers at Mr. McCabe's house?
State Trooper who?
At some point, did you meet with troopers at Mr. McCabe's house?
Yes.
And if you know, was that on or around a couple days later, like February 1st or so?
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I can't be sure.
Were either of those troopers that you met at Mr. McCabe's house, were either of those troopers Trooper Proctor?
No.
And do you recall where within Mr. McCabe's house you spoke to them?
In the living room.
And beyond yourself and the troopers that you spoke to, was there anybody else in the room with you when you spoke to them?
No.
And at some point, either then or subsequent to then, was there any request made by any trooper from the state police in regard to your cell phone?
To my cell phone, yes.
And do you recall if it was that date or a later date?
It was not that day. I think it was the next day. It was within the next 2 days. They wanted to clone my phone.
And did they advise you of anything or give you any form that you had to fill out and execute prior to doing that?
Yes, I had to fill out a form.
And as far as your phone was concerned, were there any restrictions or anything that you gave to them as far as what they could look at or what they could clone or what they could do with your phone?
No.
And as far as how sort of that process works as far as the cell phone extraction or anything, do you know anything about that?
No.
And do you recall how long it was that you were without your phone at the time you handed it over to them to whenever you got it back?
Well, they took both of our phones at the same time, and we didn't get them back for like 7 or 8 hours.
And just to be clear, when you say both of our phones, you're
Jenn.
who else?
Jenn's phone and my phone.
Now, at some point or at any point, did you give any kind of interview or have any conversation with any officer from the Canton Police in regard to what happened that day?
No.
And are you familiar with a Canton officer named Michael Lang?
Yes.
How do you know?
My daughter and his daughter are friends.
So beyond your daughters being friends, is that someone that you know or that you socialize with or anything like that?
No, I mean, they've come over to my house, his wife and him, one time, but we don't hang out with them socially. His wife and I are friends.
Now, at some point around this date, around January 29th, well, let me ask you, turning to the next day of January 30th, do you recall what you did that day?
We went over to the O'Keefe's house, my daughter, Jenn, and Jenn's daughter, and myself.
And following that, do you recall where you went?
My daughter wanted to get dropped off to her friend's house at Mike Link's.
And so after leaving the O'Keefe's house, is it still the same as far as yourself, your daughter, Ms. McCabe, and her daughter?
Her daughter stayed at the O'Keefe's.
And as far as Ms. McCabe was concerned, was it after dropping your daughter off, did you go anywhere with Ms. McCabe after that?
I just stopped at Mike Lank's house, I think, and then we went home.
And so when you got to your daughter's friend's house. Who, if anyone, did you speak with?
Mike's wife came out to the car to see how I was and how the O'Keefes were, and so she talked to us for a little, just asking how everyone was.
And if you know, ma'am, do you know about how long that conversation was?
I mean, I'm a talker, so it's probably a while. I'd say at least 45 minutes.
Was that a conversation like through the window, or did she get in the car? You know,
I think she got in the car. She was in the back seat because it was freezing.
from that conversation, do you recall anything beyond sort of how people were doing, or anything? Did you discuss anything about sort of what you had seen or what you had heard the day before on the 29th?
I don't recall. It was just a regular conversation. Well, not regular, obviously, but she was more concerned how the O'Keefes were doing, how the kids were doing.
And then after you left from the Lang's house, where did you go? Where did you and Miss McCabe go?
I don't know. I'm assuming home.
I may have a moment.
Yes.
Yara, may we approach this briefly?
Okay.
Yeah, so that's interesting. So Turtle Boy says, as I pinned at the top of the chat here, Carrie Roberts was waiting for Jenn McCabe in the basement by the elevator so she could avoid me. She is not supposed to be talking to her about her testimony. So keep that in mind, folks. Yeah, so this is just a mess. This is just a mess. Because I can't wait to find out what Karen Reed's family says about her being sectioned, supposedly. I'd love to know about that.
Sorry, Yara, one moment. I have no further questions for this witness, Your Honor.
Okay. Ms. Little?
No questions, Your Honor.
Okay.
Oh, wow.
All right.
So they're not even going to cross her.
Oh, thank you.
This is interesting. Okay. So we're going to get right to the
next witness, Mr.
Sullivans
Lally.
here.
Yes, Your Honor. The Commonwealth will call Miss Laura Sullivan to the stand.
And Mr. Lally, I'd like you to tell me when you want me to give that instruction.
I think it's
So just wave it for me, flag it for me.
sure.
Please step up.
Raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear the evidence you give the court and jury in the case now and hearing should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name?
Laura Sullivan, Sullivan.
And where do you live?
Pembroke, Massachusetts.
And how long have you lived in Pembroke?
Almost 6 years.
And who, if anyone, do you live in Pembroke with?
I live with my boyfriend and our 3 children. 2 stepchildren that are with us half the time, and then my son, Ben.
And your son, how old is he?
He's 10.
I'm sorry.
10. Sorry.
Oh, that's fine. And your stepchildren, how old are they?
15 and 13.
Now, do you work, ma'am?
I do.
What do you do?
I work in human resources.
How long have you been doing
Just over 6 years.
Ma'am, if I could turn your attention to New Year's Eve of 2021 into New Year's Day of 2022. Do you recall that time frame?
I do.
And do you recall where you were?
I was in Aruba.
And if you could explain to the jury sort of how often was that a regular trip that you did around that time of year?
Yeah. We've been doing a trip like around that time for, I'd say, 5 or 6 years. This will be our 6th year, I believe.
And over the course of those 5 or 6 years that you've done that, when you say sort of we, how did that start and how has that expanded, if at all?
So we've been going, Josh and I have been going to Aruba for years. In 2021, post-COVID, we decided to bring our children. We had never gone with them before. And since it was post-COVID, a lot of people are kind of stir crazy. And a group of our friends jumped on board. And so we went from just the 5 of us going to approximately 60 people.
And as far as yourself and or the other people, how, is this all at one sort of facility or how were the bookings?
So we all stayed at the Renaissance, which is in downtown, and we buy timeshares. So it was a timeshare resort where we would purchase weeks that people owned. And so if they weren't going for that year, we would buy a week. So we were able to get, I think it was something, close to 20 rooms for all of us to go for the same week.
Shut up! Oh my God, I don't care!
Planning in regard to that year in particular, when did that planning process sort of begin?
It starts approximately a year in advance because the rooms go on sale almost immediately because people want to get rid of them. So I would say it was probably around January of 2021 that we booked our room for that year.
And once you had booked your room, as far as the family and friends group that you were talking about, how was that sort of put out to them, like through what means?
We would, I would post on Facebook, more rooms are available for Aruba if anybody was interested in going. So the timeshare owners would reach out to me directly. Is there anybody else who would want to go? And we would look for any interested, either friends or what have you, to join our trip.
And so at some point in time over the summer of 2021, say July or August or so, was there someone who, a friend of yours that reached out in regard to possibly coming on the trip?
Yeah, I received a text message from John O'Keefe interested in learning more information about our trip.
And if you could describe to the jury sort of how did you know John?
I met John in May of 2013. I met him at a bar in South Boston with, he was with Pat Rogers at the time. Post meeting John, I started dating Pat, and my son's father is Pat Rogers. And
I could stop you there just
Yep.
a moment. So as far as John O'Keefe and your son's father, Pat Rogers, did you know or did you come to know sort of what they did for a living?
yeah, they were both Boston police officers.
And did you know sort of what the relationship was beyond co-workers of Mr. O'Keefe and Mr. Rogers?
Yeah. They were best friends.
So at some point following that meeting in 2013, you began to date Mr. Rogers, is that right?
Correct.
And what happened?
So in July of 2013, I became pregnant. And in November of 2013, Pat committed suicide.
And
Oh, wait. Okay.
okay?
Yeah.
So
Following that, how would you describe sort of the relationship with Mr. O'Keefe, or how did it evolve?
So
oh, there's a story.
in November of 2013, I was on a work trip, and I had not had the best conversation with Pat. It was kind of, it just didn't feel right. And I called John and said, you need to go find him. I can't get a hold of him. He won't answer his phone. And so John left his nephew's birthday party and called a bunch of people on the way. And ultimately, Pat was found in the basement of his house. And John was there immediately following, but he was the one that found people to go find Pat. Immediately following that, John never really left my side, as a support system.
And at some point following that, you had your son.
Yeah.
And before or after that, at some point, did you have a conversation with Mr. O'Keefe in regard to your son?
It was his birthday, December of 2013, and we went to the Playwright, which is where we had all met. And I gave him a card and I asked him to be Ben's godfather, and he said yes.
And in relation to your son, was Mr. O'Keefe, was John involved in your son's life?
Yes, very much so.
And how so?
He was every birthday, Christmas. He was always in contact. He was the first person in my delivery room after I gave birth. He was a constant. He was a connection to Pat, and always making sure that Ben was taken care of, in the sense of being there to tell stories or what have you, from his relationship with Pat.
And through sort of his relationship with you and your son, Mr. O'Keefe also become familiar with your family as well?
Yeah. Yep.
And in regard to your family, was there some kind of term, or how would they refer to Mr. O'Keefe?
The Godfather. He was called the Godfather to almost everybody.
Pat may be relevant, but for different reasons.
Now, ma'am, if I can turn your attention back to that summer of 2021, you received a text from Mr. O'Keefe, is that right?
Mm-hmm.
And
So I'm sorry, you do have to say yes or no.
Oh, sorry, yes.
But he is
After you
relevant in the
received that
sense
text,
to establish this
did you reach out to
witness's
Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes, I gave him a
connection
call
to John.
because I was excited. I was immediately excited. I gave him a call, explained to him that we had a group of rooms. We were going with, I don't even know the number at that time that had, signed up to go. but it was a lot of kids. It was all of our friends, and that they would have a great time.
And from that, did he give you any sense or say anything about who from was it just himself or like who was coming along?
He had mentioned that it would be the kids, and he said Karen would be joining him as well.
And at that point, at some point subsequent to that, you knew him to be referring to Karen, correct?
Yes.
At that point, had you met Karen Reed? Did you know who that was?
I had not. I knew that they were dating, but I had never met Karen, no.
And in addition to himself, it would be Mr. O'Keefe, Ms. Reed, the defendant, and his niece and nephew, Patrick and Taylor.
Correct, yes.
And if you know, in relation to your son, as far as Mr. O'Keefe's nephew, Patrick, where are they in relation as far as ages?
They're like three years apart. 3 years apart.
Now, when you have that phone conversation with Mr. O'Keefe, what, if any, interest does he show as far as going through?
After, asking a couple questions, I could hear Karen in the background, and he put Karen on the phone, and that was the first time I had spoken to her. He basically said, just talk to her so you can answer her questions.
Do you recall what kind of questions they were or what it was about?
She was interested in the room setup, how many people could sleep in a room, and how the room is set up. You have a king size bedroom, and then there's a kitchen area, and then there's a living room that has a pull-out couch. And I explained that it's a 4-person occupancy room, and you could get a roll-away bed as well.
And following that conversation, when was the next time, if at all, that you had any conversation with Mr. O'Keefe and or Ms. Reed in regard to the room?
So during that conversation, Karen mentioned that she needed her own bathroom and she needed her own space, and that she wanted 2 rooms. And so I put them in contact with a woman that I knew had 2 rooms for them to, figure that piece out. I don't handle any of that. I put people in contact with whoever owns the rooms. I put them in contact with the woman who had the 2 rooms, and I know that they had, paid her relatively quickly. I mentioned to John that the rooms, I couldn't promise that the rooms would be next to each other, and they weren't. They were on opposite sides of the hotel, but they got 2 rooms.
And when you say opposite sides of the hotel, where sort of where those rooms were in relation to each other and who stayed in which room?
So the pool and lobby is in the center, and then the hotel comes like this, and there are pool walkout rooms on the first floor of each. And Karen and John were on this side, and the kids were on this side, and they both had walkout rooms.
And as far as sort of front door to front door, do you know about how far away they were from each other?
I would say, steps wise, maybe 200. But the hotel is it's small enough, but it was separated by a lobby, the front entrance, the outside entrance.
Now, with regard to your arrival, when was it that you arrived?
Tuesday, actually. Gene.
So the timeshare rooms run Friday to Friday. So we were booked for the 31st through the 7th. Josh's birthday is December 30th. So we went down as a family a day early. And we had friends who were already down there since Christmas. John's timeshare room woman reached out and said, hey, we're leaving early if you want to arrive early. So him, Karen, and the kids actually came down on the 30th as well. They were on the flight following us. And then the rest of the 60-ish people, however many were there, showed up on the 31st.
This is so ridiculous
So from
that they
that
put
first
this
day
woman
that
on
you
the
arrived
stand.
there
I feel
first,
so bad for
when you
her.
got there on the 30th, when was the first time that you saw John, or when was the first time
Over
you saw him?
what? An alleged kiss?
It was we were at the pool, so it was not long after they had landed. He texted me and said, "We're here." And Ben and I jumped out of the pool and went to the lobby to see him. And then on the way back from the lobby, I saw somebody banging on the window on the left-hand side of the rooms, and I didn't know who it was. And then I saw Kaylee, and I was like, "Oh, well, that must be Karen."
And again, was this the first time that you had seen Karen face to face or met Miss Reed?
Yes.
And just for clarity purposes, as far as Miss Reed is concerned, do you see her in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Could you just identify as to where she's seated or an article of clothing that she's wearing?
She's right there.
Just has to record reflect identification of the identified.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's what it looks like,
Now,
JFK.
you see this person bang on the window and you recognize Kaylee.
Thank you.
She came out. She gave me a big hug, said, "It's nice to meet you. I've heard so much about you. I recognized you from pictures."
And following along from there, what happened then as far as the day was concerned?
So as I mentioned, it was Josh's birthday. We had already made plans to go out for dinner. Our friends who had been there since Christmas have a 17-year-old daughter who watched our children so we could go out for dinner. I mentioned it to John. I said, we'll just add you to the reservation. You can join us for dinner. The kids can stay with Chloe. And they said, absolutely. So we all went out for dinner that evening to Screaming Eagle.
And Screaming Eagle, where is that in relation to the hotel, the rents?
It's probably about a 15-ish minute cab ride.
And when you arrived there, what, if anything, do you recall about?
That used to be a ride at Six Flags.
How it went?
So we were sitting outside on the patio. It was Karen, myself, our friend Laura. Across from Laura was her husband, Dave. Josh was in front of me, and John was in front of Karen.
And what, if anything, specific do you recall about the dinner, or sort of what happened at dinner?
So we, the waiter came over. He started taking drink orders. Karen placed her order. I placed mine. Laura placed hers. Dave placed his, and then Josh ordered a dirty martini with blue cheese stuffed olives.
Yum.
I'll allow it. I don't know where it's going, and you can move to strike if it.
Those are
unless
good
you
as
wanted
fuck.
To see me, Mr. Yannetti. Okay.
I was drinking those when I went on a cruise. Dirty martinis with blue cheese stuffed olives. Fucking delicious, yo. Not even trying to lie. Because I'm motherfucking James Bond, bitch. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, listen, folks. There's more to this story than I thought. Okay. Now I'm gonna leave it up to the feds to work that out, but there's some questions as to this Pat person's alleged suicide. I don't know a lot about it, so I'm not going to pretend to. So I'm just going to say that there's more questions involved in that. Supposedly, I don't really know. But this person's purpose of being up here is to establish motive, because apparently she may have witnessed Karen Reed get angry at John because she caught John kissing another woman or something to that effect on this Aruba trip. I don't know what's going on with that. I don't know exactly, but I find it interesting. I use that word loosely, that he would call this witness up to establish motive 3.5 weeks into this trial. It's bizarre to me. So well, no. The question isn't whether or not Karen killed Pat, but and again, I don't want to perpetuate rumors because I don't know what the full story is. All I know is allegedly this Pat Rogers was John O'Keefe's partner at one point, and he died of an alleged suicide. And this Pat was a partner, or well, not partner, but he was also on the show Boston's Finest with Brian Albert. So right there, this Pat Rogers guy, if all of this is true, this Pat Rogers guy is a bridge between John O'Keefe, Officer John O'Keefe, and Brian Albert. So is it relevant to the trial? No. I agree with you all there as far as that goes. It's not relevant to the trial. I don't think that witnessing Karen get upset about John allegedly kissing another woman is necessarily motive to kill John O'Keefe. And we're talking, I don't know how long before January 29th, 2022. I don't even know how long this trip was before that. So because I missed that. I was looking at chat and I missed it, but it seems I just don't see how it's relevant. And I don't see how it establishes motive, but it's clearly an attempt to establish motive.
At the restaurants, the drinks that are ordered, people have what they have. And
New Year's 2021. Thank you.
The evening, as far as the bill comes at some point, correct?
Correct.
And what, if anything, do you recall about that?
Karen had paid the bill prior to us receiving it.
And what, if any,
What a monster.
reaction did you or anyone have in regard?
The entire table was kind of taken aback, said it wasn't necessary, wanted to Venmo or give cash or something along those lines. And she declined, saying that she was honored to be there and wanted to pay for it.
Turning your attention to the following day, what, if anything, do you recall about the next day being that would have been, I'm sorry, 31st, is that correct?
Yes.
So turning your attention to December 31st, 2021, what, if anything, do you recall about that day in specific regard to Mr. O'Keefe and his
John was very vocal on the 30th on how he just wanted to sit in the pool and watch the Alabama game.
And he was a pretty big Alabama fan, is that correct?
Yes.
Roll Tide, huh?
And so over the course of that day, what, if any, interaction did you have with either, starting with Mr. O'Keefe, what, if any, interaction did you have with him?
I saw him in the pool. I know he was sitting at the pool bar watching the game with Josh. I saw the kids. I recall seeing Karen. I don't remember if we spoke or not. But it was mostly in the pool because we were waiting for the rest of our friends to show up.
Now, amongst the rest of your friends that showed up, do you have any siblings?
I do.
And how many siblings do you
I have two.
have? And brother or sister?
I have a younger brother and a younger sister.
And with reference to your younger sister, what's her name?
Marietta.
And how much younger than you is Marietta?
She's 10 years younger than me.
And
Wow,
Marietta Sullivan, was
quite a
she coming
gap.
in on that day as well?
She was.
And do you recall about what time it was that she arrived or that she came to the hotel? When was the first time you saw her?
It's tough to remember, but I want to say everybody showed up on one of the first or second flights that came out of Boston. So I would say she was there by 1 p.m.
And if you recall, what, if any, plans were there as far as dinner was concerned on that evening of New Year's Eve?
So what we tend to do is book reservations, and if people are interested in joining, they can join us. And that night we had approximately 40 people going to have dinner on the beach at Moomba Beach. Around, I want to say it was like 7 o'clock. We had our reservations for.
And did Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant, Ms. Reed, join you for dinner that evening?
They did not, no.
Now, let me take a step back just for a moment. As far as Ms. Reed was concerned, prior to your arrival in Aruba, did you have her phone number, or did you have any way of contacting her?
No.
And when was it that you got Ms. Reed's phone number?
John had added her and I and Chloe to a group text the night that we had gone out for dinner to make sure that we could all communicate with Chloe to make sure the kids were okay.
Chloe?
So you got her phone number in relation to watching kids, as far as Patrick and Kaylee and your children and everybody?
Correct.
Now, if you recall, you go out to dinner, you think the reservation was about 7 or so. Do you recall about what time it was that you got back to the hotel?
I want to say it was around 9:30, 10 o'clock by the time my group got back. I know there was a couple different seatings. So we probably got back around like 9:30, 10 o'clock.
The babysitter. Thank you. Chloe, the babysitter, folks, not the dog.
Was she within your group that went out to dinner?
Yes. Yep.
And beyond sort of your younger sister, Marietta, did you have other...
Not the dog.
With you on this trip as well?
My mother was with us as well.
And with regard to your sister Marietta and your mother, what, if anything, was there as far as where were each of them staying?
So they had their own room. I think it was a couple away from us on the 5th floor.
Is that the top floor as far as this hotel is?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Now, once you arrived back from dinner, where was it that you and your group went?
We go to the pool area. The kids can swim. We ring in the new year at the pool bar, watching it on the TVs, and then watching the fireworks.
Now, when you came back,
some of y'all in this chat are starting to piss me off. Seriously.
Marietta, do you know where she went?
She actually, when we got back from dinner, she went up to her room with my mom and essentially put my mom to bed because she didn't want to be up anymore. But she went to go change as well.
Now, when you came down to the pool area, as far as Mr. O'Keefe and or Ms. Reed was concerned, did you see them in that area?
I saw John, I want to say around 10:30-ish. I don't know the exact time. It was definitely before midnight.
And where in relation to the hotel did you see him at 10:30?
He was standing behind me at the pool bar.
And at some point does your sister come out to the pool area after putting your mother to bed?
Yeah, so right before I saw John at the pool bar, I saw my sister. She came out and she was visibly upset.
And, Your Honor, in regard, to the instruction that you had requested about this, maybe.
All right, thank you. So, jurors, you're about to hear testimony about certain conduct or behavior allegedly committed by Ms. Reed. Be mindful that the defendant is not charged with committing any crimes other than those charged within the indictments. The witness's testimony may not and indeed must not be considered by you as any evidence that the defendant has a bad character or as evidence that she has a propensity to commit the crimes with which she has been charged. You may not take the defendant's prior acts as a substitute for proof that the defendant committed the crimes charged here, but you may consider the acts solely on the limited issue of the state of mind of the defendant and the nature of her relationship with John O'Keefe as it might go to motive or intent. You may not consider this evidence for any other purpose. Specifically, you may not use it to conclude that if the defendant committed the act or acts, that she must also have committed the offenses with which she's
then
charged.
why
You can only use the evidence for the limited purpose of how it goes to the defendant's state of mind, the nature of her relationship with John O'Keefe, as it may go to
motive.
Then why
And
the
just
fuck
for
is
the
this
records,
relevant?
my findings are the same that I made at sidebar previously.
Then why
Go
the
ahead,
fuck
Mr.
is this
Lally.
testimony relevant then?
Now, with regard to, at some point, your sister comes out to the pool area where you were, is that right?
Correct.
And do you know where Mr. O'Keefe was at that point?
I do not know.
And when your sister comes out to the pool area, what happened?
She said,
Yeah, that's sustained. I thought you were doing something else.
When your sister comes out to the pool area, how would you describe her demeanor when she comes out?
No, I'll allow that.
She was frustrated.
Microdots, it's an even weaker motive than I thought, and it was already weak.
Without regard to what the conversation was, at some point, did you have a conversation with her about something that had just happened?
Yes.
Now, following that conversation with your sister, at some point subsequent to that, Mr. O'Keefe come back out to the pool area.
After I spoke with her, yes, he came out to the pool area.
And you know about how long a period of time it was between the time that your sister came out to the pool area and Mr. O'Keefe came out to the pool area?
I mean, I would say approximately 20 minutes, but I don't really know exact timing.
Now, when Mr. O'Keefe came back out, did you have any conversation with him?
I did.
And can you describe that conversation?
All right, is this the instruction that you were talking about instead of the other one? All right, so jurors, I have another instruction for you.
Oh
So
my
you're about to
God,
hear
bro.
evidence of statements made by John O'Keefe. Is that accurate now, Mr. Lally?
Yes.
All right. These statements are being admitted only for a limited purpose of establishing John O'Keefe's state of mind. You're not to consider this testimony as proof that the defendant has a bad character or propensity to commit crimes. The testimony of witnesses recounting conversations with Mr. O'Keefe can only be used as they go to the defendant's motive or intent on January 28th or 29th, and only if you find that the defendant was aware of Mr. O'Keefe's state of mind at the time of the crime and would be likely to respond to it. There need not be direct evidence that the defendant learned of Mr. O'Keefe's state of mind, so long as you reasonably can infer from the evidence that she did learn of it.
So we're supposed to establish John
Yes.
O'Keefe's state of mind without his testimony because he's no longer with
Mr.
us.
O'Keefe comes out, you have a conversation with him. Can you describe to the jury what that conversation was about?
I turned around and I was pretty shocked to see him. I said, "What's going on?" And he said, "Nothing." I said, "Did Etta and Karen have words?" And he said, "I don't know." And I said, "Well, that's not what Etta said." And I asked him if everything was okay. And at that time, his phone was lighting up, and it looked like calls and texts, and it said Karen on his phone.
After you make that observation, what event did you say to John?
I asked him if he needed to take it, and he said, "Yes, she's crazy. I got to take care of this."
And was that the last time that you saw him on New Year's Eve?
It is.
Now, turning your attention to the following day, New Year's Day, did you see either Mr. O'Keefe or Ms. Reed at all on that day?
I did not. I saw the children, but we didn't see them that day. No.
Now, turning your attention to the following day, being January 2nd, what was sort of the plan as far as what was going on that day?
Our hotel has a private island. The hotel we stay at has a private island, and we rented all 8 of the cabanas between the 60 of us that were there. And when the cabanas went on sale, I had reached out to John and asked him if he wanted me to get him one. And he said, sure. So I booked one for him, and he paid me for that cabana. So we all went out that morning. And it was probably around, 10 o'clock in the morning, and they weren't there yet. And so I sent him a text and I said, are you coming, or do you want me to sell this cabana? Because there was other, couples there. At least he could have made, the money back. And he asked me who was there. And I said, everybody. And I named off a couple names. I'm not really sure, but I said, everybody's here.
And when you said that, how did Mr. O'Keefe respond?
He said, well, apparently I made out with your sister the other night, according to Karen.
Now, is that the first time that you had heard that?
Yes.
So fair to say whatever you had heard from your sister on December 31st was not that.
Objection.
No, I'll allow that.
Yeah,
Correct.
dude. What the fuck is this?
And
So I heard.
what was your
heard.
reaction when Mr. O'Keefe told you?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
I was shocked. I immediately found my sister and said, did you make out with John?
Objection.
Sustained.
Now, when you went to talk to your sister, who was it that your sister was with when you went to talk to her about that?
I don't recall who was standing near her. Maybe my mom. I don't know.
As far as your sister was concerned at that time, was she dating someone?
Yes,
And the person that she was dating, was that person on the trip as well?
he was. Yes.
And was that person that she was dating that was on the trip as well? Were they at the Cabanas on that day that you?
They were. Yes.
Now, as far as you have some conversation in regard to your sister, and then at some point you go back and have further conversation with Mr. O'Keefe.
Yeah, I said I texted him back. I said I just talked to Etta. She said absolutely not. That did not happen.
Objection. Move to strike.
That's sustained. I'll strike that.
Yeah. See, the defense is objecting the
Now,
fuck out of this
At some
testimony, and they
point
should.
After that exchange, did Mr. O'Keefe
Totally.
retreat and
This
or
is
the kids come
ridiculous.
out, to the Cabana area?
They did. Yes.
And at any point, how would you describe sort of how Mr. O'Keefe and or Miss Reed was acting when they came out to the Cabana?
But Karen immediately went in the water. I just recall her being like floating in the ocean for a good chunk of the day. John was hopping around from the different cabanas talking to people. One of my favorite pictures of him is with my son from that day.
Did you have any conversation with Mr. O'Keefe once he came out to the Cabana area?
No, we kind of just kept it light. We didn't really talk about anything that had happened. I was just kind of trying to stay out of it for now.
And following sort of the Cabana situation or the Cabana day, what happened then?
Suppose that day, I think I saw John one other time. I saw him in the pool. It was the one time that him and I were alone. He didn't seem like he was himself.
I'll allow it.
He seemed distant, and I asked him if he was okay. And he kind of just, shrugged it off. And I said, are you happy? And he kind of, just rolled his eyes and shrugged it off. I said, well, something along the lines of life is too short to not be happy. And he goes, well, Laura, it is what it is. And I did ask him if he wanted to talk about it. I said, do you want to talk about it? And he's like, not really.
Right. All of his statements were consistent with him not wanting to fucking talk about it with
That
you.
exchange in the pool area.
Doesn't mean anything.
I had spoken to him. We all went on the Jolly Pirate. We had all bought tickets in advance. So we had basically rented the whole boat for everybody to go. Had bought 4 tickets, and we had gotten a bus from our hotel, and he didn't show up for the bus and wasn't answering my calls or my texts. And then we finally got down to where the boat was. The boat was about to leave, and he messaged me. He's like, not going to make it. Kids slept late. And so I didn't think anything of it. Then after that, I saw him and Karen the night before they left. And they ended up leaving a day or two early so that the kids could get back to school.
And when you saw them, where was that in relation to the hotel?
Right outside the hotel is a marketplace that has a bunch of restaurants and arcade. I was sitting at the 5 o'clock somewhere bar that looks into the arcade with my best friend Val, and my friends Dave and Laura and Karen and John walked up.
What, if any, conversation did you have with either Mr. O'Keefe or the defendant at that time?
Karen grabbed me and she said, "Hey, I'm sorry. I thought I saw something that I didn't, and I would like to pay for some of your sister's room."
And how did you respond to that?
I said it's absolutely not necessary. Just an apology will do.
Well, there goes your fucking motive right there.
And did she persist in wanting to pay for the room?
She did.
And how so?
She just said, I will apologize, but something along the lines of, I want to pay for some of her room. Can I just have her room number? I don't remember if I gave her the room number or not. I don't really know.
Washed at Aruba. How could this be motive
With
later?
regard to that trip, when was the next time, or when was the last time that you saw
So the day that they were leaving, I saw him by the pool. He came up, he gave me a big hug. He said, "I love you. This was a great trip. Thank you so much." And I said, "Well, you're definitely in again for next year." And he said, "Absolutely." And that was the last time I physically saw him.
Jesus
So that
fuck.
conversation, just turning back for a moment, as far as with regard to Ms. Reed, you know what day that would have been, as far as in relation to when they were leaving? Early January 32nd?
I want to say it was the 5th. I want to say it was January 5th.
Now, after Aruba, did you have any conversation with Mr. O'Keefe after that?
I talked to him via text a couple times about a couple different things, but one of them was, as I mentioned, we start planning a year in advance. And I said, "Rooms are coming available. Are you in?" And he said, let me recover from this trip first.
Now, we still have to hear her sister's testimony. She's going to be called up there too. But if her testimony's the same, and she denies ever kissing John,
I do.
Then
And at some point,
the weak motive would have been nothing, would have been even less.
I did. I received a call from.
But from weak to nothing.
Here that she received a call from someone.
I've received a call from my aunt.
And what did you learn in the call from your aunt? Objection.
That John O'Keefe had passed away.
And after you hung up the phone with your aunt, what did you do with them?
Here it is subject to striking.
I called him. I called anybody's number that I had associated with the family. I ended up calling Kaylee. I texted Kaylee. I texted Karen.
And without any regard to what Kaylee said, did Kaylee respond to you via text?
She did.
And then at some point, did the defendant, Ms. Reed, respond to you as well?
She did.
Was that a phone call or a text, or how did she respond?
It was a text later that afternoon.
And do you recall what she said in the text?
She said, "Hi, Laura. John has passed." And I
recall what, if anything, you responded to that?
I said, "Oh my God, what happened?" And she said, "We found him in the snow at 5 a.m.
And what, if anything, did you ask or how did you respond?
I said, "What happened?" I just recall, kind of going into a tailspin, asking a bunch of questions. And she mentioned, she said, "I don't know. We were both at the same party. I didn't go in. I went home."
Hey, people, she was subpoenaed to like, she's not necessarily the bad guy here just yet. So calm down.
Yes.
She was subpoenaed to testify here. Okay. This doesn't mean that she was like, "Oh my God, I have so much to tell you guys about Aruba." That we don't know that that's what happened. So chill out.
Thank you, Your Honor. I have nothing further for this witness. Thank you.
Right. I mean, God forbid that Karen Reed
Good afternoon.
notified his
You were
friend
not present
that he passed.
at the Waterfall Bar and Grill on January 28th of 2022 in Canton.
I was not.
You were not present at 34 Fairview Road in Canton on January 29th of 2022.
Right.
It's not.
Here we go.
Yet you'll agree with me that Michael Proctor, the state police trooper, visited you at your home all the way in Pembroke, Massachusetts on February 8th of 2022
Yes.
to interview you?
Yes.
Nothing further.
Right. You weren't even there, basically.
Just briefly, as far as Trooper Proctor coming to your house, was he alone, or who, if anyone else, was he with when he came in?
He was with another trooper,
Okay. And do you recall who that trooper was?
Trooper Fanning.
Nothing further on.
First time I heard that name that I recall.
Your next witness, Mr. Warren?
Yes, Your Honor. The Commonwealth to call Miss Marietta Sullivan.
Oh my
Counsel, I'll see
God,
you while we're
dude.
waiting for this witness.
This is some bullshit right there. Okay, so oh my God, Karen Reed paid for everybody's food. Jesus. So nefarious. And then she heard John O'Keefe, who can't testify because he's the victim. So she claims that John O'Keefe says that according to my girlfriend, she saw me kissing somebody. Then it's established that Karen Reed, this witness for the prosecution, states that Karen Reed apologized to her and said, I'd like to speak to your sister because it looks like I thought I saw something that I didn't. And I'd like to offer to pay for part of her room. So here's Karen Reed taking accountability and responsibility for her end of these things, embarrassed that her and John's drama got aired out outside of their tight circle, the two of them, which is, I would be embarrassed too. I don't want people knowing my shit with my significant other. And so she tries to fix it. She makes an effort to fix it. This is her testimony. She wasn't even asked this question. So here's the Commonwealth trying to establish a motive, trying to use this testimony to establish motive that Karen Reed somehow was in a jealous rage a fucking year after this incident. She's in a jealous rage over this a year later and kills John O'Keefe over it. Kills Boston police officer John O'Keefe over this. And then the prosecution's own witness establishes on her own on the stand that the situation was squashed. The situation was 3 weeks. Sorry, not a year. Sorry, excuse me, 3 weeks. A month. Right. Sorry about that. But even still, a month later. I mean, how long does it take? I didn't mean to say a year. A month later, it's established that, I mean, you're trying to tell me that there's a motive, that she's in a jealous rage a month after the fact? A month later. That she's in a jealous rage over this. Dude, when the same night or the next day, it's squashed. She takes accountability for it. She apologizes. And now you have this person 2 years after the fact sitting on the stand testifying against the defendant, testifying against Karen Reed. This is unbelievable. Proctor interviewed the Sullivans before interviewing most witnesses in that house. that night. That's fascinating. Thank you, Jennifer H. That's also fascinating because that all this does is feed. I mean, as soon as Proctor's name is involved here, and Proctor interviews her before he interviews some of the witnesses that were even inside 34 Fairview, that's a problem. That's a problem considering the history that John O'Keefe has with this witness, considering the connection that John O'Keefe has with this witness, meaning that this is her brother is John O'Keefe's ex-partner and was on Austin's Finest with Brian Albert. And he died of an alleged suicide. And as I understand it, it was an accidental gunshot wound. They're using this to set the stage that Karen is jealous and went in the rage. Right. But they failed, is the point. Thank you, Cam. They failed, is the point. They failed miserably.
All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name?
Sure. My name is Marietta Sullivan. Last name is Sullivan.
And where do you live?
Right now I live in Plymouth.
And how long have you lived there?
Since July of the past summer, so not even a year yet.
And do you work there?
I do.
And what do you do?
I'm a director at a memory care community.
How long have you been doing that?
Just over a year.
Now, do you have any siblings?
I do.
And how many siblings do you
I have two.
have? Older, younger?
Both older.
And brother, sister?
Brother and sister.
And your sister, what is her?
Laura Sullivan.
And what is sort of the age difference between yourself and your sister?
We are 10 years apart.
Now, if I could turn your attention to
They don't look it.
Specifically 2021 into 2022. Do you recall that time frame?
I do.
And do you recall where it was that you were or where you were going for that time?
Yes, sir. We were going to Aruba for a family trip.
And is that sort of an annual family trip?
It has become since then. It was the first time I had attended.
And do you recall sort of the time frame on that trip as far as when you were leaving, when you were coming back?
Yeah. So we left on Friday the 31st and we returned the next week, Friday the 7th.
And when you say we, who is who?
My mother and I flew out together with another group of people to meet my sister and brother-in-law down in Aruba.
And at that time, so to meet them down there, had your sister Laura, had she flown down prior to you?
She had, yes.
And at that particular time, were you dating someone?
I was seeing somebody, yes.
And the person that you were seeing, was that person coming on the trip as well?
He was, yeah, the day after we got there.
So your sister arrives on the 30th, you arrive on the 31st, and the person you were seeing arrives on the 1st.
Yes.
Okay. Now, when you arrived there, do you know about how many people were on this trip?
I would say over 30, upwards of, I would say over 30 is the best estimate I could give you.
And as far as this trip was concerned, do you recall where you stayed?
Yep, we stayed at the Renaissance Aruba.
Is that someone that you stayed on this occasion as well, subsequent occasion?
Yes.
And on the...
We don't even know that John did kiss her.
Do you recall about what time
Like-
it was that you got there?
So our flight landed around 3:30-ish. I would say we weren't at the hotel much later than that.
And with regard to the hotel has a lobby area, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Can you describe to the jury sort of what does that layout look like? What does the lobby look like?
Sure. So right when you walk in the front doors, right in front of you is the check-in desks, 3 or 4 of them in front of you. To the left of you, when you come in, is a hallway to one side of the hotel. To the right of you is a bank of elevators that leads to another hallway that leads to the other first floor side of the hotel. You're in a big lobby, and then directly across from where the elevators are is the entrance to the pool area.
And when you arrive there at some point in time on the late afternoon of the 31st, you obviously check into your room.
Mhm.
And then following that, where do you go from there?
So we checked into our room, and then happy hour was starting around 4:30. So we met everybody down at the pool for that time.
Is there a bar in that area of the pool?
Yes, pool bar.
And so when you get down to the pool bar area, who, if anyone specifically, did you see or did you run into?
So first ran into my sister, gave her a hug, the rest of the kids and my brother. As soon as I got into the pool, I ran into Johnny and a couple of our other friends that were sitting at the pool bar down there.
And with reference to who you refer to as Johnny, what's his last name?
John O'Keefe.
And that was someone that you knew at the time, is that correct?
Yes.
And how did you know Mr.
He was a very, very dear family friend. He was very close to my sister, subsequently became very close to me and my family as a result. And he was my nephew's godfather.
And fair to say that you had known him for some substantial period of time?
Yeah, since Ben's father unfortunately passed away.
So at this point in time, when we're talking about turning from 2021 to 2022, how long had you known Mr. O'Keefe at that point?
Oh man, probably about 8-9 years. That's as long as my nephew's been alive.
And when is it that you would see, or how often would you see Mr. O'Keefe?
Family parties, any family party that we threw, kids' birthday parties, and my sister's Christmas party that she would throw every year.
And how would you describe sort of the nature of your relationship with Mr. O'Keefe?
He was similar to a big brother to me. He was somebody who was there for my sister during her darkest times. So I really respected him for that. But yeah, he was a big brother and a family friend.
Now, when you saw Mr. O'Keefe at the pool bar after you arrived there, what, if any, conversation did you have with him, or what, if anything, were the two of you doing around that?
So I went up to him in the pool. He had his Alabama hat on. He expressed to me that he was excited to watch the Alabama football game at the pool bar. Given the circumstances, we were in a beautiful tropical place, and he got to watch his favorite college team play football. And he said that's all he really wanted to do for the day, was be able to watch that game.
Now, at this point in time that you're talking to Mr. O'Keefe, were you aware of him dating anybody? Had you met anybody that he was dating at that time?
I had not met the person that he was dating. I had heard about her through family friends and other people that were on the trip.
So as far as the other sort of family events that you would see Mr. O'Keefe at, Ms. Reed or his girlfriend at that time wasn't there with him?
No.
So after the time that you spent at the pool bar that afternoon, do you recall what else you did that evening?
Yep. So most of us in the group had dinner reservations. I believe they were around 7 p.m. and we were all getting ready to leave the pool bar to get picked up around 6:30.
And as far as fairly large group that went out to dinner that night?
Yeah, most of us.
And was Mr. O'Keefe part of that group that went out to dinner?
He was not.
Do you recall about what time it was that you got back to or returned to the hotel?
Most of us got back a little after 9. Taxis were kind of crazy to get, so little after 9.
And when you got back to the hotel, where did you go?
I went upstairs to check on my mom. She had gone in a bank of taxis before me, so I went upstairs to make sure that she was up there and safe and in the room.
And so however long you spent up in the room with your mother, at some point did you come back?
I did.
And when you came back down, by down, I mean, do you recall where you were staying in the hotel?
Yep. So we were on the 4th floor of the hotel. So I took the elevator up and then I took it back down to the lobby.
And at that point in time, when you're getting back from dinner and going up to the room and coming back down, were you aware of where Mr. O'Keefe and his niece and nephew were staying?
Yeah, I knew where they were staying. Yes. Room wise. Yep.
And where was that in relation to the lobby?
1st floor.
So lobby's on the 1st floor, their rooms are on the 1st floor.
Yes.
So when the elevator gets down to the lobby level, you get out. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
And what if anything?
So you have to
Sorry.
say, okay.
You just have to answer yes or no.
Yes. Sorry.
That's okay. So the elevator gets sent down to the lobby. You walk out. Who, if anyone, do you see when you come out?
So when the elevator opens up, the first person I saw was the attendant standing behind the desk. I didn't see anybody else in the lobby with me until I stepped out. When I stepped out, I looked to my left and I saw Johnny coming in through the first set of outside doors.
Now, as far as Mr. O'Keefe was concerned, was there any other sort of term that you would use to refer to him?
Johnny or Godfather.
And, Your Honor, I think this may be appropriate.
All right. So folks, that I'm going to say again that
Oh
first
my
instruction I gave you
God.
at the last witness, that you're about to hear testimony about certain conduct or behavior allegedly committed by the defendant. Ms. Reed is not charged with committing any crimes other than those charged within the indictment. So this witness's testimony may not and must not be considered by you as any evidence that the defendant has a bad character.
So what the
Or as
fuck
evidence that she may have a propensity
witness
to
testifying
commit the
for?
crimes with which she's been charged. You may not take the defendant's prior acts that you'll hear about as a substitute for proof that the defendant committed the crimes charged here. But you may consider the act solely on the limited issue of the defendant's state of mind and the nature of her relationship with John O'Keefe as it might go to motive or intent. You may not consider this evidence for any other purpose. Specifically, you may not use it to conclude that if the defendant committed these acts, that she must also have committed the offenses with which she's been charged. You can only use the evidence for the limited purpose of how it goes to the defendant's state of mind, motive, and the nature of her relationship with John O'Keefe. And for the same findings that I made at sidebar.
Okay, so motive,
Yes.
which the
You
last
walk out of the elevator, you're by
the last
yourself,
witness
correct?
failed
Yes.
And,
to
you see
establish.
Mr. O'Keefe, could you see where Mr. O'Keefe was in relation to the lobby or where he was coming from?
He was coming from the outside doors into the lobby,
Is that where the pool bar is located?
opposite side.
Opposite.
Yes.
And when you see him come in, who, if anyone, did you see with him initially?
Nobody with him.
And what, if anything, was he doing or how was he acting sort of when he came?
So he sort of stumbled in. I came out of the elevator and my initial response to him was, "Whoa, you okay?" I actually said, "Whoa, Godfather, are you okay?" But yeah, he was stumbling into the lobby.
And did you go over to him at that point?
I did. I went up to him and I gave him a hug.
And what happened then?
I pulled back. He was glassy-eyed, looking above me. We never made eye contact. He was looking above me. It looked like he was looking for someone. I asked him, "Where are you going?" assuming that he would be coming to the pool bar to meet us. He kept looking around and he indicated that he was going that way and pointed toward a bank of rooms to our right. And I said, "Well, you should go that way." And I stepped back and I guided him toward the area that he was going.
Now, as far as the bank of rooms to the right, you indicated that you were familiar or aware of where Mr. O'Keefe was and where the children were. Is that correct?
I know they were on the first floor. I'm not 100% positive as to where exactly their rooms were.
And if you know, did you know whether or not that Mr. O'Keefe was staying in the same room as Patrick and Kaylee at that point?
I didn't know if they were staying in the same room or not, no.
So you point him in that direction and what happened?
So I pointed in that direction. He walked off. I continued out to the pool bar when I heard very loudly his name screamed across the lobby very angrily, and it made me stop in my tracks.
And when you stop in your tracks, what happened?
I started to turn around to come back in. So once you go out to the pool bar, you kind of go around a corner and you go out of view. So I turned around to go back in. As I'm going back in, I hear someone yell, "Who the fuck was that?" And as I come around the corner, I see Mr. O'Keefe walking toward a woman. And he said, excuse me. He said, "Calm down, that's Laura's little sister."
Why are you crying exactly?
When I came back around the corner, I said, after Mr. O'Keefe said, "Calm down, that's Laura's little sister," I said, "Hi, nice to meet you." That's when Miss Reed's head snapped up and she very loudly told me to go fuck myself across the lobby. And I said, "Yeah, fuck you too," and walked away.
Oh my God, she's a murderer.
Clear when you say Miss Reed.
Wow.
Someone that you became familiar with as the trip went along.
This was my first interaction with her. I had never been fully introduced to her at all. I just had seen her sitting by the side of the pool when I had been talking to Johnny earlier in the day.
And the person you know to be Ms. Reed, do you see her in the courtroom today?
I do.
Could you just describe as to where she's seated or an article of clothing that she's wearing?
Sure, she's in a black and white checkered blazer. She's 2 people in from you.
Just has a record reflect identification.
Like,
Yes.
dude, are you fucking kidding?
As far as Ms. Reed was concerned, what, if anything, did you observe as far as the defendants beyond the yelling? What, if anything, did you observe as far as her demeanor or how she was acting at the time that this interaction was going on?
She was just very loud. She very, energetically screamed for me to go fuck myself. She was waving her hands. Johnny was trying to calm her down. And after I said, yeah, fuck you too, I went out to the pool bar. So I didn't see much after that.
And could you hear anything as far as when you were walking out to the pool bar, as far as any other conversation between the defendant and Mr. O'Keefe?
Not after that first time, no.
You go back or you go out to the pool bar, and who, if anyone, did you talk to?
I went straight up to my older sister, Laura, who was out to dinner with the couple the night before. And I said,
I'll allow this.
Oh my God.
I went up to her and I looked at her and I said, John O'Keefe's girlfriend. And she looked at me and said, Karen. And I said, yeah, you guys like her? She said, yeah, she's okay. And I said, well, she sucks.
Okay, so who has motive here?
Now,
Which
following
one of
that,
you has the chip on your shoulder? I wonder.
that particular, at any point in time later in that evening, did you see either Mr. O'Keefe or Ms. Reed later on that evening?
I did not see them, no.
And when was the next time that you did see?
I saw them briefly on the 2nd, which was the day that we rented cabanas on the island.
And when you say you briefly saw them, about, can you describe it?
So we had all rented the cabanas. Each family had one or they were sharing one. I was sharing one with my family down at the end. We got about halfway through the day and realized that their family cabana was still empty. So I saw them about halfway through the day when they did come to the cabana, and I briefly saw Miss Reed and Mr. O'Keefe at the pool, the island bar that same day, but there was no conversation.
Now, with regard to Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed, at some point in time on that day of the cabanas, what, if any, conversation did you have with your sister regarding that?
So my
Objection.
I don't know what this is.
I don't know what
I'll see
anything
it
is,
sidebar
Bev.
quickly.
Dude, give me a fucking break here, dude. What is this bullshit? What is this shit that I'm listening to right now? A couple on a New Year's Eve trip where, gee, maybe they're drinking, or I don't know, like drunk woman sees her drunk boyfriend hugging some other girl, not kissing, but hugging, and then says, who the fuck is that? And then we're only hearing her side of the story, by the way. We're only hearing her side of the story. And somehow this is a motive for Karen Reed to kill her boyfriend a month later? Because they did
Jurors, please be mindful of that second instruction that I gave you regarding evidence of statements made by John O'Keefe for the limited purpose of establishing his state of mind. And I will fully give you this instruction again at the end of the
crock
case.
of
So
shit
it's the same
this
one that I
is.
already gave you. Go ahead, Mr. Lally.
Ms. Sullivan, with regard to the day at the cabanas, did you have some conversation with your sister Laura in regard to Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed?
I did.
And what, if anything, did your sister Laura tell you she had learned from Mr. O'Keefe?
So my sister pulled me aside from everybody and asked if the night that I got into the altercation with Miss Reed in the lobby, if I was making out with Mr. O'Keefe.
How did you respond?
That I absolutely was not.
And when you say absolutely was not, beyond the fact that it didn't occur, why would that not occur?
He was,
Yeah,
I'll
what
allow
the
it.
fuck kind of
He
question
was
is
family.
that?
He was my older brother. For all intents and purposes, it just never would have happened between us.
And you expressed that to your sister, is that correct?
I did, yes.
Now, as far as the remainder of the trip was concerned, starting with the defendant, Ms. Reed, what, if any, other interaction did you have with her?
None.
And as far as Mr. O'Keefe was concerned, what, if any, further interaction did you have with him?
None. That was it.
And was that normal or as far as Mr. O'Keefe was concerned? Objection.
I'll allow it.
That, as far as I knew Johnny, that wasn't normal. He would always come up to us, up to our family, try to be around my nephew, his godchild, and he was always the life of the party and
they
wanted to be
didn't
around his family and his
kiss.
friends.
There was no kiss. Stop it.
Following that trip, in Aruba,
In the
did you see
chat.
Mr. O'Keefe again?
I did not.
I have nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Giannetti.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Ms. Sullivan.
Good afternoon.
Fair to say that you were not at the Waterfall Bar and Grill on January 28th
Right.
of 2022 in Canton.
Exactly.
You were not at 34 Fairview Road in Canton on January 29th, correct?
Was not.
Yet Trooper Proctor drove all the way to Pembroke to interview you on February 8th of 2022. Did he not?
He did.
Wow.
Nothing further.
Nothing further,
Ms. Lilly, anything?
indeed.
Just very briefly. Ms. Sullivan, when Trooper Proctor came to the house in Pembroke, were you living there at that time?
I was.
And was he alone or was he with another trooper?
He was with another trooper.
And do you recall that trooper's name?
I don't.
Now, with regard to your conversation with Trooper Proctor and the other trooper that day, was it just you that he spoke to?
Just me.
Let
me ask it a different
Okay.
way. As far as
There's no reason for her to get defensive. This
when the
is
troopers came to your house on February 8th, are you the only person from your home that the troopers spoke to that day?
No.
Who, if anyone else, did they speak to in the home?
They spoke to my sister first.
And at any point, did they speak to your sister's boyfriend as well?
No.
And when they spoke to you, and when they spoke to you, where was your sister?
She was outside of the house. She went to go pick up my nephew.
And when they spoke to your sister, where were you?
I was downstairs in my room, which was in the basement.
And could you hear what they were talking about when they were talking to your sister?
I could not.
Nothing further.
All right,
Dude.
Sullivan, all set. Thank you. All right, so jurors.
Lolly
actually
sucks.
Finished with witnesses for today. We've finished everyone that we had hoped to finish for today. So we're done for the day.
Yeah.
As you know,
Higgins
we're
is going
not
to take
in
all
session
day.
tomorrow, but we will see you Friday, and Friday will be a full day. So please, those 3 cautions, do not discuss this case with anyone.
Okay, so
Don't do
Friday
any
there is court.
independent research or investigation into the case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about the case, please disregard it, let us know. Just leave everything here, literally, figuratively, clear your heads, and we'll see you Friday. Thank you very much.
All rise, jurors out, please. Jurors, reading the notes of the following.
Dude. What the fuck did I just watch, bro? I mean, this is what I expected, but like it's less than what I expected. You know what I mean? I expected it to be fucking nothing, and it turned out to be less than nothing. Unreal. Dude, that was Lolly's motive.
You may be seated.
Thank you.
All right, so hopefully we will start and finish that one witness on Friday anyway, but have a second witness here.
I'll have at least a couple other witnesses. Your Honor.
Okay, but it would be great if we could complete the testimony of that one witness for all sorts of reasons.
I will do my best. I'm hopeful. I am. I think we do.
Okay. Anything I need to look at or anything in particular for Friday?
Probably, but I can't think of it.
May we approach this briefly?
Okay.
Dude, Lolly, you suck at this. Like this was your already weak opportunity to establish some sort of motive, and you did not. Because it's been established that not only did John O'Keefe, Officer John O'Keefe, not make out with Marietta Sullivan, which was already fucking irrelevant whether or not he did. It was already totally irrelevant, but it's been established that he did not. And on top of it, through testimony of her own sister testifying before her, stating that Karen Reed made I'm trying to think of the word, an overwhelming attempt to right her wrong. An overwhelming attempt. Because I don't know if Karen Reed is Irish, okay? I don't know if Karen Reed is Irish. But from what I've met about Irish folks, and I know a lot of you in my chat are Irish, or of Irish descent, at least. Terry, this applies to you. Terry's like, watch it. And her warning me only reinforces my point. Is when you're Irish, man, you're ready to fight. You're quick. You're quick. There it is. Liz Reed. We are Irish with the Shamrock. Okay. Now, Hispanic descent, very similar. Okay. We're quick to be like, yo, what the fuck? You know what I mean? Karen Reed thought she saw something, went, yo, what the fuck? Oh, fuck you too. Blah, blah, blah. That happened. So what? Big deal. Then Karen Reed, not Marietta Sullivan, but Karen Reed made the effort, the overwhelming effort to squash it, to make it right, to not just squash it, but make it right. I want to pay for part of her room. I thought I saw something. I didn't see it. I want to try to make it right. Because anybody would be embarrassed by that. Most would be too proud to acknowledge it. Most would try to justify their actions and be like, well, she shouldn't have even been that close to him, or she shouldn't have even done this, or she shouldn't have even said nothing, blah, 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 blah. That didn't happen. That didn't happen. What happened was she said, I'd like to apologize to your sister. I thought I saw, okay, there we go. Liz reads Italian, Irish, French, and English, no German. I mean, and everybody was drinking. Everyone was drinking, folks. Things like this are going to happen. Things like this are going to happen. It doesn't even mean that Karen Reed was insecure in the status of their relationship. It doesn't even mean that. I'm not saying that she wasn't, but I'm saying it doesn't even mean that she wasn't, that she was insecure about the status of their relationship. It means that people were drinking. She thought she saw something. They're not even staying in the same room. Alcohol happens. Thoughts start to kind of, do things in your mind. Imagination starts to perpetuate. You know what I mean? Unreal. It's not that serious. That is not motive. And it happened a month prior to the incident. And I loved the cross-examination because the cross-examination just simply said, were you guys at the waterfall? No? Okay. Were you at 34 Fairview? No? Okay. No further questions. Right. Because everything else that was mentioned, totally fucking irrelevant to what happened to John O'Keefe. Totally irrelevant. There's Turtle Boy. Let's hear what he has to say.
Like 3 years ago, one time. I know, one time.
Thank you,
One
Katie. I'm
time,
glad
3
you're
years
here.
ago.
They interviewed her. They interviewed those two like a week after he died. And then, Brian Albert Jr., Caitlin Albert, Colin Albert, Julie Nagel, Sarah Levinson, all inside the house, not interviewed. None of them. They were not interested in those ones.
Right.
No. Okay. Whoa.
Yeah. And then Higgins will go on Friday.
All day?
Yeah.
Like the
They said
defense
they have other
didn't even
witnesses lined
ask
up ready to
that.
go just in case.
The
But I'm going to miss it. I'm
prosecution
gonna miss
asked it.
That's a bummer.
It's going to be a good one. That's a good one.
Yep.
But, all right, we'll see.
Yeah. Pretty good day overall.
We got to get you in there, Tom.
Yeah. I
We
don't.
got to get Tom DeRozier and Chris Mello in the courtroom. They come out every day. They need to get in the courtroom.
My rear end, I don't know if I can handle it, man. That's a toughie.
I think Tom would rather be outside.
Oh my goodness.
I mean, I'm not trying to
Wow.
speak for him. I'm just imagining that I feel like Tom would
Wow.
rather be outside.
Did that just happen?
See what I mean? See what I mean? And on her birthday too.
That was
Sherry
awesome.
Is upset here about this, and on her birthday, it's a shame.
I don't believe he just said that. Like, wow.
Y'all are like, Claire, you like to live dangerously. Y'all have no idea. I live for pissing Sherry off. I live for it.
Folks, come in through, please. Thank you.
How you doing? How you doing?
No, today's Cherry's birthday, Katie, man.
No. Wait till you see this.
That's an old cat. I get an old one. 86.
He looks so cool in it. That's cool.
Yeah. I'm an 80 guy. So
He looks perfect in it. Yeah, Tom.
yeah.
Hey, what a day.
I need those Polaroid, those aviator glasses.
What do you think of the cross of the Sullivan sisters?
You know,
Great cross, right?
I'm telling you.
Right to the point.
Amazing. Just
if you weren't at the waterfall and you were at 34,
how? Right?
But the troopers took the time to.
It doesn't make no sense.
But they didn't go talk to the people that were actually there.
No, that's right, but
right.
Were you jealous? Love you, Carrie. Great job, Carrie. We love you.
There was no fight or no issue.
There was a small issue. That was the extent of it.
Did you say
That's
those
their
things to her?
I mean, right.
The seat's please.
open the door. It's already open. So, you're feeling coming back yet, or is it still no?
I took my coat this time, so
Nice.
yeah, that was good.
You know where he is today?
Good job today. Good job. You made everybody proud today.
Good job.
You did good again.
whole
Always doing
trial.
good. Everyone's doing so good for her. We need to keep it going.
It's nice to spend some time like during lunch. And
Yeah,
just
just
getting to
something
relax
separate.
and just-
Something separate. Yeah. Yeah.
How was it?
But
It was good.
nice.
The morning was a little more interesting than the afternoon, but yeah, that was awesome.
Yeah, so no
That's
court
great.
tomorrow because of Turtle Boy, and no court, or sorry, full day on Friday.
Character. He's one of the members of the supporter.
Okay, I didn't
No, it's not family. No, but no.
No
And,
court Monday
the
because
other guy's also
it's, Memorial Day.
So they're yeah, no. Like
Then Tuesday's
once
a
a
half
while
day.
supporters in. So just regular people that are. Good job today.
Yeah, I didn't know where you went. They took off without me. Hey, you know what? I was in the bathroom. It's all good.
For you and Eddie, bro. I love
Good
him
job
so
today,
much.
man. Good job.
You and Eddie's all out here. I
There we
can't
go.
see
That
a
works.
thing without my glasses. I love you, Nettie, so much.
Uh-huh.
I'll get you off. Oh, I know. I will. Thank you.
Bye. Have a good weekend.
Pretty sure it was Memorial Day.
Talk to you, my friend.
I wasn't in yesterday, Brad.
Okay, just check.
Showing for love, and we're representing. There's no better place for us to be. We are so happy. And people from all over every day is
There's Rita.
in sport, using their voice like from the ground. And it really is a beautiful thing.
Come here, Nick.
I'm always right,
See this
Terry.
through until the end, until Karen is exonerated. It is a travesty of justice, what is going on right now, but truth will prevail. We know it. This jury's done.
You good?
Have a good one, baby.
Have a good day. I'll see you. I'll see you.
No, we're good, Mama. Yeah.
Please don't talk to you. Be good.
Bye, darling.
All right, so
Submits in the whole way back. He submits in the whole way back with everybody.
okay. Big shout out to Tom. Make sure to sub to Tom CPU. Make sure to like that video. Oh, I exited out of it before I could share the link. So I lost the link. I'm sorry, guys. Cherry will share it, I'm sure. So yeah. So Jenn McCabe's cross-examination. Now, this is what we're gonna do. Since there's no court tomorrow, I'll do an entire recap of Jenn McCabe's cross-examination both days. Because it's always so fun. And we do have, I mean, we got through the Sullivans pretty quick. It was, like I said, I knew it would be nothing, but I didn't realize it would be less than nothing, which it turned out to be. And oh my goodness, wait a second. Oh my God.
I think we got a super dad. Super dad. I think we got a super dad. Super dad. Super dad. Super dad. I think we got a super dad.
Ginger Freckles, thank you. Sending good vibes to Karen and the Reed family. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. So big shout out to Grant's Pants for joining us today. I don't know what we'd do without Grant's Pants. And I don't know what Grant's Pants would do without a shoelace to hold them up. But I'm glad Turtle Boy got to be inside the courtroom today. That's great. Now he's not going to be allowed in there for Higgins, which is where I was going next. And Cherry just shared Tom CPU's channel in the chat. Make sure to subscribe to him, please. Higgins will be the next witness called up. So Friday, full day. I love the timing of that because hopefully cross-examination will begin by lunch Friday, and we have a full day. So we'll at least get half of or at least close to half of Higgins' cross-examination. It's so funny because we're just looking forward to cross-examinations here, folks, because at this point, Lolly's so-called case is non-existent. It's non-existent. Lolly does not have a case against Karen Reed. The Commonwealth of Massachusetts simply does not have a case against Karen Reed. Otherwise, he would have presented it. I find it interesting that Michael Proctor, being the lead investigator in this case, we still don't even know when he's going to testify, when he's set to testify. I mean, we're about to wrap up week 3. Come Friday, come Friday, we're wrapping up week 4. This is the 4th week. We're wrapping up week 4, people, of the prosecution's case. This is the biggest farce in American justice that I've ever seen, or at least watched in real time. Yeah, I mean, dude, this is fucking crazy. This is just fucking crazy. Like, I'm not even going to talk about the Sullivan's testimony. Like, I'm not even going to talk about it. I've said everything I had to say about the Sullivan's testimony. That was the biggest crock of shit I ever saw in my life. But the thing is, it might be relevant later. When this becomes, when there's a federal case, it might be an issue later. But again, that's just based on speculation and rumor. I don't like to touch on that too much. But there's questions there. There's definitely questions in regards to Pat Rogers. But that's all there is. I'm not going to go too much further into that, but there's questions into Pat Rogers, and that's all I'm going to say about that as of now, because again, I don't have any facts on that. But I find it interesting that Brian Higgins didn't mention this connection. I mean, Brian Albert didn't mention this connection. Yes, his ex-partner, Officer John O'Keefe's ex-partner, Pat Rogers, who allegedly passed due to as I understand it, an accidental suicide. But the thing is Brian Albert failed to mention that Pat Rogers, being Officer John O'Keefe's ex-partner, but also being a cast member alongside Brian Albert on Boston's Finest. That I did not know. So that's interesting. So there, right there is another bridge, another connection between Brian Albert and John O'Keefe. So, yeah. Now, again, I'm not going to recap Jenn McCabe's cross-examination today. I'm going to do a full recap of that probably tomorrow. That's the plan. We're going to go over Turtle Boy's hearing. So what I'll probably do is I'll go over Turtle Boy's hearing in real time. That shouldn't take very long. They never do. So I'll go over Turtle Boy's hearing in real time. Hopefully there's a way to stream it. If not, then we'll have, and I'm hoping now that Turtle Boy's name has been mentioned, hopefully they allow news cameras in there, and there are news outlets that are interested in this, and they'll stream it. Hopefully, since now Turtle Boy's name has been officially brought into this trial. And then, yes, and I went over the Colin Albert fight footage, I went over the stills of the video. I still have not seen the actual video yet. Yeah, and I know Turtle Boy's going to be on Howie Carr, and I know I normally like to make I normally like to stream that. But as I sit here right now, I'm not 150% sure that I'm going to do that right now, only because there's other stuff that I want to do today, and I'm not sure if I'll be able to do it all. So as I'm sitting here right now, I'm talking to you and trying to manage time in my mind. And I realize it's only 28 minutes away, but 28 minutes is a fucking lifetime also. Yeah, again, I'm thinking, folks. I'm thinking. There's only one birthday today, and that is Cherry's. And Cherry loves cheese. So when you say happy birthday to Cherry, make sure to add cheese emojis and the Scottish flag because Cherry loves the Scots. Lola Blue, thank you so much for becoming a member and being a member for 1 month. Thank you. Thanks for today. Hopefully karma will come. I agree. Oh, please admit that I know the type, the last girl. I don't think, I think that she was just combative. I wouldn't call her even jealous. And I definitely wouldn't say anything negative about her sister who testified prior to her. I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to do that. I didn't see anything wrong with anything she was saying. Honestly, she was asked. She was subpoenaed and told to testify. As to what happened in Aruba, which she probably thought it was fucking irrelevant too. You know what I mean? Now, her sister Marietta clearly didn't like Karen and was probably glad to testify against her, but showed that there was no, there was nothing that was damning. Her testimony wasn't going to hurt Karen Reed in any way, shape, or form. She had to have known that. So, I saw a little bit of salty there, but I didn't see any. I didn't hear anything that went to motive at all, which was the point, which was the intention of Lolly calling the Sullivans up there. I just didn't see. There was no motive. If anything, Yannetti's cross-examination was so simple and so to the point. Sorry, Grant's pants is killing me. It was so to the point. The cross-examination was, well, what the fuck does this have to do with the 28th at the Waterfall Bar and Grill and the 29th at 34 Fairview? Nothing. That's all that needed to be said. But it's funny how it was the prosecution that pointed out the fact that these women were interviewed by Proctor and the other guy whose name I don't even remember because I think that's the first time I heard it. That on February 8th is when they were interviewed, which is, all of the people, all of the witnesses that Turtle Boy named to Tom there, they weren't even interviewed until some of them even 9 months after the fact. So why were they interviewed first? I'll tell you why. If you're, as far as my opinion goes, my opinion is that they were merely trying to establish a case against Karen Reed, not get to the truth, not get to what, not get to the facts of the case, not get to justice for John O'Keefe, but trying to establish some sort of motive against Karen Reed. And that's it. That's it. Nothing else. Can I justify Karen being jealous of these two girls? I can do you better, Texas Honcho. I can do you one better. Doesn't matter if she was jealous of those two girls. That means dick. Nothing. It means nothing if she was jealous of those two girls. Absolutely nothing, because neither one was at the Waterfall Bar and Grill on January 28th, 2022. Neither one was at 34 Fairview Road, January 29th of 2022. Neither one. So it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if Karen Reed was jealous of Bozo the fucking clown. It doesn't matter if Karen Reed was jealous of fucking Amy Smart or fucking Howie Carr. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter if Karen Reed was jealous of Alabama Roll Tide. Doesn't matter. Means nothing. It means absolutely nothing. I don't know why Amy Smart's name came to my head. I don't even like her. It doesn't matter. Doesn't fucking matter. Like, it's totally irrelevant. So, anybody, this may include you, Texas Honcho. Don't get offended, because thing is, though, if you say something stupid in my chat, you know, and I think it's stupid, I'm going to call you out for saying something fucking stupid. And if you fall under this category of this next statement, then so be it. Too fucking bad. Get over it. Wipe your tears. But the fact is if you're focused on whether or not Karen Reed was jealous of somebody a month or longer prior to the night in question, well, then you're a fucking idiot. You're focused on the wrong things. You're focused on the wrong things. I mean, it's dumb. It's dumb. It means you're just looking for anything. You're grasping for anything that you possibly can to justify Karen Reed or justify Karen Reed being on trial right now when there's literally nothing so far. 4 weeks into this case, a month into this fucking case. Here it is a month later. A month later. And no motive has been established. And it's the first thing you look for. Yeah, the mean girl parade. I get it. But I don't think anybody was being a mean girl, man. Like, that girl was probably holding a grudge because Karen Reed told her to go fuck herself. You know what I mean? Like, so what? That's her business. You know what I mean? She's allowed to hold that grudge. I'm not going to trash Marietta Sullivan for holding a grudge against Karen Reed because Karen Reed was drunk and told her to go fuck herself. She's allowed to hold that grudge. That grudge is absolutely her prerogative to hold. The bottom line, though, is the point is that it's irrelevant to the case. That's what matters. It's irrelevant to the case. But Marietta Sullivan is perfectly entitled to her opinions of Karen Reed. She's perfectly entitled to her animosity towards Karen Reed. She's perfectly entitled to holding a grudge against Karen Reed. It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. I mean, sometimes, you know what I mean? Like, when somebody tells you to go fuck yourself, you know, that might still sit poorly with you. You know what I mean? And she probably went to testify against Karen Reed with bells on. You know, with bells on. Oh, that bitch who told me to go fuck myself? Yeah, I'll go testify. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Means nothing. Means shit. Big fat pile of shit. That's all it means. And no, Karen doesn't come off like a crazy chick, but I mean, listen. Again, even if she comes off as irrational, that doesn't mean that she would kill her boyfriend. You know what I mean? It doesn't matter. I can be irrational at times. I've never killed anybody. I don't even have thoughts of killing anybody. I'm not homicidal in any way, shape, or form. Not in the slightest bit. But I can be irrational. I can be combative. Doesn't mean that I want to kill anybody. Doesn't mean that I would kill anybody, even less. I mean, right. Yeah. Cherry murders cookies. That's true. This is a fact. This is a fact. And I guess, I mean, what's another 15 minutes, guys? I'll hang out with you guys and we'll listen to Turtle Boy on Howie Carr. Because I absolutely just love Howie Carr and Turtle Boy's banter. I love their dynamic together. I really do. So yeah, I'll hang out a while with you guys and we'll go over that. In the meantime, real quick, let me do this because I'm trying to get into the habit of this because I highlight the super chats, I play the super chat dance and everything like that, but people donate to the links that are going across the bottom of the screen here quite a bit, and I want to get in the habit of acknowledging them because a lot of times there are messages attached and I want to be able to read those messages. So I got one on Cash App from Emily who says, Mom thinks you're hot. We live in Canton. Come visit anytime with a phone number. That's very, very generous. But let me tell you, I'm going to need a lot more than $5 for that one. But thank you, though. I'm flattered. Thank you. Appreciate it. But don't hold your breath. Yeah. I'm old. I don't even have a sex drive anymore. Forget it. So then there's let's see. I have a PayPal here. And that is from Jennifer. And it says Kara retrial coverage. Thank you. Appreciate that, Jennifer. And let's see, Venmo. Let's see here. Got 3 of them. I've got from Stacy. Your show is great. Justice for John O'Keefe. Thank you so much. And then Dina, of course, we love Dina. Dina says, Will, listening from work. Absolutely love your coverage. No mercy for Jenn. Right. Absolutely. Thank you, Dina. And Lori, for your moral passion. Thank you so much, Lori. I appreciate it. No Venmo from Bev Bev and Frank. No, not that I see. Nope. Nothing. Team Brittany. Nope. Oh, wait. So wait, there's video. Okay, we'll do that in the meantime. Hold on, folks. Oh my God. You gotta love Turtle Boy, man. You just got to. Like, especially at this point in the trial, like any reservations that anybody had, like how do you not like Turtle Boy after all of this? Let's just get real. Let me see something here. Okay, never mind. Where's the video? I see photos, but I don't see video. Hold on. I see the still photos, but I don't see the video. And Turtle Boy and I disagree on Carrie Roberts' testimony. I call bullshit on Carrie Roberts. I think she's completely full of shit. But that's just me. That's my opinion. But I'm not seeing I'm not seeing the video footage of y'all got my hopes up, man. Yeah, I'm looking on Twitter. I'm not seeing it. Yeah, I'm looking at. What do you think I'm looking? Of course, I'm looking at his threads. What do you think I'm looking at? It's under that tweet. Okay, gotcha. Okay, hold on. Sorry for snapping. Oh shit. Okay. Here we go. Yeah, Colin Albert's never been in a fight before, y'all. Hold on. Let me do this real quick. Let's do this and let's present this properly. Let's do this properly. Hold on.
You ever been in a fight, sir?
Other than with my brothers, no.
You've never been in a fight
Nope.
your entire life.
Other than with my brothers, no.
On Twitter, I can't activate slow-mo, unfortunately.
Not sure what you mean.
Never hurt your knuckles in a fight.
No.
You ever been in a fight, sir?
Other than with my brothers, no.
You've
One more
never been in
time.
a fight
Nope.
your entire life.
Other than with my brothers, no.
Never hurt your knuckles before.
Not sure what you mean.
Never hurt your knuckles in a fight.
No.
Okay. This is fucking fantastic. Oh, I love this so fucking much. All right, hold on. It's just fucking great. It's just fucking great. Oh my god. So much fun. All right. Oh wait, maybe I can. Oh yeah, I can slow it down. Hold on. I can totally slow it down. Hold on. Here we go. All right, here we go, folks. Wow. Hold on. Let's start this over and do it right. Let's start this over and do it right. Wow. Okay, so okay, that's enough of that. So I'm gonna go out on a limb here and say, first off, do I believe that Colin Albert physically absolutely had something to do with John O'Keefe's death? Yes. Only because everybody's fucking lying about it. Everybody's trying to cover for him in some way, shape, or form. Absolutely. But do I believe that Colin Albert is solely responsible for beating up John O'Keefe? Based on that video, I'm going to go ahead and say no. I'm going to go ahead and go out on a limb and say that I don't think that that dude fought a Boston police officer and won. No. I'm pretty sure that he had help. I'm pretty sure that there was more than Colin Albert, more than one person inside 34 Fairview Road on the early morning hours of January 29th, 2022. I'm going to go ahead and go out on a limb and say Colin Albert had help. Yeah. Yeah. Colin Albert did not beat up Boston police officer John O'Keefe. Not on his own. No. 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 I will not disrespect John's memory that way. I just won't do it. I won't do it. I will not disrespect the memory of Boston police officer John O'Keefe by implying that Colin Albert is solely responsible for his death. No way. No fucking way. That John O'Keefe fell victim to those fighting skills. No way. Didn't happen. Didn't happen. So yeah. Colin's got no footwork. He crosses his legs over like a right. Yeah, which is he's gonna fucking fall over. He's gonna fall over. Uncle Brian, old Uncle Bry must be ashamed. Like looking at that footage now that that's released, because they either just watched it or they're watching it now, and Uncle Brian Albert is sitting there going, Jesus fucking Christ, dude. There's no way that you're my fucking kin, bro. There's no fucking way that you're my kin, bro. Going out there and putting up that. I mean, this dude called out a hockey team, bro. This is the genius behind Colin Albert. He called out a hockey team with those skills. Pull up. Advantage, boys. Bang, bang. Pull up so that I could trip over my own feet when I'm going to try to fight you. Fantastic. I love it. Fucking love it. It's just unbelievable. It's just fucking unbelievable. This whole fucking thing is, I mean, it's like both infuriating and hilarious at the same time. Both infuriating and hilarious at the same time. I mean, it's fucking laughable that anyone would think that the Albert family and the McCabes are in any way truthful. It's laughable to think that they're in any way credible. Any of them. Any of them. I mean, we're watching the dominoes fall. This is the domino thing was set up months ago. Shit. Over a year ago. And now we're seeing those dominoes fall. No, those guys knew how to fight. What are you talking about? Those guys knew how to fight. Remember Anchorman? I got Jack Johnson and Tom O'Leary here waiting for you. I mean, that's because those guys did bare knuckle fighting, and those guys could fight. No, I did not, Renee L. Thank you so much. I did not, but I don't think we need it. Because they didn't spend a lot of time on it. That's the defense did not spend a whole lot of time on that recording. I think they got the jury to hear it, and since it was so vague, and since Bev made such a big deal the last time there was a recording, and he saying, hey, you got to listen to this part and this part only. I'm going to play it again, play it again, play it again, play it again. With this recording, they didn't get to do that. So, what's up, Scott? It's good to see you, buddy. No conspiracy to kill John and a satanic ritual killing. No. I think there were multiple people who had motive to kill John. And those multiple people were all at 34 Fairview on the early morning hours of January 29th, 2022. So yeah, no. I can't wait to hear Higgins. I can't wait to hear this. And let me set up a poll here real quick. Okay, let's do this real quick.
Silver Mint in Ware, New Hampshire. I was a Green Beret in the Army Special Forces. Now my new mission is to get silver into the hands of Americans. At local Silver Mint, we have the best selection and the lowest prices. Come to our beautiful showroom in tax-free New Hampshire. See our rows of display cases and clearly marked prices. We have silver, gold, platinum, palladium in bars, rounds, coins, and more. Also, check out some of my inventions, which we make, like our Stealth Silver, which hides in plain sight, or our 1/10 ounce silver for barters and trades, or my newest creation, the Sterling Sword, solid silver swords, which also make great Father's Day gifts. In addition, we buy all things gold and silver, and we pay the highest rates. Also, check out Local Silver Mint on YouTube and see our fun and informative videos. So come on down to Local Silver Mint in Ware, New Hampshire, and stack it up.
If you don't know about the recent Supreme Court decisions affecting Second Amendment rights, you should tune into Rapid Fire, our local 2A talk radio show, to learn more about the cases being brought to the Massachusetts court system. Join us every Wednesday at 4 p.m. at rapidfireradio.us or search Rapid Fire on your favorite podcast network. At Cape Gunworks, we are responding to all 2A news. Go to rapidfireradio.us and give us a shot.
Your valuables, whatever they may be, guns, silver, gold, jewelry, important documents, all need to be kept safe. Liberty Safe's home security sale is the perfect time to secure those valuables. With 20% off on select Liberty Safes and 0% financing for 12 months.
Okay. Yeah, we're just waiting on Howie to come back from commercial, and I'm sure Turtle Boy will be joining him as soon as that happens.
Live from the Matthews Brothers Studios.
844-500-4242. Today was one of the highlights of the Karen Reed trial. Jenn McCabe, honest McCabe, whatever you want to call her. She was on the witness stand being cross-examined about the Google search that she made at 2:27 a.m., hours before John O'Keefe was found dead on the lawn. How long to die in the cold? How long to die in the cold? And she denied it. Joining us now to talk about the bombshell testimony today is Aiden Carney, Turtle Boy. You got mentioned today, Turtle Boy, by name.
I know. I felt so honored. At first, she was just talking about, a blogger and harassment and fire. I'm like, can you say my name at least? Can you give me? It's a nationally televised trial. Can I get some free publicity here?
And she gave it to you. So she was everything we expected her to be. Why don't you explain to people how you see it? Give it like you're critiquing a TV show or a play.
No, well, the acting was, probably like C- at best. She didn't really put on much of a. She tried to act like she really cared about this guy, and that she's completely innocent, but she wasn't really fooling anyone. But she did okay. But at the end of the day, Howie, she had no explanation for the Google search besides it wasn't me. I don't know if you listen to Shaggy's song, "It Wasn't Me," but that seems to be their defense here. Every time they get confronted with like a piece of paper that shows that they called someone or searched something on the internet, they just say it wasn't me, and they think that's going to fool the jury.
Yeah, they say, "Yep, that was me. I sent that. Yep, that was me. Yep, that was me." And then the smoking gun comes out. I didn't do that.
No. Yeah, the rest of them are all accurate, but that one's wrong. And of course, you can't explain how it's wrong. And Adam Lally going to try to word salad you to death with his expert and try to bore you to death. But at the end of the day, Howie, I've never heard in a criminal case in which a Google search just doesn't count, in which the prosecution of all people says, no, that Google search that you found, that didn't really happen. That's a mistake.
And all these witnesses that
I love the engineers
one after another. They're putting either her or the defendant Karen Reed or her boyfriend, who she's charged with murdering, inside the house. And now you had the prosecutor actually mentioned the federal grand jury today, which they're not supposed to talk about. He called it a different proceeding or a separate proceeding. But I mean, the jury's got to be figuring out what's going on here, in spite of the fact that they're not supposed to read or listen to any of the accounts of this in the media.
I mean, you'd think so, Howard. You'd think so. I mean, how can any of these people, every time these witnesses come in, they're very well aware of what the people testified the day before. We got a picture of Jenn McCabe's house yesterday. There's like 15 cars parked outside of her house yesterday after court. And she's still under oath. And she comes in today, and obviously, now I didn't get to see any of the reactions of the jurors because I'm not allowed in there. But according to a lot of people, the jurors are just not buying it. Like, based on the looks on their faces, this is an educated jury. Like, That's like 10 white women, 2 Asian guys, and 5 white men. Almost everyone has glasses on. So they look like smart people. They look like educated folks that you'd see at the library. And they're all sitting there with their notepads. And there's no way they're buying this. There's absolutely no way they're buying these people that get up there. Yeah, I'll tell you what, the Kerry Roberts thing, she showed genuine emotion. Like, Kerry Roberts is kind of like a gullible fool. Like, that's the best way I would describe her.
A
But she
talker,
actually cared
as she
about-
was described.
Yeah, she was a chatter, yeah. Like, but she actually cried. Like, those were real tears that you saw from somebody that actually cared about John O'Keefe today. And then contrast that with, you know, the forced tears, the forced fake theater from Jennifer McCabe, and you see the difference between somebody who actually cared about him and somebody who didn't.
And you know, there were apparently there's 17 people in the jury with the alternates, and according to someone who was in the courtroom today, when the 227 came up, you know, that she actually had conducted this Google search at 2:27 a.m. when he was lying out on the ground dying. 7 of the 17 jurors wrote down something in their notebooks. I mean, that's not a good sign for the prosecution.
Not a good sign for her.
Yeah.
You know, and they also brought up the fact that the September 25th visit, in which I got a picture of Jenn McCabe's car parked outside of the Proctor household and published it. And she had to explain that to the jury today. She said, well, we were just there bonding, even though, you know, a month earlier, Meatball Morrissey went on TV and said there's no personal relationship between the Proctors and any of the witnesses in this case. And then a month later, Jenn's over there hanging out, but she says it's okay because they were bonding over Turtle Boy. So it's okay to have a personal relationship as long as they're bonding.
Is there
over
anything
a
Turtle
gentleman.
Boy can't do except stay out of jail every once in a while?
Definitely not. How about that?
Well, how about she has thrown 3 of the cops.
They can't.
Who are
Del
trying to
Rio.
protect her
They can't,
under the
not
bus.
legally.
I couldn't believe that. She tell people what happened today with she's disputing these incident reports.
Yeah, she's because the incident reports, she never tells any police that Karen Reed said, I hit him. They all say variations of like, could I hit him and stuff like that. Well, now she's insisting that she said I hit him, and they give her police reports and they say, well, Michael Proctor says you didn't say that, and Michael Lake says you didn't say that, and so she just goes, well, they made a mistake then. She's just throwing them under the bus. It's their fault. All right, she definitely said that.
Yeah,
I mean, it's just madness.
And these are Canton people, you know. I mean, if she's throwing Canton cops under the bus. It's amazing that she's.
It is, Howie.
But she doesn't. Yeah, she doesn't seem to care. And so, do we know who was at the party yesterday? The after party. It's like after the Academy Awards or something, you know.
Well, it's like I got to be careful with that, Howie. I mean, I literally caught a conspiracy to commit witness intimidation charge when I posted the last picture of of cars over the house. They don't like when I do that. They don't like when I report on this stuff. That's why I'm not allowed in the courtroom, because I'm reporting on these people too much. But like I said, I don't think it's going very well for them. But did you see the witnesses that they brought in there at the end, the Sullivan sister?
Yeah, I didn't understand. I mean, I'm going. You know what were they talking about? They went on a cruise, and John, when her boyfriend, I don't know. They just said Pat was. They didn't say what happened to this guy Pat. Something mysterious happened to him. What happened to him?
It's just it has nothing to do with it. So Laura Sullivan's boyfriend, he was John O'Keefe's partner. He ended up impregnating her, and he committed suicide. He actually got 3 women pregnant at the same time. It's a crazy story, but it has nothing to do with Karen Reed. And she's up there telling the story, and it's like, I'm sorry to hear that, lady, but what does any of this have to do with Karen Reed? And basically, it came down to when they were all in Aruba together, Karen Reed and this woman's sister got a little snippy with each other, as women tend to do sometimes. And they called each other names, and somebody thought he was flirting with somebody else. And Karen ended up offering to pay for their rooms or something like that after she realized she made a mistake. I mean, it's just so stupid. We're up here listening to this.
This is the prosecution? I mean, what does this have to do with January 29th, 2022?
Well, she was, don't you get it, Howie? John, she was mad that she thought John was smooching with someone else in Aruba. So she plotted to kill him a month later in front of a police officer's house. That was their master plan. I mean,
Exactly.
They call us conspiracy theorists.
774, can you ask TB about Proctor interviewing the Sullivan gals 1 week after the incident? Two people who were not even near the scene. Did that come out after I went onto the air?
Killing me. I love it.
That was the only question that David Yannetti asked them on cross-examination. Was, were you interviewed by Michael Proctor on February 8th? And they said yes. Well, and he basically wrapped his case because there's 5 people in that side of that house: Brian Albert Jr., Caitlin Albert, Julie Nagel, Sarah Levinson, and Colin Albert. All were inside Fairview Road that night. None of them were interviewed by police. They had much more interest in finding some gossip about Aruba a month earlier than actually finding the people who were at the scene of the crime, the alleged crime, the night it occurred. They didn't want to talk to any of those people, but they want to talk to somebody who's got some gossip, some juicy gossip about what a mean girl Karen Reed is.
And they apparently today they discussed that when she first started saying I hit him, but it was in front of the federal grand jury a year and a half later. She didn't say anything about it until she got jammed up, basically, and then she came up with this second story. I hit him, and then he just says this mystery proceeding. I don't. What are they supposed to think, that they're these groups of traveling sideshows that can swear people in and have them testify under oath? What are they supposed to be thinking? Because she goes on, she says, I said that under oath.
It is what it sounds like. But yeah, I mean, I don't know
exactly what she sounds
like. I said, they look like an educated bunch. They probably figured something's up here. And like this whole thing Jen's complaining about, she was up there today and she was complaining about, people are harassing me. And Alan Jackson said, so when did this alleged harassment that you claim happened, did this happen before or after the Google search information came out? And it's like after. So basically, the jury's putting this together. People don't just randomly harass random witnesses in murder trials. Like, you must have done something to make all these people out there want to protest you. Like, what did you do? It's almost backfiring on them, I think, because it's making the jury wonder, like, why would anybody want to do that to you? Like, you're just some random innocent person. I find that hard to believe.
So tomorrow there is no trial because you are going to be in the courthouse.
Yeah.
Not even in the courtroom, in the courthouse. And they have to cancel the testimony for tomorrow, right?
Not enough parking, Howie. Not enough parking. It's like a big show. They can't have me and Karen in the same building having a proceeding at the same time. So they're literally canceling this tomorrow, delaying a nationally televised murder trial so that I can go in there at 2:00 and we can argue about Rule 17 motions for phones and trying to get Ken Mello sanctioned.
Ken Mello is the special prosecutor who's going after Turtle Boy.
Special is right.
What is that? I'm getting texts from one of the McAlberts saying there is no federal proffer. Well, if there's no federal proffer, how come the prosecutors haven't disputed that and told the judge that the defense is lying in open court?
Right. We'll find out on Friday about the federal proffer, I've said, Howard, because Brian Higgins starts us off on Friday, and he's gonna be testifying for a while. So, I mean, this is one we've really been looking forward to a lot. This one, and obviously the Michael Proctor still hasn't gone yet. We still have not heard from the medical examiner yet. She's got a lot of explaining to do. How she determined that there was no defensive wounds on John, even though he's got black and blue knuckles. Oh, and by the way, Howie, Colin Albert, who last week testified, said he's never been in a fight before in his life. During the trial today, I wrote an article. I got sent a video of Colin Albert fighting some kid, redhead in sandals, and losing, by the way, in August of 2021. It looks like he wasn't truthful.
People can find that on tbdailynews.com
and Twitter.
That's right. Yeah, we call him the Ginger Ninja, the one that beat him up.
Ninja, I love it.
Not much of a fight, but Colin definitely loses. But he's definitely clearly been in a fight, and it's like he just doesn't care. Like we're not going to find this stuff, like the stuff isn't out there.
Yeah,
Right.
Yeah, I think Michael Proctor, I think one of the first questions on his cross-examination should be, Trooper Proctor, did you ever find any nudes pictures of Karen Reed when you were trolling for them?
Yeah, are you disappointed? You know, what are you gonna do?
What are you under investigation for by the Internal Affairs Unit? The second most corrupt police organization in America. How corrupt do you have to be investigated by the Internal Affairs Unit of the Mass State Police?
I mean, it took a lot. All of this stuff was out there, but until we heard about the nudes, that took finally push them over the edge, I guess.
Okay, so nothing tomorrow. You're just in court. There's no trial tomorrow, but Friday is Brian Higgins, the ATF agent, who supposedly we suspect he's the one who has the proffer, if there is such a proffer. Right.
That's correct. So he'll have a lot to say on Friday. We look forward to it.
Boy, that should be. I mean, if he testifies what has been speculated he's going to testify, I mean, they should just move for an immediate, dismissal of the charges.
Yeah, it's a big mystery what he's going to say. If he says if he says that John was innocent at the house, he's implicating himself in this. So I don't know how that's going to work out, but we'll see what happens.
All right, Turtle Boy, we'll talk to you on Friday, and good luck in your own appearance tomorrow. Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Howie.
And congratulations on getting mentioned on national TV.
Oh, appreciate it.
Experience the ultimate savings event with MyPillow's $25 extravaganza for a limited time.
There we go, folks. And as always, folks, Turtle Boy delivers on Howie Carr. All right, folks. I think that's going to be it for me. Tomorrow I'm going to do the best I can. If the Turtle Boy hearing is going to be available to stream, I will be streaming it. That'll be at 2:00 tomorrow Eastern time. If not, I'm going to be live anyway, and we're going to I'm going to at least follow the tweets in real time. I will see you guys then for sure. And Friday, full day on Friday, Brian Higgins will be testifying. And I'm sure that we'll at least get the top half of cross-examination by lunch on Friday. So I look forward to seeing you guys tomorrow. I think what I'm going to do tomorrow as well, to make up for the court that we're not going to have, I'll do a full recap of Jenn McCabe's cross-examination. So you guys hanging out with me today, as always, I'm so grateful to you guys for that. Thank you guys for that. I love that you guys are enjoying this channel. And because I'm enjoying having you guys. I am enjoying this chat. This is my favorite chat. A couple of you guys pissed me off today, but I'm not even going to mention what it was about. But a couple of you guys got timed out for being shitheads and saying disrespectful things about certain people. And I'm not even going to get into it. It's water under the bridge. I'm over it. But yeah, I was getting annoyed. But anyway, the majority of you are amazing as always, and I appreciate you guys for that. And even those of you who pissed me off a little bit, you know, nothing that's not forgivable. Okay, get over it. But anyways, please make sure to hit the like. Really helps me out. And thank you guys so much for all the new subscribers. I got a ton of new subscribers again. I just love that I'm attracting new viewers and you guys are enjoying the channel enough to subscribe. So that means the whole world to me. So if you are enjoying the channel and you haven't subscribed yet, please subscribe. You guys are fantastic. Thank you guys for all of the super chats and the super stickers and all of the Venmo and Cash App and PayPal support. And the and the thirsty lady phone numbers. I'm just kidding. Don't send me those. Please. Thank you. For fuck's sake. Jesus. Like, y'all with your fucking suction cup rings on your bathtubs. I'm on to you. Keep it on your bathtub. Bring that shit over to my DMs and my donos. I don't need it. I don't want them. Okay? Choir boy. Anyway, I love you guys a lot. You guys are fantastic. And we will do this again very soon, my friends.